FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's the event of the offseason. The NFL Draft. New Texans are on the way. Welcome to Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
And welcome in, everybody. Day 3 of the NFL Draft. It is Texans Draft Live. It is great to be with you on a beautiful Saturday morning here in the city of Houston. The Texans, 3 picks in the books already on Thursday and Friday. And as of right now, 4 more picks today. We'll see how that goes. Nick Caserio likes to move around. But great to be with you. The annual tradition of Day 3 of the draft, where I get to come in here in the Hyundai Texans studio and chop it up with my good buddy John Harris. My name is Sean Pendergast of Payne and Pendergast here on SportsRadio 610. Johnny, you look very spry for someone who's been doing 2 days worth of draft coverage so far.
Listen, I have realized that the greatest performance-enhancing drug is sleep.
It's nature's wonder drug, I've heard.
So last night, I know a lot of people know this now, I live down in Galveston now, and so that's a long way to go after last night's show and the turnaround. So I ended up finding a place to lay my head down here, and I've been so jacked up. I was on with you guys on Friday. I got to bed at like 1:30 in the morning to get everything done, talking to my wife, all that. I was up at 6:30, just adrenaline just driving me. I got like 8.5 hours of almost straight sleep. I woke up, and I was like, hey, I still got some time. I went back. I fell back asleep. So I'm like, sleep, man. Yeah, we used to have a head coach who thought I'll sleep when he's dead, and then that turned out to be really, really bad. But then again, what are you going to do? Yeah, This is one of my favorite days. I get obviously a chance to chop it up with you because idiots long past have separated us for whatever reason. But then we got back together to do this day of the draft. Yeah. It's awesome. So really excited to do that. We'll take this, I don't know, the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, however long we want to go, and see who the Texans add today. 4, we had 8 picks turned into 7. We got 4 today. 3, I think, while you and I will be together. And then 1 in the 7th, and we'll see whether 243 stays or not. But that's in the 7th round. So I think Nick will move. What's interesting to me, and I said this to you guys as well, and Nick reiterated last night. I'm glad he said it. He goes, "We moved 2 spots. That's not moving down. That's not moving up. It's 2 spots. That's not really a trade." So he really hasn't had the itch yet. It's just been a little bit, it's like just a little, like he had 1 Jelly Belly, Yeah. It was like he had a whole bag. He just had 1. Because that's all, he traded, but technically he traded, but really it's just been 2 spots.
Well, and he even said that in his press conference last night. He said the move up for Will Anderson, that's an aggressive move up.
That's a trade up.
I would say like a move up 20 spots or whatever it was to go get John Mechie. That's a move up.
That's a move up. Yeah.
The move to his very first draft, he moves up 20 spots to get Nico Collins.
That's a move up.
That's a move up.
Yes.
And so do we see something like that today? It remains to be seen. But as you mentioned, as of right now, if things hold as they are, we know they won't, but if they're little moves, then we're at least probably be in the same pocket of picks, is that this is going to be a very active first hour for the Houston Texans probably. It's a shorter time between picks than it's been the last 2 nights, 8 minutes the first night, 7 minutes last night, I believe 5 minutes today. And they're picking, as of right now, the 6th pick in this 4th round coming up, and then the 17th pick in this 4th round coming up. And then they've got the very first pick of the 5th round. So it's essentially, it's basically a late 4th round pick. It's the first pick of the 5th round. So this has a chance to be a really active first hour and a half of the show. And this is, and we need to mix in while we're doing this, your thoughts on what the Texans have done already. We'll do that in a minute because there's probably people who haven't had a chance to listen the last couple of nights. I know they want to hear what you have to say about Keelan Rutledge, Kaden McDonald, Marlon Klein. The draft is getting ready to go underway right now here. 5 minutes. The Raiders are about to go on the clock, so we're going to keep an eye on things up in Pittsburgh. But, Johnny, as far as the Texans this morning, as we wake up, who are some people, what are some names, maybe even positions to be looking for as the Texans get ready to have 2 4th-round picks here in the first half of the 4th round?
So I'll give you my best available, and I think these are hitting spots that the Texans could definitely look. Now, Jermod McCoy is kind of one we're going to put on the shelf because we don't know what the medicals are for him, all the rehab he's been doing. There's talk about an additional surgery he has to do.
Cornerback out of Tennessee.
Yeah. And that guy is as good a cover guy as there is. when he's healthy, he's probably the best cover guy in this draft. But you don't know because it sounds like that knee injury is continuing to be a problem even after a year and a half of rehab. Keith Abney from out of Arizona State, very confident corner, not a big guy, 5'10", 187, but I think a true nickel, but very confident man cover guy, not long but fast, can move. Mike Washington Jr. is the guy that we talked about a lot last night, and I said this to you guys, I said it last night a few times. Your actions as a whole, the Texans, you think about what they did this offseason. They traded for David Montgomery, they signed Wyatt Teller, they re-signed Ed Ingram, signed Evan Brown, they signed Braden Smith, re-signed Trent Brown, they drafted Keelan Rutledge. They're screaming, we want to run the football. So if you get to a point where your defense is winning games and you're winning games by 10 to 14 points, you're going to run the ball 35, 40 times a game, right? Well, I don't want David Montgomery to have 25 carries and then Woody to have 15. You got to have a third back. And if you have a third back that gives you a little something different than the other two, I think that's the way you go. So I got two running backs that are on the board, Mike Washington Jr., Emmett Johnson from out of Nebraska that I really like. The guy that I think could be a changeup, but he's kind of built similarly to what you have already, but he's got big league speed, and that's Damon Claiborne from out of Wake Forest. So running backs are on the board, I think, and should be on the board. From receiver standpoint, the guy that I told you at 106 I thought would make a good wide receiver because of his speed is Brendan Thompson from Mississippi State. He ran 4.24, 4.26 the combine, the fastest time of anybody, I believe, at the combine. Bryce Lance is out there as a wide receiver from North Dakota State. Now, that would be a little departure from what the Texans have done in the past under Nick Caserio because they've never taken. In fact, how about this? 3 rounds of the draft, not one FCS player taken.
You're saying in this whole draft?
This 3-round draft, 100 picks, not one FCS player is taken.
Boy, you know what? And not to get too deep into the weeds on that, but my feeling on that, Johnny, without looking at who the names are and everything else, that is symptomatic of what college football has turned into in the NIL era.
That's exactly.
You know, if you blew up baseball and decided to redraft 30 teams, there's not going to be a lot of guys drafted from the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
That's right.
That's what FCS has turned into.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a number of these guys as you go through here. I mean, Keelan wasn't FCS. I mean, Middle Tennessee is a FBS school, but Keelan transferred from MTSU. Who was the dang it, I'm blank. Jermod McCoy. He was at Colorado. One of the corners from Tennessee, I think, was at Jackson State with Travis Hunter and
Shador, yeah.
So Elijah Sherratt started his career at St. Francis. So there's a lot of that, hey, I look good at FCS. Let me move up a step. And, Mike Washington, I think, is a great example of that. Buffalo is also FBS, but he went to Buffalo. He's from that part of the Western New York. And then he went to New Mexico State. So he kind of took up, a step, half step, and then decided, hey, I'm going to Arkansas. I've proven I can play. Goes to Arkansas, and then that's when everybody got a chance to see him. And I remember seeing him in week 3, and I thought, damn, this guy's pretty darn good. 6'1", 223, 4.33. So, yeah, it's definitely that. But I bring up Bryce Lance because you watch Bryce Lance, and, yeah, he's dominating FCS competition, but the one game that stood out to me the most about Bryce Lance was in 2024, the first game of the year. They went against Colorado, and he ate up their DBs, including Travis Hunter. He had one of his best games of his career, and that's when he really kind of popped on my radar screen. He's Trey Lance's brother, and you know that whole thing. Well, Trey Lance was a bust. Don't draft his brother.
A quarterback.
Is a different story. Bryce Lance is a very polished, big,
quarterback
strong.
Coming out of COVID. He played like 3 games or whatever it was. Yeah,
fast wide receiver. So looks like the pick is in for the Raiders to kick off the 4th round. And I feel like the Raiders have done a pretty good job. They've done a solid job. So we'll see. I know we don't have to go to the podium for all of them.
No. We'll keep an eye on it.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
But they're making their pick right now. So they draft Mike Washington Jr., which we talked about last night. There it is.
Oh, there goes Jermod McCoy off the board, like you just said.
Just talking about him.
Okay.
He goes out to Las Vegas, and Again, I mean, on day 3.
You don't see that very often, by the way, on day 3, where the guy, like Jermon McCoy was the first name you brought up.
Yeah.
Jermon McCoy was at the top of both of the best availables that I'm using here. Yep. I use yours as the gospel, but I have 2 others open here. All of them were Jermon McCoy, and he was actually the first guy taken off the board.
I think John Spytek knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
I think John Spytek is very, very good. Spent a number of years with Tampa Bay with Jason Light. I don't think Jason Light's the greatest GM in the world, but I think he's really good at what he does. And I think they did a good job at Tampa all those years. And I think he's gone to the Raiders. And I said this the other night. Look, you got Fernando now with Cousins. I don't think they're in a win-now situation, but I think both those guys fit Kubiak's system. Genty, Bowers. They added Deshaun Stribling last night.
Yeah.
I think he's a really good wide receiver. So this is a pick right here that if they can just get him healthy, Jermon McCoy is going to be one of the better cover guys. And it has a very Will Johnson-like feel to it. Will Johnson last year, there was a lot of mystery around Will Johnson in Michigan, and you didn't really know what was going on with him. And then all of a sudden, he goes to the second round, and he's Arizona's best corner, and he might be one of the best corners in the NFC before too long. But they got him in the second round because there was all this mystery about injury. So it does look like he might need a little bit more time. But in the 4th round, you take a guy that should have been a top 10 pick, jump all over it. As long as your medical team says, hey, we think this guy can be a good player, we think he's going to be healthy enough, go ahead and do it. So my guess is that's what they spent last night doing. They spent last night going, hey, how do we feel about this medical team? Let's all sit down. What do we think? And I imagine they probably got some calls to make a move, but they knew they wanted to do that.
That would be interesting. Like, what were people offering to get up there?
That's right.
That's the luxury of the 3-day draft, is that when you're picking at or near the top of it, you're essentially able to conduct yourself like a team that has the number 1 pick in the draft.
That's right. Yeah. Absolutely. And you can – that market is created because everybody looks at their board. I think everybody says this. I thought about this a little while ago. Everybody looks at their board on day 3 and goes, man, it's a lot better than we thought.
Yeah.
They all look at it because they're all so different. And I think that was, the Marlon Klein pick. I mean, look, the Texans are taking Keelan Rutledge. We talked about that. I talked about that on your show. Kaden McDonald last night was a great pick. The Giants were right in front of them. That's why the Texans moved up a couple spots. Felt like the Giants needed to get a defensive lineman.
After the Dexter Lawrence trade.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so it made sense, Kaden McDonald. And I thought it was a fantastic pick. And then it got to Marlon Klein. And, a lot of people have asked me about it because I had Marlon kind of, I don't know where I had him in the tight end rankings. But the thing about the tight end rankings was, and I said this to you guys too, there were about 10 to 12 guys that were all kind of the same. 6'4" to 6'5"-ish, 245 to 248, ran 4.6 in the 40, move guys. A couple of those could line up in line. A couple of them are just going to be receiver types. A couple of them can block well. A couple of them are good receivers. But they're all kind of they're like 10 or 12. And I could see teams looking at them. And I did this in one of my draft needs, Sean. I called the team's unit. I called it an iridescent car. You see some of those cars that, if you see them on the side, they're purple, but then they go by you and it kind of turns green. That's kind of the way that I looked at this tight end class. You can look at it from one side and see a future All-Pro.
Yep.
You can look at it from the other side, and you could see a guy that should have been a day 3 guy.
Yep.
So I look at Marlon Klein, and I think, there were a lot of positives as I looked at it, but I felt like there were some things he still needed to work on in his game. So in general, I thought maybe a 5th rounder. But for the Texans, when you think about, hey, he doesn't have to play right away. He kind of grow into the role. But there's a lot of athleticism there that you can do things with. And, by the way, maybe he runs down special teams too.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Good athlete to be able to do that.
That's a good point. And Nick made the point last night. We tried to trade up, we tried to trade back, and you just did. Deal doesn't come together.
Right.
You got to trust your board, and that's what their board said. By the way, Jude Bowery, defensive tackle from Boston College.
Offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle. Sorry, offensive tackle.
Pick.
Yep.
I like Bowery. I thought Bowery might be a guy I would take for the Texans on day 3. So
he goes to the Bills with the 2nd pick of the 4th round. The Jets are announcing there's some kid with a Jets jersey on announcing their pick right now. So we'll give you what the Jets pick is here, and then let's take a break so that we make sure we're back in show, and we got a nice long runway for you to be able to talk about whoever the Texans take at 106 here coming up. But it's Texans Draft Live. We're going to keep eyes on the screen here. The Jets have taken Darrell Jackson Jr., D tackle from Florida State.
That dude is a unit. unit.
Give us
He's
15 seconds on him before we go to break.
He is massive. He is first off the bus, but he can't play yet.
So he passes the eye test.
Oh, he
like
passes
off the bus eye test.
Off the bus, you're like,
yeah.
damn. And then you watch him play, you're like, damn.
He's one of those guys Vince McMahon would make champion back in the day because people turned and stared at him when he walks through the airport.
But in the fourth round, I talked to Trap J about this the other night. He's like, man, that boy can't play. And I was like, hey, man, now he is a powerful son of a buck.
Well, like, he's going to the Jets, but like if the Texans had taken him, you'd trust Rod Wright and company,
exactly
right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of athleticism, size with him, but he's just not able to play yet.
All right, let's go to break here, and we'll take one. And when we come back, we're just getting started here on day 3. We're 3 picks into the 4th round. The Texans are slated to pick 6th in the 4th round. So in just a few picks away will be the Houston Texans. So if they happen to trade up during the break, we'll come back quickly and give you the pick. But let's hit one right now. The Cardinals are on the clock at 1:04. Texans picking in 2 picks. Stay there. Day 3, you're listening to Texans Draft Live.
More Texans radio draft coverage is on the way.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You never let traffic stop your drive. In every last drop of this rich golden... Every last drop of this rich golden Modelo is yours. So raise it up high, because you've earned it. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
All right, welcome back. Texans Draft Live. Sean Pendergast alongside John Harris. And we are moments away from the Texans' next selection at 106. While we were away, there was only one pick, and it was the Arizona Cardinals, who drafted Caleb Proctor, defensive lineman out of Southeast Louisiana.
Yeah, good pick.
Yep.
Really, really good pick.
Good pick announced by Roy Lopez.
Yeah, you know, it's
Texan.
funny. Roy was one of the first picks Nick made in 2021, and I hate that because I think if Roy had been a pick in 2023, he'd still be with his team and he'd still be making an impact on the defensive line. And he's moved around. We saw him last year in Detroit. He's done a good job. Roy got to announce the pick. He's back home in Arizona, where he's from. He'll be one of my favorite Texans, former Texans. But Caleb Proctor will play next to him, and they can wreck some shop together. Proctor's long. He's from Southeast Louisiana. FCS pick, which apparently we're allergic to now.
Is he the first one of this draft?
He's the first one of this draft at, what, 104?
104, yeah.
Good
104.
player. Charles Demings from SFA will probably go off the board today. That'll be another one. Bryce Lance, who we mentioned from North Dakota State, will be another one. I'm trying to think the FCS guys. And then there's Division III, Tyron Montgomery from John Carroll
JCU.
University. Not that we know anybody from there.
As I was listing the picks that the Texans have today, I'm like, that feels like a 243rd overall right there.
I don't even know if he gets there. That dude at the Senior Bowl, Sean, I'm telling you, with all those great Senior Bowl, all the receivers at the Senior Bowl, the Ted Hurst and the Malachi Fields, guys that were drafted last night, Tyron Montgomery tore everybody a new one. He was outstanding. I mean, it was to a point where I looked down. I wasn't really watching the receivers too much. I was kind of watching the offensive lineman, defensive lineman. And I was like, man, who is that? That guy's going nuts. And then I was like, oh, that's Montgomery from JCU.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yep. So, so the Chargers are on the clock. The pick is in. So we're at 105 right here. We're 5 picks in to day 3, and the Texans will be up next. I guess we'll find out who the Chargers take here in a second. But, Johnny, because we have a little bit of runway here, what are you thinking? Looking at your board right now, put yourselves in the shoes of the war room over there. What do you think is popping over there right now?
The running backs to me stand out, and this is a spot last year where they took Woody. And I've already mentioned I like the running backs. You know, Mike Washington Jr., DeMont Claiborne, a couple I like. Jonah Coleman is kind of a little pinball. He can take the abuse, so I wouldn't mind that. For a team that really wants to run the football. If I felt like we were going to be hey, let's throw it 40, 45 times a game, a guy like Desmond Reed from Pitt, guy can catch the ball in the backfield, can give you returns, kind of a little itty-bitty, but has extreme dynamic ability. I think he's a little bit further down the road, but that might be a guy I'd look at maybe ahead of a Jonah Coleman if that's the way we wanted to go offensively. But I really feel like offensively, the way that they want to go, I think a running back would definitely be in. The Chargers pick is finally in.
Okay, so the Chargers pick is getting announced by somebody in a cape right
Looks
now.
like a fan of the
This is
year.
what day 3 is all about.
Yeah, the fans of the
Circus
year.
animals and capes.
Oh, yeah, he's International Fan of the Year.
Oh,
Guillermo
okay.
Orozco.
That is an international name right there.
Yeah.
Guillermo Orozco. And they take Brennan Thompson, the wide receiver out of Mississippi State. You don't like that, Johnny.
No, I don't like it.
That got the Johnny. Yeah,
because that's the pick I had at 106 for the Texans.
Yep.
Was Brennan Thompson. So there's a part of me going, okay, yeah, I had his
18 and a half yards per catch.
No, this dude he can fly.
Yeah.
But what I liked about him was
we'll
the fact
see him
that,
next year. Well, the Texans will play him next year.
You don't see fast guys with ball skills like him.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a catch in the Arizona State game where he beats the guy and then catches the ball over his shoulder, and you're like, fast guys don't track the ball like he does.
Yeah.
I just feel like he's got a different gear, but he's got really good receiver skills, especially throwing the ball down the field. Here's one they're showing on TV. He's catching the ball over his shoulder. Of course, he's got
Against Georgia.
Yeah, 2 steps in space.
Georgia secondary.
So I thought this would be a guy the Texans would have an eye on at 106. So the fact he goes 105, I was on it, and I feel good about that was the guy. But It's not. Now the Texans pick is in.
Texans pick is in, and Colin back in our studio here at Sports Radio 610. Colin told us during the break we're a little ahead of him, so this should be good. We'll see the whoever.
You get to announce it, man. This is awesome.
Walking out to the stage. I get to announce it?
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to announce it on stage. So
they've done all the other ones on stage so far.
Yeah,
I think, except for the Cardinals. We'll see. So we'll find out.
They did the Cardinals at their draft party or whatever.
What's your gut telling you here, Johnny? We'll do that old exercise. What's your gut telling you?
I still feel like running back.
Okay.
I still feel like some sort of weapon.
And if you were picking a running back of all the ones you just named, you'd pick Mike Washington.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'd probably taken Mike Washington Jr. at 69 if they'd still had that pick. But
I'm a big believer that they should be looking at running back. I don't think the room's deep enough yet. Okay, here we go. It's Raquel Rodriguez. Go to the TV, Colin.
Right, she's in Monterrey, Mexico.
Huh? That's okay. Just go to it.
Just go to it.
Just go to it. It's fine.
Mi gente, this is WWE superstar La Más Ruda Raquel Rodriguez, here live for Torneo Texans, a girls' flag tournament at Estadio Borregos in Tec de Monterrey. With the 106th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Fabeti Weewoo, guard from Oklahoma.
Okay, my first question, Johnny, is did Raquel Rodriguez pronounce his name right?
Yes, she got the pronunciation right.
Weewoo.
I have been practicing the pronunciation. I got the Fabeti part. Weewoo, I wasn't totally sure about. I had to work on that.
Okay, so this is a guard from Oklahoma that they just drafted.
He's a guard, good size, 320 pounds, 6'4", 4.5. But he's played some center too. So he's done a little bit of that. He is strong. He can move. He's agile. He's got good feet. When you see some of the stats, in fact, when they were showing some of the highlights, they showed him playing center. So there's probably going to be some cross-training there at center. And when you think about the guards that were on the board at this point, Bo Stevens from Iowa, I think the next one is probably Weewoo on my board. But I saw that name and I was like, I'm going to screw this up so many times. So I've got to make sure. And so they sent out the pronunciation guide. I was actually practicing that. And they're showing the room.
War Room's excited about this pick.
The guy in the hoodie that they just were kind of patting on the back is Cole Popovich.
Okay.
So makes me think this is their guy. And, of course, when you're drafting offensive linemen in the 2026 version of the Texans, you know what it's going to be. It's going to be a guy that can throw some heavy hands, can move a little bit, is going to be kind of the glass-eating type. And when you're drafting a lineman in round 4, you're also looking at the versatility. And I know that's a bad word to a lot of people out there, the versatility, because versatility back in 2016, 2017 was just, well, we don't know that this guy could play any positions, but he's played them before. This, I think, is, hey, he can play guard and be effective at guard. I think he can play center, and we can teach him center. So in that clip that we just saw of him, he played both guard and center. So I think that's going to be something that they're going to have a chance to look at with Weewoo.
Yeah, well, and so you mentioned the position versatility. From just a purely physical skill set standpoint, what are the strengths and weaknesses with him?
Well, I think he's upper body strong, which I like to see. But he's got good feet. Like, keeps a good base when he blocks. You know, a lot of guys, especially guys that you see that have got some heavy hands, they want to throw them all the time. And because of that, they kind of get off balance. This guy is very controlled, getting up to the second level as well. There were a couple times early in the season, I'm trying to remember, one game early in the season, I thought he had some struggles. And was it Michigan? Maybe, I can't remember. But I thought there were some struggles. But then as the season wore on, I thought he got better. And I think he went to the Shrine game. I think that's where he was at the Shrine game. So, he's 6'4" plus, 319 pounds, long arms. And again, the long arm thing, people hear that and like, hey, what does that mean? If a guy throws hands and throws them pretty well and he's got some power behind it, having those long arms is great because you get that initial pop and then boom, if you can throw those arms, all of a sudden you've got instant separation. Now you're controlling blocks.
Does it matter as much on the interior as it seems to on the edge of the offensive line? Matters across the board. Yeah.
I think it matters all across the offensive line. Obviously, we talk about it with pass protection, because you're just trying to keep those big suckers away. But I think in run blocking, when you get that physicality up front, bang, and then you can get the arms extended, now you control. And I think that's one of the things that has been very clear about who they have added, what they've put on this roster on the offensive line. We want dudes that, as Keelan Rutledge said, we're going to put dudes in the dirt. We're going to knock back. We're not just going to stymie or, position block. We're going to move guys against their will. And think about this division. When you play the Colts, it's Buckner and Stewart. When you play the Titans, it's now John Franklin Myers and Jeffrey Simmons. The Jags just got Rook Orororo, who is very difficult from a different way to move. He's a little smaller guy. But Devon Hamilton, a big guy. You've got to be able to move guys up front. And look, this is a fourth-round guard when you've already guard and potential center that you've already re-signed a guard, you signed a guard, you re-signed a tackle, you signed a tackle, you signed a guard center in Evan Brown, and you drafted in the first round a guard center. So he's going to come here, get thrown into the competition, but he's a guy that has the traits of what you want your offensive lineman to be going forward.
You just laid it out. One of the most fascinating position battles now in training camp becomes the entire interior of the offensive line.
Yep.
Because of the versatility of guys, the multiple positions they can play, the possibilities of mixing and matching there. I mean, when just listing the guys who are labeled, I'm just gonna high level label guys interior offensive linemen without being left guard, center, all that. Wyatt Teller, who they signed. Braden Smith has guard versatility, but I'm guessing he's going to play right tackle. But guard is on his resume.
Yep.
Evan Brown, who they signed in free agency, can play all across the interior. Jake Andrews is a center. But then they draft two guys in Kalen Rutledge and now early in the fourth round, Fabeti Weewoo, who can play both guard and center.
Right.
Not only who are the guys going to be that they put out there week one, but what positions are they playing?
Yeah.
Like this all of a sudden, with these two picks, the Rutledge pick and the pick 5 minutes ago with is it Weewoo or Weewoo? Weewoo. I said Weewoo.
Weewoo.
Weewoo. Either one. Whippy Foopy Woo. Yeah.
Fabeti the badass.
Fabeti the badass. Yeah. So I can't wait to see what this looks like when they start trotting out ones and twos, even in minicamp or whatnot. Yep. It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah. And
my other big takeaway here, and this will go back to last night with the pick of Marlon Klein with the 59th overall pick, is not. I mean, these are clearly a lot of picks that indicate physicality, toughness, blocking on the offensive side, running downhill on the defensive side, stopping the run. Like this is a very run-focused draft so far. That does scream that they're taking their guys they feel are the best players available, regardless of position. Because you're right, like this was screaming for something other than an interior offensive lineman. Right,
correct.
Now.
Again, it's the last part of that is best available player on their board. That the guys that they have slotted on their board, the way that they have constructed this board is, yes, great players. But what are the ones that are Texans? And that means something. You remember the Ravens always said that, play like a Raven. Well, the Texans now have that swarm. Who's swarm? Which guys up there are swarming? Got to use the adverb, I guess, or adjective. Either way, who exhibits those qualities? And you know what? If those guys fit a position in need, great. But get them here, let the competition commence, and let's rock. Again, we don't often see a fourth-round offensive lineman start right away. We have, in time across the NFL, seen fourth-rounders turn into good players on the offensive line. But it was key for them, and this is where I always kind of do my assessment. Mark and I hear an interview with a player, or we have the interview with that player in here, and they walk out of the studio, Mark and I look at each other and go, yeah, we get it.
That's that guy.
We get it. Absolutely.
Yep.
So Mark's going to have the interview with Fabeti here in a little while. They're going to get him on the phone, and we'll have that interview for you in a little while. But Jonah Coleman goes to the Broncos. I think it's pick 108. 108.
That was preceded by Grayson Halton, a Fabeti teammate at Oklahoma, going to the San Francisco 49ers, a defensive tackle.
That dude will wreck shop in San Francisco. Even if he just goes on the field on third downs, That guy's one of the most polished pass rushers I saw. Like, he went off at the Senior Bowl.
They still running the same defense there? I know Saleh left to go to Tennessee, take the head coach.
Still running the same.
Yeah.
So he's going to get that 3 technique and just blow and go upfield. So he's in a good spot in San Francisco. I thought we might look at him for that reason because he would just be a penetrating beast. But that said, we got a Sooner. So we've got a Sooner, we got a Buckeye, we got Wolverine, and we got Yellow Jacket.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Power 4 trend continues.
There you go.
Chiefs are on the clock right now, so we'll keep an eye on the TV screen here as to who the Chiefs take. But as Johnny just mentioned, Jonah Coleman, running back, goes off the board to the Denver Broncos. So the Broncos fortify their offensive backfield. Boy, these people, it looks like the 4th round is either like celebrity or fans coming up there
Fans
to do
of the
this.
year, yeah.
And boy, they are every fan that's going up here is making it their moment, man.
They are shooting their shot.
They are.
They are shooting their shot.
They are maximizing their 15 minutes of fame.
It's my only time on stage. Shouting out Poo-Poo.
Just announce the pick.
Pookie and Ray out there.
You're making us kill
Jason
time.
Spring. How you doing? All you Rome clones out there? What's going on?
He's reading it
Rack
right
him.
now. His hands are shaking. Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Jadon Kennedy, a safety out of Oregon, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah.
It's a good player.
Okay.
I mean, he'll find a way on the field at some point. Special teams probably right away. But look, at safety, the Chiefs have been hurting at safety. They lost Justin Reed and Brian Cook, their 2 starters over the last couple of years. So he's done some good things, and we finally have a trade.
Trade alert. We always got to make sure it's not the Texans because there's always like an 80% chance that it is. Nope. Cincinnati trading the 10th pick of the 4th round of the New York Jets. Let's do this. Let's take one here. And when we come back, I would say there's a decent chance we're going to get a pick between now and the top of the hour from the Texans if they stay where they are at 17th in the 4th round. We're at 10th in the 4th round right now, and we're barely a half hour in to day 3 of the draft. So if you're just getting into your car, if you're just tuning in, if you're cooking out in the backyard today, Texans have made one pick already in the 4th round. It is guard out of Oklahoma, Fabeti Weewoo, is now a Houston Texan. So 4 picks, 2 interior offensive linemen, a physical tight end, and an interior run stuffer. This is a physical swarm draft so far for the Houston Texans. So stay there, John Harris, alongside me, Sean Pendergast. We've got you covered here on day 3 of the draft on Texans Draft Live.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Your health is personal, which is why your Houston Methodist
Without you. So visit HoustonTexans.com/25seasons to learn more and stay up to date.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
With the 106th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Fabeti Weewoo, guard from Oklahoma. Vamos, Texans! Yeah!
That was WWE superstar and Houston area native, I think. I don't know if she's from Houston proper, but she's a Texans fan. I know that because the Texans gave her a bunch of gear when WWE was in town a few weeks ago, and she was thrilled.
Oh, yeah, that was her?
Raquel Rodriguez.
I saw it on Instagram. I was like, why are they
big, powerful, very attractive a young lady, and she announced the newest Houston Texan. Johnny's not laughing at Raquel Rodriguez.
No.
Because she come in and powerbomb both of us through this table.
I would not laugh at her.
You're laughing at Cade Klubnik going to the New York Jets, the Clemson quarterback.
Forget it. He was undrafted for me. Undrafted. Garrett Nussmeier.
He was the number one quarterback coming out of high school back in the day.
Garrett Nussmeier must have walked into all his interviews and just
pulled a Shador,
urinated all over their scouting reports. I don't know. I mean, Cade Klubnik, you can miss me with that. I mean, yay, a Texan, but good luck, Jets.
He goes to the New York Jets with the 110th overall pick. This cannot be their solution at quarterback.
Oh,
can
God,
it, Johnny?
no.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no.
I mean, I kind of hope it is because I don't care. So Cade Klubnik goes to the Jets with the 110th pick. As you just heard, Raquel Rodriguez announcing the 106th pick, the only pick the Texans have executed so far, and it was offensive lineman Fabeti Weewoo out of Oklahoma. This is the second interior offensive lineman the Texans have drafted. We'll talk more about the pick in just a little bit, but Fabeti met with the media over Zoom just moments ago, and here was his first conversation with the Houston media.
Fabeti Weewoo joining us. Hey, Fabeti, welcome to the Texans. What's your reaction as you learn that you are going to be a Houston Texan?
Man, I'm just so grateful for the opportunity, man. I can't wait to go out there and just dominate and do whatever I can to help the team win.
How does it feel to be drafted by a team from Texas? Not North Texas, but Texas.
It's a blessing, man. You know, I get to stay at home. My family gets to come to all the games. You know, I can't express how much God has blessed me and how much I'm grateful that, this amazing program has chosen me.
Hey, for the fans who don't know much about your game, Fabeti, what are they getting in your game as you join the offensive line?
Man, you're getting a violent player, you're getting an extremely smart player, you're getting a physical player, and you're getting a finisher. So, I hope to display all that stuff on the field this year.
So what do you know about the Texans so far, Fabeti? I know that there are a lot of teams that could have taken you, but what about Houston? What do you know?
I mean, I don't know. I know a lot. It was one of my favorite teams growing up. My favorite player growing up used to be J.J. Watt, dominating on that edge. So, it's really a dream come true, man. It's like a full circle thing for me, so I'm extremely grateful.
Hey, so you're from the Dallas area, right? And you go to North Texas to begin your college career. And then Oklahoma, so it's kind of like you stayed pretty close to home with both of your college choices. Was that important to you, and why?
It was important to me because, my family's a big part of my career. My family has supported me through this whole thing. Even, me being a walk-on at UNT, they were the support system, pushing me, driving me, helping me, persevere through every day. And I also, really just appreciate, the way that they take care of me and the love that they give me. So, I'm forever grateful for it.
So you walked on at North Texas, so not a lot of big schools were on to you. But once you got there, what happened to you, Fabeti? What transformed in your game at North Texas?
I mean, it was the same thing, man. It was just extremely hard work. Every day you have to put it in. So that consistent hard work, grinding every single day until, you can't go anymore and always constantly trying to get better. I think that's what changed. You could see the work I was putting in. You could see the impact it was having.
What do you know about Houston as a city, Fabeti?
Oh, I got a lot of family in Houston,
Okay.
It's a little humid in Houston. Y'all got a lot of traffic, but we got traffic up here too, man. So I think I'm going to acclimate extremely well.
One more for you. What was the pre-draft process like for you? All the workouts, combine, whatever you went through to get to this day?
Man, it was a lot, but, I'm extremely grateful for it. It was a lot of fun. I'm a big weight room guy, so I love to be in the weight room. I was up at 5 a.m. every morning with my coach, my trainer. It was awesome, dude. Like, just having to work out and not worry about anything else, trying to hit trying to maximize your numbers, maximize your potential. That's what I'm all about. So it was awesome.
All right, Fabeti. Well, you got the Texans hat on. It's a good look for you. Welcome to the team. Can't wait to see you in Houston. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys.
Okay, that was Fabeti Weewoo, the newest Houston Texan. Obviously, that was a Mark Vandermeer one-on-one with him. I said meeting with the media. There'll be a meeting with the media that you'll hear plenty of audio from as well. That was a great conversation with Mark. I like his energy, Johnny. I don't know how good he's going to be as an interior offensive lineman for the Texans, but I like the kid's energy.
You know what hit me? Keelan Rutledge was 2 years at Middle Tennessee State.
Yeah.
Then Georgia Tech.
Yep.
Had to work. Fabeti, 2 years. I think it's 2 years at UNT. It may have been 3. But starts as a walk-on at UNT, North Texas. Then he goes to Oklahoma, makes himself a player.
Yeah.
That, to me, just screams Cole Popovich. Yeah. Now, Cole was a really good player back at Fresno State as a freshman. He played in that Reggie Bush 513-yard game. And it was funny. I kind of got him going a little bit talking about that.
I remember,
and that was like one of the only things he would really kind of open up to us about that, and the fact that he didn't think the offensive line was playing all that well. But that just screams kind of a Cole Popovich guy, self-made, hard work, get up at 6 a.m, do your job, shut your mouth, and go play. And the 2 interviews, there have been 4 interviews. Brooke did 3 of them. Keelan, Caden, and Marlon last night, and then Fabeti today. Keelan and Fabeti have been the shortest interviews. 2 sentences, answer the question. 2 sentences, answer the question. Like, it is boop, 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 done.
Well, Rutledge felt like he wanted to go practice when he arrived at the building.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he showed up like he didn't have a suit or anything. I felt like that shirt that he was wearing was something they pulled out of the gift shop and gave to him.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think Keelan and Fabeti are going to get in Twitter wars with fans?
No. I don't think they're going to Coachella.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think they're worried about their drip.
Yeah.
At all.
If Keelan walks in Prada, I'm going to be very disappointed. Very disappointed.
Yeah.
There's a video yesterday of Keelan when he was here, and he was talking to Miko, and I don't know how it got brought up, but he had a Texans polo on, and he makes a comment like, "Yeah, I don't have much in my wardrobe." Like, I heard those words, and I'm like, yeah!
That is the new wave of offensive linemen for the Texans.
Yes, that is it.
Yep.
You and Wyatt Teller can share a bunch of clothes.
Oh,
man.
yeah. 4 pairs of pants between the 2 of them.
I'm telling you, when you see Keelan and you see Wyatt Teller, you're like, that's the Spider-Man meme. But Weewoo coming in here, knowing what he's up against in a sense. You mentioned it, Sean, all the guys that they've brought in, all the guys that they have added to this mix. They have flipped over this offensive line. And I remember when the morning or the day that Laramie was traded, there was so much discussion nationally, locally, and you guys pointed it out really, really well. There was a major reason why that was happening. Well, reasons. A lot of people that could see the financial reasons, yes, but this group, this coaching group, this staff, Nick, everybody, they saw defensively what they loved. Offensively, they didn't, and that has to start with the offensive line. So, yes, it's taken them a couple years, but now I think they've reset the offensive line with guys in their image.
And they've been very purposeful about it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Everything has been very, very intentional.
Yep.
And I can definitely appreciate that. So Colts on the clock. So that's pick
113. I believe 113. Yeah, the Colts are 113. Yeah, just real quick to update people, and then we'll go to break so we make sure that we're here when the Texans pick with the 117th pick. The Colts pick is in at 113. Since we came back from break, the Jets drafted Cade Klubnik. Johnny gave his thoughts on that by letting out a hearty laugh.
Yep.
Since then, since the interview we just played with Fabeti, there have been 2 picks, soon to be 3, that are going to have gone off the board. Cage Casey, Boise State offensive tackle, goes to the Broncos. Drew Shelton, offensive tackle from Penn State, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. The Colts selection is about to be revealed right here by Bjorn Werner. So we'll see here.
Germany. He's the guy. Went to Florida State, then played for the Colts. He's a guy that kind of runs an academy. He knows German players. Oh, damn, that's a good pick.
Jalen Farmer, guard out of Kentucky, he's been at near the top of the best available for about the last 30 picks.
He's been at the top of my best available.
Yep.
This dude is a hammer.
6'4", 312.
Son of a.
Would he have, if the Texans had taken him at 106, what would you have said?
I can't even say it.
Out of ecstasy, out of good, right? Yeah. It sounds
now
like
I got to see him go to the Colts.
Right.
Screw you, Ballard.
Yeah. Stop making good picks.
Yeah, stop it. C.J. Allen last night, second round, was a great pick.
Yep.
Jalen Farmer started his career at Florida, then went to Kentucky. I saw him at Senior Bowl, and I was racking my brain. I'm like, man, who is that? I mean, he is hurting guys. He is really good.
Yep.
And I'm just like, well, he is dominating guys. So. Good pick there for the Colts.
We don't like that. Good pick for a team in the AFC South. We hate that.
Dang it, Ballard.
All right, so we're on 114. Cowboys are on the clock again. Their pick is in. Let's take a break here and when. Oh no, actually, let's not. We're only at 11:51 right now. So we'll get the Cowboys pick in. Get your thoughts on that, Johnny.
Let's do it.
And then we'll take one as we head towards the top of the hour. I just got to make sure we're taking it at a point where we can do the station ID. Little behind the scenes.
I listen to you guys
nerdiness.
enough that station ID can be a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
it is.
The Stam FCC, man.
I mean, seriously.
They're all up in our craw.
Like if they weren't here, we could just be cussing and doing McAfee type stuff.
As long as we're talking about Ballard and the Colts, what's jumped out to you about any of the other three AFC South teams so far in the draft? Pick one.
I think if you take the Titans going Carnell Tate. Thank God the Cardinals took Jeremiah Love. I think Carnell Tate's a fine receiver. I think he's going to be a deep threat. But I always look at teams in the AFC South that, okay, they drafted this guy, and he's a big threat. But we have Sting and Lassiter. We have Kalen playing in the middle of the field. Like that doesn't scare me that much because against us, we're going to neutralize that guy. Now, when the Titans went out and signed John Franklin Myers, I was a little worried about that because we did not at that point have our interior fixed. Now I feel like, okay, we can go toe-to-toe. Look, Simmons is still going to be Simmons.
Yeah.
But we can go toe-to-toe.
We can put up a fight now.
Right. The Colts drafting C.J. Allen. The Colts, for footballtakeaway.com, I did draft boards for everybody in the NFL. And I got to the Colts linebackers, and I just went, whoa, man, they're going to draft linebackers. So last night, I'm looking at my board. I'm like, oh, God, C.J. Allen's still on the board. Anthony Hill Jr., I think, was still on the board, who ended up going to the Titans.
Yeah, he did.
He'll eventually be a player next to Ced Gray. But C.J. Allen, I'm like, that feels like a Ballard pick, just a heat-seeking missile. Probably coverage needs some work. He's probably not the most agile guy, not going to flip his hips, but he's going to heat-seek and find the football sideline to sideline. So it really kind of fit to me what the Colts needed to have on the defensive side of the ball. And I like this pick of Jalen Farmer in the fourth round. Look, they traded first round for Sauce Gardner. We'll see where that works out. It didn't this year, but they've got to go through it another year next year. So Sauce Gardner in the first, then they got C.J. Allen. That's a nice start. And then they got Farmer. I think Farmer could end up playing for them. Now I know Quentin's still there, and he's still Quentin, and he's still freaking awesome.
Oh yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
He's ridiculous.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's such a great player. So Farmer in the fourth round gets the opportunity to grow. Right now it's Matt Gonzalez, and they like him, but I think Farmer ends up being better than him at some point. Maybe not this year, but next year, Farmer's going to end up being a good pick. If they want to run the ball. And Jonathan Taylor's obviously their guy for the next couple of years, unless he eats his way out because he's going to cook in Paris, like he's been doing.
Yeah.
Then, we'll be okay. So
yep.
I just a couple more. Hey, we're close.
We're when the pick is in for the Bucs. You know what? Let's stay here.
Yeah, we should.
We'll stay here. I don't want to be in break, and you all should stay here and listen. The Bucs are on the clock, and the pick is in for them, and the Texans are up next. So we're going to stick around here as we head towards the top of the hour. Johnny, since you and I were talking about the AFC South here, a couple more picks go off the board. We mentioned we got your reaction to Jalen Farmer going to the Cowboys, to the Colts. Cowboys' very next pick cornerback Devin Moore out of Florida.
Good pick.
You like that? Cowboys are having a good draft this week.
He'll start. I don't know if he'll start week one, but he'll start for him as a rookie. They don't really have much at the corner.
Okay, Colin's in our ear. The Texans have traded. They traded out of 117. They traded up or they traded back, Colin?
They're going to go back.
They're not on the board anymore. Okay, gotcha. Well, let's – 123. Okay, so we can take a break here.
Yeah,
so let's do that.
6 spots.
Yep. take a break, reset. We'll come back. So the Texans have moved back. We'll get you the details of that trade during the break as well. They picked up, presumably, some extra draft capital. We'll see if it's this year or next year to do that. But the Texans have moved out of 117, back 6 spots. So they obviously like, Johnny, a bunch of guys here right now.
That's right.
The Texans do. So we'll come back. We'll get the details of the trade. We're about an hour into day 3 of the draft. We're just rocking and rolling here on Texans Radio. It's Texans Draft Live. Sean Pendergast, John Harris. Stay there.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Amegy Bank and Possible Missions work together to put the us in business banking by sharing the same.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
Great spirit, a lot of energy in the building.
Oh, is that us? We're back? Is it?
I think Nick was saying we have great spirit in the building.
Yeah. I was expecting Nick to keep talking right there. Welcome back in. Texans Draft Live. Sean Pendergast, John Harris with you as we head into hour number 2 of day 3 of the draft. We are 17 picks into round number 4, pick 117. Would have been the Houston Texans, but they trade back with the Los Angeles Chargers. Chargers moving up 6 spots to draft, is it Travis Burke?
Travis Burke.
Offensive
6'9",
tackle.
325. I thought that might be a guy we would look at
out of Memphis.
Out of Memphis.
Yeah.
I mean, from a run blocking standpoint, he puts dudes in the dirt.
Yep.
But again, I have not been all that hopped up on the tackles as they flash. The lines are up at the clock, and they're flashing their picks, and there's Blake Miller, and I'm like, I just didn't want Blake Miller. Of anything in this draft, it was just like, I don't want Blake Miller.
I just got tired of all the mock drafts having the Texans drafting Blake Miller.
I just didn't think
give me some spice, man.
I know he went 17, but I just didn't think he was with the first rounder. I had him. It's funny because somebody posted a tweet, and they said, man, people are over the board on Blake Miller. Dane Brugger had him like in the 20s. A couple of guys had him in the 20s. My friend Fran Duffy, who does great draft work for all Philly. He used to work with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Fran had him at 165, and I had him at 62. So we were like two guys that were way off the beaten path, which is great because Fran.
165.
Yeah, Fran
went 17th to the Lions.
Yeah.
A team that knows what they're doing in the draft.
Well, seemingly.
Yeah.
But Fran did not like him kind of like I did. We kind of felt the same way. Now, I had a second-round grade on him, a late second, but I had a second-round grade on him because I did see some potential with him. But Fran was also the guy that I remember I went to the Combine.
Mm-hmm.
And that was that was going into 2023 when we're kind of resetting this thing. And
that was the CJ and Will Combine.
We got to talking about receivers. And we're talking about some of the receivers I thought would do for the Texans. And he mentioned Xavier Hutchinson. And I had seen X at the Senior Bowl. And I thought X kind of struggled at the Senior Bowl. And I was just like, man, I thought he was gonna play better. And so I kind of in my mind had mentally written him off. And we're there at the Combine, and we're sitting over on the other side where they do the broad jump. And Fran and I are swapping notes. And he goes, John, take a look at X again. All right. I trust his opinion. So I came back home. I got a couple of games from our film department at Iowa State, and I watched X again, and I was like, I missed it. I love this kid.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to be a first-rounder. I thought X might go in the third, fourth round.
Got him in the
sixth.
Yeah.
And he's been everything and then some. He was in studio just the other day, and so when Fran says something, that's one of the guys I look at and go, I trust it.
Yeah.
I trust it.
Yep.
So when I saw his ranking on Blake Miller, I was like, okay. But that said, I just didn't feel like any of those guys. It's like I don't know. I didn't see it. But there was a big gap from Miller to kind of everybody else.
Yeah.
And Burke was kind of that next name off the board. So I thought we might look at him from a backup tackle. But look, we've got 4 tackles right now that are competing to me to not only get snaps, to be the swing tackle, to start and make the roster.
Make the team.
The roster.
Blake Fischer is trying to make the team.
Yeah.
This training
Absolutely.
camp. Yeah.
I mean, this is it almost goes without saying it's the most important training camp of his life. He cannot have a training camp like he had last year.
No doubt.
He's got to come in here like every single day is playing the Chiefs in the playoff game, and he's going to battle every day. The good thing, I think, for Blake, and I make sure I say this right, in training camp, I think a lot of it has to do with confidence. Get your confidence. And so I think Blake probably won't take one's reps, but I think he might get some because you're going to probably give Braden a veteran day, probably going to give Trent a veteran day. But I think getting Blake some reps against the twos, getting him some confidence, showing himself that he's progressed, I think that'll mean a lot for Blake. But I think you're talking about 4 guys. You throw Jarrett Kingston in there, and he could probably cross-train guard tackle as well. But I think tackle's probably more his speed. That's 5 guys that were on rosters last year in some way, shape, or form and started and played at some – I mean, Ariante started, Blake started at L.A., Braden started all year with the Colts, and then Trent started for 10 games or whatever it was, and we didn't lose a game with him. So those guys all started in 2025 at some point.
Yeah, it's a more accomplished room than it's been since Nick's got here.
But the interior was not.
Yep.
The interior was not. And obviously Titus moves on you do re-sign Ed. And that was
big.
When that happened, Sean, I'll say, and look, Ed will tell you, and people saw it, and I think Seth has really pointed this out really, really well. Ed blocked his butt off last year. I mean, he was really, really good in the run game. But there is still some room to grow as a pass protector. And Ed said that to us when he re-signed. We said, going into 2026, what do you need to work on? Oh, I need to be better as a pass protector, those kind of things. So he's well aware of it. But he's, again, going back to the ethos of what they want this team to be. We want to face you in a backroom alley and hand the ball to Montgomery and Woods and beat the hell out of you. And then when you want to run the ball against us, we're going to make you eat it, go to third down, and then we'll bring all the pass rushers on the field and make you regret life. And I'll be honest, I've always wanted my team to play that way.
Yep.
Not to where we run the ball 65 times and don't throw it, but if we are that physical team that can take over a game, and not the 4-minute drill. I'm talking you take over the game in the third quarter, you're moving guys off the ball, and you're just making it hurt.
Well, you're noticing the other team is noticeably fatigued in the fourth quarter.
That's right.
You're wearing teams down, and that's what you want to be. We're at pick 120 right now. The Texans, as we mentioned earlier, moved back from 117 to 123. They've made one pick so far today. It's interior offensive lineman Fabeti Weewoo out of Oklahoma. We heard from him a little bit earlier. The cost of moving back, I should say the cost of moving up for the Chargers with the Texans was the 204th overall pick. So the Texans moved back 6 spots. In the process, Johnny, they get a pick in the area of the draft where it was a big vacant lot for them.
Yeah, right.
And I think it was, I'm guessing there's 2 dynamics going on here. One is the Texans looked at the board at 117 and said, we like at least 6 of these guys, so we're happy taking one at 123. And if someone wants to come up and draft, in the case of the Chargers, draft an offensive tackle, then we're open for business. So they get that 204th pick. So now there's not that long period where they're sitting there through really almost the entire 5th round, because they have the first pick in the 5th round, and they got the 27th pick of the 7th round.
Right.
So you're talking literally almost 100 picks that they would be sitting there for.
Correct.
Now they've got one, and it's not smack dab in the middle right there, but at least it's somewhere where you can use a future 7th to move around in, or a future 6th to move up if you need to. There's not this period where you're just sitting there potentially watching guys you really like fly off the board.
Absolutely. And I feel like Nick, I don't know if that's a Nick thing or if that's just good business, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, don't leave a gap in this whole player acquisition
strategy
process.
Yeah.
So the Steelers are on the clock at 121, then Atlanta as it sits right now, and then the Texans.
Yeah,
so
we're gonna get the Texans pick this segment.
We'll get the pick in this segment. The Packers take the need Dennis Sutton, which
Penn State, right?
They needed a pass rusher. That guy is all kinds of talented, and he is all kinds of eclectic. Not eclectic. That's not the right word. Enigmatic.
Okay.
Enigmatic. That's a good word. I was called that once.
You were?
Yeah, I was called
enigmatic.
I was called an enigma. I don't know why, but I was called an enigma.
I think you're a pretty simple guy, man.
Yeah,
I think you've got simple needs.
I'm not complicated.
Yeah.
You put football in front of me and some food.
You don't scream enigma to me.
I know. I mean, my wife said that about. Oh no, it wasn't my wife. Yeah, it was my wife. I think who said that about me.
She did. Okay, well maybe she would know best.
She would know best.
I'm not going to sit here and argue.
Yeah.
The Steelers draft Kaden McDonald, wide receiver out of Iowa.
Weegan. Yeah, it's
Weegan, sorry.
Great return guy. Great return guy. He goes in the 4th round still? This guy's got super return skills.
Yeah. He's got a little Tim Dwight to him.
Yeah, Tim Dwight.
Many facets. Yeah.
Yes, very much so.
Very
and
Tim
Dwightish
Dwight-ish to me.
So it's the Iowa connection, not the other connection.
Right.
If you know what I mean. But yeah, he is all kinds of dynamic in the return game.
All right, we're at 122 right now. Atlanta is on the clock. I want to circle back to one of the picks that was just made. Atlanta just traded the pick to Las Vegas. So Las Vegas just jumped in front of the Texans for some reason. We'll see. Could this be Mike Washington here?
Could be. I mean, they need somebody to go along with Ashton Genty.
Yeah. Mike Washington, the running back out of Arkansas, for those who don't know, who's somebody that I think a lot of Texan fans, if we're going to get a running back, that seems to be the one that pops for a lot of people right now.
Yeah, I think he's really kind of the one. Now, we've got both Penn State guys on the board.
Yep.
And that wouldn't surprise me if they are looking at running back. Skyler Bell's still on the board, wide receiver from UConn. Kind of a do-it-all, very good catch and run, good quickness. He's a guy, from UConn you would know really, really well.
Yep.
So we'll see what the Raiders do. They've got their pick in.
Yeah. And the Texans are up next. So as long as we're previewing, I'll circle back to the picks previous to this in a little bit. People are interested in the Texans, obviously. You mentioned a few names there. So far, the 4 picks, Johnny, have all been guys that play from tight end to tackle. They've all been guys on the interior. You know, the tight end is the furthest thing away from the ball that they've taken so far. So could you see something? I mean, we've mentioned running back ad nauseum, but could you see a wide receiver or a corner or a safety or something like that here?
Ben McDaniels is knocking on the door saying, hey!
Yeah.
Hey!
How about me?
Danny Barrett next to him like, guys!
What about me?
Guys, let's go.
That's the pick. Okay. Should we announce the pick here? Yeah, I'm going to let Johnny announce it since he's probably got a better chance.
I can't see it. Mark decided he was going to show Sean the pick.
Yeah. No, John, Mark, I'm sorry, my eyes. Yeah.
Wade Woodaz.
Okay, there you go. With
wild linebacker with Clemson. I don't really. It's kind of weird. I liked him at Clemson.
Yeah.
It was funny the other day when I was going through. I'd heard so little about him in the process, and I liked him at Clemson. This guy's a really good cover guy. Look, linebacker, 4th round. Say it with me.
Special teams.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yeah.
But they had to go get a linebacker. He is smart. He can get to the football. That makes all the sense in the world when you think about every single one of these picks has been – just listen to those interviews. Think about them. Woodaz, I believe, at Clemson was a captain.
That checks out for the Texans, right?
Good size. Yeah. It's special teams all day, every day. But there had been so little about him in the process. I was like, I'm pretty sure he's in this draft.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure, but I had to double check. Like, I had to go, hey, is Wade Woodaz, like, in this draft, or did I miss something? So, again, Clemson player, big or power conference guy, can run, captain qualities.
The streak remains alive.
Yeah, the streak remains alive.
Or power conference.
I mean, look, we've teetered because of the last couple of picks on the offensive line with Keelan having, dabbled at Middle Tennessee State.
Right.
Fabeti at North Texas. But 6'3", 236, Floridian, can run. Look, in the 4th round, he's going to have to play special teams. But that's a guy, I like his size. I like the number of things that Clemson did with him.
Yeah.
They would line him up and rush him from the outside. They would play him over the center. Good blitzer. A little bit of everything with Wade Woodaz. Like it.
Okay, that's what I want to ask you. You just listed a few things there. If a 4th-round linebacker like him is to get on the field, something other than special teams, if he's to get into the rotation, what would it be for him, other than injuries to people, that would get him on the field possibly? What's his special power?
It's got to start on special teams.
Okay.
It's got to start there. But I think what would get him on the field is his ability to cover one-on-one.
Yeah.
If he has, Henry has told us, often he has worked on his pass coverage, and Henry,
he's improved.
He has improved, no doubt. But there's nothing else that those two, Henry and Aziz, do where you go, I don't know that any rookie would supplant them in any one category, except maybe that, the ability to cover. Woodaz can do that. He can cover. You get him on running backs one-on-one. I think, they haven't even announced the Raiders?
No, Mark, for those who are wondering, on ESPN, it's almost like the screen in the bottom corner's frozen.
Yeah.
Because it said Raiders pick is in at 122 for the better part of the last 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Mark Vandermeer is the one who showed us who the pick was for the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, Johnny, I had him send it over to you to announce it because I didn't know how to pronounce the kid's last name.
Yeah, well, I'll be curious to see what they have to say and what his that's always what I've heard when I've heard broadcasts say his name, Wade Woodaz, but I literally was so little said about him in the process that I just wait a second, did I thought in 2024, when I saw him in 2024, I thought, this dude's playing in the league.
Yeah.
He's playing in the league.
And he's a Houston Texan now. He is going to be playing in the league.
He's good size, which is a little different from the guys they have. I mean, look, Aziz and Henry they're not small guys, but you see Aziz and Henry walking the hallways 10 years ago, and you're like, hey, those are our strong safeties.
Right.
You see this guy, like, he's linebacker size. I mean, 6'3", almost 240. Or now it's in the Raiders pick.
Yeah, the Raiders pick. I choose to believe that lady was in the bathroom the whole time. And they're like, where is Barbara? She's supposed to be here to announce the pick.
I mean, Carolina's probably already got their pick.
Dude, they're probably 3 picks deep now on this thing. Oh, they did it. They did it. The Raiders did it. They traded up ahead of the Texans and drafted Mike Washington Jr., running back out of Arkansas.
Guess what the Raiders thought?
The Texans are going to take him. Yeah.
Raiders thought it, so they jumped and got it. And I said it when the Raiders got on the clock here. I thought Ashton Genty really doesn't have a lot of depth next to him. We said it last night. It's got Dylan Lobby from out of New Hampshire.
Yep.
And then a guy named Collier, I think. And those are the only 3 backs they had. And so that was my fear. The Raiders were my fear. I thought the Raiders might take him at the top of the 4th round.
They're showing the highlights now, man.
A running back that runs 4.33 going to the Raiders. Al Davis is up there smiling. Like,
yeah. He just ordered a round of shots. Yes.
He just fired Lane Kiffin again.
He's celebrate.
He's so
excited.
Lane Kiffin. He fired Lane Kiffin again.
All right.
Spy Tech, you're my just win, baby.
Yeah. I don't know what the holdup was with this pick. But, yeah, down on the graphic at the bottom of the screen, the Texans have now popped up. They were on the clock for all of 2 seconds, and it says the pick is in.
So they're going to be this has become very, very clear to me in this particular draft. And I use the word particular because the Texans roster has gotten to a point where they didn't need and don't need a ton of top-line starters.
Yeah. Do you want to hear the announcement of the pick? All right, let's go to the TV.
Who's announcing this pick?
They are strong in the backfield now. They're doing a nice job.
And the next pick is in from the Texans.
With the 123rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Wade Woodaz, linebacker, Clemson.
Yeah, he's a big dude, Johnny. 6'3", 236 listed at on the screen right there.
Can he wear his number? Who wears 17 for us? Is anybody?
A good question. I don't know.
He can wear his number.
Oh, look at that.
I like that. That always helps because then I can follow. I can follow along. For a guy 6'3" plus, he moves very, very well. Very well.
Yeah, they're showing his highlights right now.
I thought 2024. I thought he was better in 2024 than 25. Now okay. I think everybody at Clemson was that way. I think everybody at Clemson in 2024
it was a rough year this year for Clemson.
In 2025.
Yeah.
I mean, for a number of reasons. But this guy can go find the football. He is good in coverage. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's great in coverage, but I thought he was, again, it was a playoff team in 2024. They won the ACC. But I think he's a guy that, A, run down on special teams, B, has the opportunity because of his size and length to be something a little different than what you have at linebacker already.
Would you have rather the Texans taken Mike Washington at 117 and not messed around by picking up an extra 6th?
Next question.
Okay. Yeah. It's Malik Muhammad goes off the board to the Bears. So some of these guys have been sitting at the top of the best available for a while are starting to come off the board here.
Yeah, Manny Muhammad, I think it's a good pick by the Bears. Just another cover guy to add. They got two zone corners in Jalen Johnson and Tyreek Stevenson. So Malik comes in there. I think he can play the nickel for them in a coverage situation and play it pretty well. Look, nothing against Wade. I like Wade as a linebacker in a fit in this defense.
Yeah.
I like that. But I really wanted a
it's okay to want Mike Washington. Yeah.
Game-changing ball carrier.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it from that standpoint because, look, Billy Davis has been doing this for a long time. And the head coach, I think he knows a little something about linebacker play. So my gut is between the two of them and Matt Burke, they sat down and went, this is our kind of guy. So Mark's going to get an interview with Wade Woodaz in the next room. We'll have that for you at some point.
Yeah, we'll have it
in the next 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll have it hopefully when we come back from the break here. So let's take one. Yeah, and if you're just getting in your car, you just started listening, to get you up to speed, the Texans have made 2 selections today. They stayed at 106 overall, and they draft Fabeti Weewoo, the guard out of Oklahoma. They move back from 117 overall to 123, pick up an extra 6th in the process, the 204th pick overall, and they select linebacker Wade Woodaz out of Clemson. So 2 selections today. As of right now, 3 remaining. 141 overall, 204 overall, 243 overall. So these are spread out over the rest of the afternoon. We got a lot to get to. We'll circle back and take a look at the last couple of nights as well, listen to some audio from some of the newest Houston Texans, and continue to get John Harris's thoughts on how this draft is unfolding. The Bills just draft Skylar Bell, the wide receiver out of UConn that you just mentioned, Johnny. So the picks are starting to fly off the boards. The Texans will be up in 16 more picks as of right now, the 141st pick in the draft. Keep it tuned right here. We've got you covered. Texans Draft Live on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
The fighting spirit is one we all share, and one that Modelo celebrates anywhere you. It up high because you've earned it. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Cardinals and Chargers, Chicago, Illinois.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
With the 123rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Wade Woodaz, linebacker, Clemson.
Okay, so there you go. That was announced by, I didn't see his name. He was one of the suits from the NFL.
Your radio partner is going to be really mad at you.
Why? Is that a Clemson or a Cornell grad?
It is. That's Kevin Booth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I don't know what
normally
his
I'd say I hope Seth's listening, but right now I hope he's not listening.
I don't know what he does in the NFL. He is what does he do now? But yeah, he went to Cornell.
He's a smart kid.
Yeah.
He's not a kid anymore. But
he didn't play with Seth. He was after Seth. Senior Director, NFL Management Council.
Okay.
That's my buddy used to do that, Dave Gardy.
Okay. Did he get to announce some picks?
He got to announce some picks. In fact, Dave announced one of our picks. I can't remember who it was, though.
Okay.
May have been Nico.
Back in the day, huh?
Back in the day.
Okay.
He is now in a senior role with the senior executive role with the football ops with the Commanders.
Okay, gotcha.
So he's up there with Dylan Thompson and Laramie, and they're all kicking it together.
Oh, cool. Little Texans reunion going on up in the nation's capital.
My guy Dave Gardy up
there. There you go. Cool. All right. Well, that's John Harris. I'm Sean Pendergast. We've got you covered here on day 3 of the NFL Draft. We are rolling through the 4th round right now. We got about a little over a dozen or so picks left in the 4th round. We'll reset the Texans here in just a little bit, but the last few picks coming off the board includes a Texans pick. These are the last 5 picks. The Raiders move up in front of the Texans to 122, and they take Mike Washington Jr., who I think was widely believed in this room to be the best running back on the board at the time.
Yes.
He goes to the Raiders. Wade Woodaz goes to the Texans at 123. After that, we'll talk about him in just a minute. In fact, we'll hear from him shortly. Mark Vandermeer interviewing him, and we'll hear that interview in just a little bit. And then the last 3 picks, Johnny. Malik Muhammad, cornerback, Texas. Skylar Bell goes to Buffalo. He's a wide receiver out of UConn. Buffalo with back-to-back picks, taking Caleb Elarms or the linebacker out of TCU. So that gets everybody up to speed on what's gone on. On the clock right now, the San Francisco 49ers at 127. The Texans' next pick is slated to be at 141. So we should get it, I would imagine, before the top of the hour probably around 1 o'clock or so if things stay as they are. Texans have 3 picks remaining in this draft as of right now. 141, 204, which they picked up in the trade to move back with the from the Chargers in the 4th round. And then the 243rd pick, which is a mid to late 7th round pick. So Texans sitting on 3 picks right now. The pick is in for the 49ers. We'll keep our eyes on that. But so far, Johnny, today, another guard for the Texans, and they pick up an off-ball linebacker as well. How you feeling about today so far?
All the sexy positions are out.
Yeah.
I mean, running backs, there would be some tight ends I would say, okay, maybe wide receiver, but no, Marlon put his hand in the dirt. It's a trenches draft. I mean, we said it often. 2 offensive linemen, 2 guard center combos. I mean, Weewoo played a little bit of tackle too, but he's a guard center. Like we talked about, long arms, can move, good run blocker, excellent pass protector for a guard. Could play center as well. On top, and Keelan, who we've talked a lot about. Defensive interior, Kaden McDonald. The Hoss in the middle, the young DJ Reader. Linebacker, Wade Woodaz from out of Clemson. You're playing the game in a box. You're playing the game in there, and you dominate in there. You're going to be great. It's time for the Flyboys to get involved. Who's going to be the 3rd corner? Is it going to be J-Rock? Is he back ready to go? So do you need to look at corner? Wide receiver, you can always look for somebody at wide receiver. This is about the range where we thought a wide receiver could be drafted. Running back, you want to run the ball. I still think you need more than 2 running backs. I still think you need more than 2. If you may not give a 3rd running back but 5 to 7 carries a game, but it might be those 5 to 7 carries a game that takes the 5 to 7 carries off the 2 running backs that are going to have 15 to 17 carries a game. So I still think running back is in play at that particular moment. So I think the Flyboys got to get involved in this at some point. I don't know that safety, but I do think corner. And look, it would be another trenches. What are you going to do on edge? What are you going to do on the edge? That's another one. So there are a lot of different ways they can go with this top pick of the 5th round, but at least they got the top pick of the 5th round, and then they got another pick before 243.
Yep.
So that's kind of nice.
Yep. They got 3, a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th, and the 5th is at the very tippy top. Connor, before we get to Wade Woodaz and his conversation with Mark Vandermeer, I do want to touch on this pick with the Bengals right here. Connor Lew, a pure center going off the board from Auburn here. This was a name I know a lot of Texan fans were interested in as a possible solution at center. He goes in the mid-late part of the fourth round. Do you feel like the solution at center, if it was coming in this draft, has already come in with one of the two guards that the Texans have taken?
I think we have found the center of the future for
we can
this
cross
team.
Center off probably the positions they're looking at right now.
Connor Lew, if fully healthy, coming off the ACL tear, will start for the Bengals by midseason. If we play the Bengals week 9 or later, we'll see Connor Lew at center. He's that good. I mean, he is an exceptional player, but he tore his ACL against Oklahoma. He is great, and I think he's going to be great in that system. He'll protect Joe Burrow. He'll open up some run lanes. They got a sneaky hot running game with Chase Brown. He does a nice job for Cincinnati because obviously everybody plays nickel and dime against him. So
a lot of
I think
space.
Connor Lew will start for them second half of the season.
Okay, I like that. That's a good prediction. All right, so let's go to it. Wade Woodaz, the newest Houston Texan, taken with the 123rd overall pick. He sat down to talk to the voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermeer.
Wade, what is your reaction? How did you find out you got picked? You get it over the phone? Were you watching the screen? How'd you find out?
I got a phone call probably 5 minutes before, so I really got to set in before I read it on the screen, but, man, I'm so excited.
How does it feel to be coming to a defense like this, number 1 in the league in yards per game last year?
I'm just so excited to learn and get better and then go play with some dogs too, just go put my hat on somebody.
Wade, this is not your actual job interview, but I believe you'll probably be asked to play some special teams. How do you feel about that?
Hey, that's how I got to get on the field. I'm down for whatever.
Wade, one thing that jumps out about you is that you spent your whole college career at Clemson. Tell us why and how that worked out for you in an era where so many guys are transferring around all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Clemson's a special place, first of all, and I'm not a quitter. I'm not just going to give up and waiver for some money, for some change, that's not really my goal, monetary status. I'm not a quitter.
Did I read correctly that your brother's also at Clemson?
He is, yes.
What is it like having a family member in college with you on the team?
It's awesome. I mean, obviously, like, we challenge each other, we get after it, but, I mean, that's my best friend, so.
So many great players have come out of the Tampa area. What drew you to Clemson? And talk about your hometown a little bit. What's special about it to you?
Well, I mean, when it's so hot, I think it brings a little something out of you that other places don't have. And I wasn't a highly recruited guy. Florida schools, they didn't recruit me. So I always kind of took that personally. And then when Clemson came in the picture, it was game over.
We got a guy on the team named Jake Hansen who's very familiar with that kind of story from the Tampa area and ended up at Illinois and with the Houston Texans. Tell us what you know about Houston, if anything. Texas, any familiarity, history? What do you got?
I've actually never been to Texas before. Other than, I guess we played against Texas at Texas, but I don't really count that. I've never, walked around in Texas, so I really don't know anything at all, honestly.
But you know about practicing in the heat, so that's going to help here.
Right, exactly. It'll be very similar to home, which I'm excited about.
All right, Wade, thanks a lot for joining us, and welcome to the Texans.
Thank you.
Okay, now my first thing for Wade Woodaz, he needs to walk up to all the guys on the Texans who transferred at one point and call them quitters.
Well, that's Clemson's MO. That's Clemson's MO. They don't.
Oh, I know. He's been brainwashed. He's been brainwashed by Dabo.
Yeah,
100%.
They don't transfer in. They don't transfer out. And like you said, like you heard him say, I ain't no quitter. Put that on a T-shirt. I ain't no quitter.
Yeah, no, I like the energy.
Yeah, I do too. And does that
it just made me chuckle.
Fourth round, does that not scream special teams energy?
Oh,
Could you imagine Frank Ross walking out of a meeting? Like, I've seen Frank so many times in the hallway, like after a good practice or after a game, and Frank is just Frank's got this walk when he gets really, really excited. I can see him walking out of a meeting and going and finding D'Amico and banging the table I want that guy.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything. I want him.
Yep. 10-word answers. 10-word answers. And I'll tell you what, there's probably something about Nick Caserio that really loves these guys that got screwed over by the Rivals.com star ratings back in the day. You know, Nick probably hates those star rating things for high school recruiting and whatnot. I mean, it's even less accurate than the college evaluate. You know, the further down the line you go, the less accurate that is when in terms of forecasting how good guys are going to be. I'm guessing there's something about the story and the journey of a guy like that who played high school football in Tampa, Florida, and didn't get recruited by any of the Florida schools that he loves. I'm guessing.
Absolutely.
I'm guessing.
I mean, Tampa. Is that where Jake? I think Jake Hansen. I know Jake went to school in Tampa, but I can't remember if he went to Jesuit or not. No, he went to Eastlake High School.
Okay.
Well, wait a second. Yeah, Eastlake. Why? I put in Jake Hansen into AI, and it gave me some shooting guard from Wauwatosa West High School. How in the hell do you know me and AI and give me Wauwatosa West?
How do you be AI, regardless of who's using it, and give that guy ahead of an NFL football player?
Hey, what the hell, AI?
Come on, AI. Get your game up.
Together, Google.
Step your game up.
ChatGPT, whatever it is.
Hey, Johnny, while we were listening to Wade Woodaz and Mark Vandermeer chit-chatting, the couple more picks go off the board, and a couple of them are from colleges here in the state of Texas. So just want to get quick thoughts on that. Will Lee, the third cornerback, Texas A&M, goes to the Carolina Panthers. Trey Moore, edge rusher from Texas, goes to the Miami Dolphins.
Will Lee is the best corner in this draft. Just ask him. That guy loves to talk, loves himself, thinks very highly of himself.
Yeah.
Very confident corner.
Yeah.
Kind of a handsy, physical corner, but he's long. He's very long. I thought he played very well at A&M, but he got away with a lot of things at A&M. Just watching his tape numerous times, like, okay, he got away with some stuff that he ain't gonna get away.
Ain't gonna work in the NFL.
He's that's gonna have to change. The other one's Trey Moore. Now you said edge rusher. He played at UTSA. He was edge rusher, and then he transferred to Texas, and he kind of dabbled a little bit with both.
Sounds like a quitter to me.
Yeah, quit
UTSA.
Quit UTSA.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I like him. In fact, I was on in Austin. I was on right after I was on with you guys.
Okay.
I jumped on with my buddy Aaron Hogan, and
on
he
Wednesday,
asked me about the Longhorns, and so we talked about a few of them, and then he's like, any other thoughts about this guy, that guy, Trey Moore? And I went, I like Trey Moore because he's got pass rush ability. I don't know that he can exist on the outside 100%. But I think you could teach him to be an off-ball linebacker. I think that's what Texas was doing. Texas was doing a little bit of that with him. I think he's got natural pass rush skills, but I think he can play off the ball as well. So he's kind of in this world of hybrids. I think that's kind of what he needs to be. Obviously, as we said, in fourth-round linebacker, edge, whatever. He's going to play in special teams a little bit, but the Dolphins are resetting that whole thing. So a unique piece, kind of like a Nick Herbig type, that I think can rush the quarterback. Now, Nick ended up rushing the quarterback so well, he became the third rusher for the Steelers, and a really good one at that. But I think Trey Moore, not quite at that level, but that's the kind of playing role I think he would have. But I think you can also play him off the ball, too. So some options there, a couple of really good players. I didn't think the Texans would be on either one of them. I thought maybe Trey Moore just because of some of the position duality, but I didn't think Will kind of fit their ethos. I didn't think that would be the case, but anyways, good. Right for them to go into the league. I don't know what the numbers are now, Shawnee, on Aggies. I think that might be – we had other Aggies.
They had a bunch go yesterday, and they had a bunch go the first 2 days. I know that.
They had a bunch go the first 2 days. Was he the first today? I think he might be the first today. I have to double-check that. Armaj Reed Adams, easy for me to say.
Yep.
Still on the board. Ooh, Saints take Jeremiah Wright. This dude at the Senior Bowl.
Safety out of Auburn, for those who don't know. Yeah.
Guard out of Auburn.
Oh, guard. Sorry, I thought that was an S on the screen right there.
Can you imagine 6'5" and an 8th and 335 pounds?
As a safety? Oh, man.
He would be like Javon Curse way back in the day.
Yeah. Probably not great range on his coverage, but, boy, if he got a shot at you over the middle.
This guy at the Senior Bowl just fist-fought everybody, and it was awesome. I mean, he just challenged and battled and talked trash and celebrated. He'd celebrate on top of a defensive lineman.
At the Senior Bowl?
At the Senior Bowl.
Boy, he is a hoss, dude. I'm watching these highlights right now.
Yeah, he can move. That's a good pick for the Saints. I mean, I don't think the Saints are all that set on it. I mean, they got McCoy and Ruiz, but I think the other guard spot, they could find somebody. The two tackles, they got it right. I think Jeremiah Wright will end up playing for the Saints at some point. So I like what the Saints have done. They're just showing on the screen. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State. Kristen Miller, great pick.
Yeah.
Look, it was McDonald, Miller, McDonald. I didn't mind. I wanted
one of the two
for the Texans. I would have taken either one. Then they took Oscar Delp, who I really, really like. Now, he's different.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the Saints. Autism acceptance on their screen.
Oh, you love that. Yeah, that's great.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Damn it, Saints, I got to love you now.
Yep.
That's
yep,
awesome.
Yep. And you like all their picks, too, it sounds like,
I like
too.
all their picks.
They had a good
Doesn't
draft.
make me want to be a Saint. I like being a Texan. I love being a Texan.
Right.
You know,
Good
Saints
karma.
are over in the NFC. I can, you know.
Oh, yeah. Their interests don't really, clash with ours.
Yeah. I mean,
you can do that.
Yeah, it's cool.
You can do that.
It's cool unless the one time we meet every 4 years, then I got to not like you.
That's okay.
It's like a stepbrother.
That's like 3% of the time. It's fine.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's
We're
all good. It's all good.
Man, this thing's flying. This is good. Baltimore's on the clock at 1:33.
They just traded into that spot.
Oh, they did?
They did. So let's do this. They just traded with the 49ers into that spot. So let's take one here. And when we come back, we're about 8 or 9 picks away from the Houston Texans picking again. So it's been an active day 3 so far for the Texans. It's been fun. If you're just tuning in, they drafted a guard with the 106th overall pick, Fabeti Weewoo out of Oklahoma. They drafted a linebacker with the 123rd pick in the draft, Wade Woodaz out of Clemson. Next up, the 141st pick in the draft, and we'll see what they do there. Stay there. You're listening to Texans Draft Live.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Hey, Texans fans, it's CJ.
private suite, and so much more. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com today for more information.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
It is Texans Draft Live. Sean Pendergast alongside John Harris here on day 3 of the draft. The Texans have made 2 selections so far. Fabeti Weewoo, the guard out of Oklahoma, taken with the 106th overall pick, and then with 123 overall, the Texans take Wade Woodaz, linebacker out of Clemson. We are about 6 or 7 picks away from the, I'm not going to do a 6-7 thing. We're about 6 or 7 picks away from the Houston. I should have even mentioned it.
You're older than 12.
Yeah, no,
so
I know. It's just, it's one of these things now. It's on the internet all the time. It just buzzes in your ear anytime you say those 2 numbers back to back. No. We're not going to do that on this awesome draft show. No. So the 2 picks so far, and then Johnny, as we're starting to drift closer and closer here to the Texans using the first pick of the 5th round on a player. You've mentioned running back quite a bit today. Yeah. These 5 picks they've made so far over the last 3 days are all things that are near the line of scrimmage, in a box, very physical positions. What are you looking at here? What is the Well, first of all, as you're tracking this thing here, who are your best available right now? As we're five or 6 picks away now.
Of course,
as
you asked
Bryce Betcher, the linebacker from Oregon, goes to the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay, Bryce Betcher, a fun one here. I'm seeing if they put it up on the screen. Bryce Betcher is a baseball player. He was drafted by...
the Houston Astros.
Very nice.
That's that kid.
Yeah,
I've heard
Bryce
of him
Betcher,
before.
Yeah, Bryce Betcher, baseball player, really good Mike linebacker. They drafted C.J. Allen. I can see Betcher now and playing together. What I would do if I were the Colts, I'd make him wear the green dot and let Allen just run and hit. Let Betcher run things, and let Betcher run things, and let C.J. run the ball. But Ballard can figure that out.
Yep.
Betcher. This is Betcher. Senior Bowl. At the Senior Bowl, they're going through walkthroughs, and he's going like 100 miles an hour, and he like ran into the back of some guy at the Senior Bowl who got all ticked off, turned around to see who it was, and started fight.
Oh, really?
In a walkthrough, I just started laughing. I mean, he goes hard. I mean, he's a good athlete. Obviously, he's drafted in baseball. He's a walk-on at Oregon.
Ginger.
He's a
that guy got that red beard. Yeah.
I think that's a good pick. But
your big board right now. Your best available.
Let's just go. Let's take a look at running back.
Okay.
And see what's on the board. The next highest rated guy I've got is Katron Allen. I'm sorry.
You'd like to see a running back at some point in this draft.
Well, yes, but their actions are telling us and telling me we want to run the football. And it's not like we've got Kyler Murray or we've got Lamar Jackson who's going to take 8 to 10 carries a game. I don't want CJ with 8 to 10 carries a game.
No.
So where are those other 7 to 10 carries going to go? They got to go to a third running back. Now maybe a couple of those go to one of the wide receivers on push passes, jet sweeps, reverses, etc. But I feel like you've got to have another ball carrier. Now, I like Jawar Jordan. And I think Jawar showed when he was healthy what he could do, but you still have to have depth in that room. You no longer have Dari. Dari's on the roster. Now he might come back, but we all know Dari is, so important on special teams. But he knows the offense and he knows he can step in when needed. It's always good to have on hand.
Yeah.
But maybe that's a call you make after the draft. I don't know. Maybe you don't draft the running back. And you go call Dari and say, look, we really want Jaws to take those third down reps, but we need you on this team because you play the Daria Gumbuwali position. A little bit of running back, a lot of special teams, 100% captain. So maybe you do that a little bit later. But if you do go running back, DeMont Claiborne's a guy I love, runs 4.37, was a track guy in high school, can just absolutely
That's the Wake Forest kid?
Wake Forest kid.
Yep.
Emmett Johnson from out of Nebraska, the 2 Penn State guys.
I've seen him mocked to the Texans in more than a few drafts.
Yeah, Emmett Johnson.
Earlier than where we are now.
Right. It's funny because Emmett Johnson was a track guy in high school. He only ran 4.56, but he runs – it's interesting because I saw him run gap stuff, made the right choice of where to run all the time. They ran some zone stuff. He made the right cut and choice all the time. And I love that in running back. Blake Corum was like that from Michigan. Whenever I watch Corum, he always made the right cut. No matter what play was called, based on how the defense was moving and filling gaps and fitting the run, he made the right move to find the open spot, or instead of taking a loss, he got back to the line of scrimmage.
And offensive linemen love that, right?
Yeah.
Because if a play is blocked for 6 yards, he's going to get 6 yards.
That's right. Get on somebody at a minimum. So those are some of the running backs. Le'Veon Moss from A&M. I like the fact that
they had him here for a 30, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Kalen Black from out of Indiana went higher than I thought, but I loved him. So it made total sense that Black went, and he was the third quarterback or the third running back of this group. Didn't get invited to the combine, which Landry and I talked about this. Why did Kalen Black not get an invite? It was so dumb. It's like he went to Indiana.
Yeah.
They just won a national championship.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable for Indiana. He went to the Senior Bowl. I mentioned this last night about Markel Bell. He went to the Senior Bowl after going a running back, 16 games, played a national championship game. Went down to the Senior Bowl, didn't miss a rep.
Oh, wow.
Didn't miss a rep.
Pulled a Jack Kaiser.
Yeah. Didn't miss a rep. That alone, I think, catapulted him probably up in a day.
And didn't get invited to the combine?
Didn't get invited to the combine.
There's bad players that get invited to the combine.
Thank you. After that, the pickings are a little bit, I don't want to say thin.
Yeah.
But it gets thin.
Yeah.
One guy that gets really intriguing. Talk about somebody that carried the ball, but not just a quote-unquote running back. Now, look, Singleton catch the ball in the backfield. He can do some damage in the screen game.
It's a Penn State kid.
Adam Randall is out there at Clemson. Now, Randall's 6'3", 232.
Mm-hmm.
And ran 4.5. He's got great athletic traits, but he's played running back for 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's a handful. He can't pass protect to save his life because he's a converted receiver. So when you put him out in the slot and he's playing receiver, like you see the hands. Like I saw him at Senior Bowl make some catches. Other running backs weren't even going to have a shot. He is tall. He's lanky. He's got to learn how to pass protect, and that will probably hold him back as a rookie. And so I kind of rode the wave with him. When I watched him during the season, I'm like, Adam Randall, I don't remember him. And then they were like, converted receiver. I was like, okay. Saw him at the Senior Bowl doing one-on-ones against Betcher and those guys, and those linebackers are heat-seeking missiles. I mean, it's a one-on-one pass rush drill. They ain't skating around a running back. They're going right through him, and Randall did not know how to handle that. So he's got a lot of work to do in that regard. But an athlete at 6'3", 230 that can run 4.5 and can carry the ball and do good things with it. He's a glider. He's not going to be a big power runner, but he's still learning how to play running back. And in what we've seen the Texans do, they drafted Marlon Klein. He's not a polished product at tight end. They think it's a high ceiling for him. I think with Wade, they see a guy, same thing. They've got a higher ceiling in him. Same thing, a guy like Adam Randall. They think they've got a high ceiling with him. So they won't take Bryce Lance because Bryce Lance just went off the board.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that. Bryce Lance, brother of Trey Lance, and one of the few FCS guys who have even gone in this draft. They've all gone today. Mm-hmm. None of them went in the first 3 rounds. The dynamic that the trickle-down effect of the transfer portal and NIL to the draft, we're watching it on display here these last 3 days where there's a clear pecking order in terms of farm systems in professional and college football. Mm-hmm. The NFL is Major League Baseball. The FBS is like AAA. Yep. And FCS is single and double. FCS is double A, and then Division 2 and 3 is single A. Yeah,
that's right. No, that's the exact way of putting it. And my buddy Casey Keeler, who everybody knows from Sam Houston, now at Temple, we used to have this conversation all the time. And I'll just never forget as I would ask him about it, and he just looked across the table at me and he goes, John, we are the baseball minor leagues. He goes, I 100% know when I have a player, I'm losing him. I know it. And his best team happened kind of before all this. The McCollum twins. He had some really good players on those teams in the COVID year, and then the next year. Yeah. When they won the national championship, they had some dudes. Ife Day. They were really, really good. He would have lost those guys. He would have lost Zion McCollum. He would have lost Tristan McCollum, who were both in the league.
In today's game.
Yeah. He knew it. He saw it. He was seeing it happening at Sam Houston. So he ends up taking the Temple job.
Probably sees it at Temple, too.
He sees it at Temple, too. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that KC should be coaching a Power 4 school. Temple's a great spot. He gets a lot of those Northeast kids. He's from the Northeast, so he gets a lot of those kids to stay home. But that's the life of FCS and the group of five or whatever you want to call it now.
Yep.
That's the life they lead. We're going to groom this guy. I hate that word, I guess. But we're going to get this guy ready to play football, and he ends up being a really good player. All of a sudden, he's getting offered $3 or $4 million to go play somewhere. I mean,
it's a shame.
Especially a quarterback.
Yep.
Which, by the way, Garrett Nussmeier not off the board yet, is he?
Not off the board, no. And let's talk. I do want to talk about the quarterbacks with you while we're doing this today. We're going to hit a spot here shortly. And in fact, we'll take a break here. We're at pick 137 right now, so we're 4 picks away from the Texans' next pick. So we're for sure going to get it after the top of the hour here. So let's take one here because, we're going to have probably a fairly substantial gap between the Texans' next pick at 141, and then they're not picking again until 204 after that. So we can reset some of the audio from the Texans' picks on day 1 and day 2. I definitely want to get your thoughts on the quarterback class for sure, Johnny, and some of the bigger storylines in the draft that we've seen so far league-wide. So we don't cover just the picks here on day 3 of the draft. We're covering the draft in its totality. So let's take one here at the top of the hour as we head into the 1 o'clock hour. We're 2 hours in on our day 3 coverage of the draft. We're 2 picks in for the Texans, but there's another pick in all likelihood coming up here shortly. So stay there. You're listening to Texans Draft Live on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Every Texan appreciates someone or some.
action. Visit HoustonTexans.com now for single and group tickets, season tickets, suite opportunities, and more. We'll see you at NRG Stadium.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
All the picks, all the info. It's Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
All right, we are into the 1 o'clock hour now here on Texans Draft Live. Sean Pendergast, John Harris with you as the Texans have made 2 selections today, both in the 4th round. The 4th round still going. It'll be done here shortly, and I can almost promise you that you will get a Texans pick. Unless they trade back, you're going to get a Texans selection this segment. Well, they traded back once already today from 117 to 123. And the Texans have made 2 picks today. If you're just tuning in, both in the 4th round, they take guard out of Oklahoma, Fabeti Weewoo. And they take a linebacker out of Clemson, Wade Woodaz, with the 123rd pick. So the Texans continue to build the very physical parts of this football team today. That's been the theme all weekend long with the Texans. So we'll talk more about that in a second, but just to get you up to speed as to things that have gone on over the last several minutes here in the 4th round of the draft. We won't go through every single pick. One name that was interesting is a little earlier, Johnny, Matthew Hibner, the tight end out of SMU, is a tight end that I'd seen a lot of people really like, and he did not get caught up in that wave of tight ends in day 2, unfortunately for him, but he is going to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, they know what to do with tight ends.
Tend to do some good things with tight ends. Yeah.
I liked Hibner. I liked him during the season. I saw him at the Senior Bowl, and the Senior Bowl had they had a lot of the great tight ends down there. I mean, they had Borkature, they had Koziel, who I have not seen yet from Houston. They had Hibner. Trying to think who all was down there, but I've been a big fan of Hibner. I think he goes to Baltimore and he's the perfect fit. I mean, he
gets on the field for them.
They did lose Isaiah Likely, and their depth chart was like Mark Andrews and one other guy. Because I think Charlie Kolar moved on in free agency as well. Mm-hmm. So I think Hibner's going to go there and catch a lot of passes, maybe even as early as the 1st round. Then Miami took Kyle Lewis, linebacker that had been a lot of times mocked to the Texans.
A lot, yes.
So Lewis Riddick is on stage, I'm sure, going crazy because he's a Pitt grad. And Kyle Lewis I think the Texans decided Lewis was probably a little small at 210, 215 pounds, whatever he ends up being. They went Woodaz, who's got a little bit more size, a little bit more heft at linebacker. But Kyle Lewis is going to make some plays for Miami. Yep. He's going to be easy. He's going to be easy on the eyes for them down there. And then the 49ers take Ephesians Prysock.
Which is the greatest name of all time. Oh, my God.
It is. He's 6'3 3/4, almost 6'4".
And plays corner.
So when I saw him at the Senior Bowl, I'm like, come on, man. And I've seen him from a distance. And I wasn't watching the DBs and receivers kind of with as much interest because I felt like for us, as I've said many times, I thought it was going to be a trenches draft, so I didn't spend a lot of time with the wide receivers and DBs. But Mark is showing pictures. Is that who we've drafted?
Okay. Do we want to give it to him? Let's give it to him. Yeah, because on TV, the Bengals pick. I
don't know what it is.
Well, I'm going to tell you who it is.
Mark starts filming and then doesn't show.
He'll clip it. Don't worry. He'll edit it. I think he knows how to edit.
It helps if I know what I'm going to talk about.
Okay. Well, okay.
All right. Announce it.
I will announce the pick. The Houston Texans select USC safety Kamari Ramsey.
Oh, wow. Really?
Another USC guy. Another USC safety on this team.
Oh, wow. So, go with me on this. Mekhi Lemon had a tremendous game. He's wide receiver for USC, a tremendous game against Iowa. And so I made sure I was like, okay, I want to see Lemon. Everybody was talking about it. That's the game you got to see if you want to watch Mekhi Lemon. I'm like, okay, I'd see Mekhi Lemon have great games. So I get the USC-Iowa game from our film department. And I know USC has got some guys. They got an edge rusher named Anthony Lucas. And I was like, oh, they got 2 safeties. They got a kid named Bishop Fitzgerald, and they've got Kamari Ramsey. And Kamari Ramsey wears number 7, like Kalen did. So kind of caught my attention. So Iowa, I started first watching just Lemon. But then I remembered, wait a second. I got to restart this whole thing because I got to watch Anthony Lucas. I got to watch the 2 safeties. So Iowa gets the ball around midfield, and they they run the kid that we just saw that got drafted,
Weegen, yeah.
Who drafted? I can't remember who drafted him.
I'm not sure. I'll look.
But he gets drafted. So he's on the right side, and he runs the
Steelers drafted him.
So he runs the deep over route. I was fastest receiver. He runs a deep over route to the other side of the field. Fitzgerald is on the other side of the field and blows the coverage. Kamari is playing a quarters coverage on the other side, so he's not responsible for anything on the other side. He sees that Fitzgerald is not there. We call baseball turn or speed turn, whatever you call it. He spins basically about the hash mark on the right side, runs all the way over to the left sideline, and knocks the pass away.
He cleaned it up.
And I went, wait a second. And I ran that play back. Sean, I'm talking to you. I ran that play back 25 times. And I just kept going, how does he get there? Because he doesn't even make the right motion. He has to spin and turn and still has to get all the way over and make the cover play. And I thought, number 7 for USC with range? Like that?
You like this pick, it sounds like.
So here's the second part of this.
Okay.
Because USC had some guys get banged up in the secondary, Kamari had to step down and play a little bit more of the nickel this year.
Mm-hmm.
So he played in the back end. He's got plenty of range, but he also stepped down and played the nickel. And look, fifth round, fifth round, safety. He's not playing special teams. So Kalen Bullock, Jalen Smith, and now Kamari Ramsey.
3 USC defensive
USC
backs.
guys. Now, I don't know what Lincoln Riley is doing winning 8 games. And he had Woody Marks, and he had Emmanuel Pregnant for a few years. So, and he had Caleb Williams, and they've not gotten to the playoff yet. So, I don't know what he's doing. But that said, Kamari's got range. He's not as big as Kalen. I think he's listed at 6 foot. I can't remember what
he's not as rangy as Kalen is.
He's 6 foot 200, but he ran 4.47. Good athletic traits. I just that play stood out to me. That play speed, that range, that cover ability. I absolutely love it, and just having more guys that can do what he can do. I like the player so very much, and I gotta imagine that they called Kalen and said, "Hey, tell me about this dude."
Yep, absolutely.
Here's the other thing I wrote in my scouting report, which I'll put on Twitter here in a second. I said, "Speed for days. Caught Jeremiah Love from behind from the other side of the field before Love scored a TD."
Oh, that guy? I remember that play.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Kamari Ramsey.
He's a Houston Texan now. This is my feeling on the USC kids, especially the ones on defense with Lincoln Riley, is that we watched, we know what Lincoln Riley's teams are about. They're about offense, and then defense seems to be kind of an afterthought at times.
Yeah.
I just feel like if Kalen Bullock had gone to Alabama, you wouldn't have gotten him in the 3rd round.
I agree with you.
If Jalen Smith went to Georgia, you wouldn't have gotten him in the 3rd round. And similarly, Kamari Ramsey, if he went to, Ohio State, whatever, they wouldn't be picking him with the first pick of the 5th round. I think there's two categories, buckets of schools that Nick Caserio likes or even loves. I think he loves the ones that have coaches that have the same mindset and ethos that he does. The Matt Campbells, the Kirby Smarts, on and on and on. Marcus Freeman. We know who the coaches are. I also think that as somebody who, likes the stock market and things like that, he likes a good distressed asset or two. And that's what they are. They themselves are not, they're not distressed assets and that they're deficient football players, but they're not fully developed. There's so much more room to grow because they went to a school where defense just wasn't as well coached as it is at some of these other schools. And then once they're able to sit down with these guys and realize, okay, they're wired the way we want. They just weren't developed the way that Kamari Lassiter was at the University of Georgia.
Yep.
And then now we can get that guy in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th round. They've developed a real knack for doing that.
I mean, think about it. You go to Alabama, obviously not when he retired, but if you went to Alabama and you're a DB, you're being taught by Nick Saban. You were going to develop as a player, and the NFL looked at it and said, look, I talked about it earlier. It's like that iridescent car where you look at it one way, it's purple, look the other way, it's red, look the other way, it's black, all that, and the car moves, and so you see it different ways. I guarantee you that players at Alabama ended up in NFL rooms being way overdrafted because they were developed by Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Well, he was coached by Nick Saban. He's got to be good. There were probably players that were overdrafted as a result of that.
Yep.
And I think you're right, Sean. I think there's an inefficiency there with USC. They had these dudes, and I promise you, I remember when I asked D'Amico, why Kalen? What did you see in Kalen? Because I remember watching Kalen, and I would see him blow tackles and miss tackles in open space, and I was like, I don't like that. He's like, the range. I was like, John, watch him run. Watch him get from middle of the field to the sideline. And I remember the very first game that I had a chance to do in the booth for preseason. We went to Pittsburgh. Kalen was a rookie. And Kalen intercepted a ball on the sideline from Justin Fields. And Kalen was playing cover 3s in the middle of the field. He saw it. He read it. He picked the ball off. Now, he only got 1 foot in bounds, but I just remember, like, I was in between ND and Kevin, and I literally grabbed both their arms, kind of like, oh, my God, did y'all just see that? And we brought it back from a break, and I'm like, we've not had this. We've not had guys that can play with that kind of range. That's what Kalen can do. That's what Kamari can do, Kamari Ramsey. I love safeties that can just go get the football, and I think Kamari Ramsey is one of those guys. And, again, the versatility, the ability to play nickel, which he had to do this year, I like that. I like that. So this
first pick of the 5th round. You like
I'm
this
very
pick.
happy with this.
You
I'm
like
very
this?
Look, I still want a running back. I still do, but I love on a defense in which ball hawks are valued.
Yeah,
guys with range are valued.
Yeah.
Guys that can go make plays on the ball. Guys that can erase long touchdowns. Guys that can, that coverage was broken. I need to get back there. Kamari Ramsey is the right pick.
I think Kalen Bullock, too, as long as we're talking about him and mixing him into this conversation. If you're just tuning in, Kamari Ramsey is the Texans' latest draft pick. We'll have an interview between him and Mark Vandermeer probably in the next segment or so, I would imagine, here on day 3 of Texans Draft Live. I think the thing with Kalen Bullock, Johnny, too, is that he is proof that you can develop the swarminess aspect of your game as well. I don't think he came in to the NFL. You can tell better than I can. You watched way more college Kalen Bullock than I did. I don't know that he was not just the tackler that he's become in the NFL, but the guy especially for a guy who's not a bigger dude. He's a taller, rangier guy, but he's slight of build still. He seeks out contact. Kalen does now.
So I'm gonna. How about this analogy? Your co-host and our friend will not like that I stole this from him. So here's my analogy. You watch American Idol, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So there are some people that go on American Idol, and they just start belting out a song. And by the end of it, they're trying to be loud, and they're screaming. And they're like, yeah, send her my... And they're just screaming, right?
Can't wait to see where this goes.
But if they're good, what do they learn? They can still belt, but they sing.
Yeah.
And they channel all that into, you know what? I don't have to scream. I can still give it that power and that oomph, but I got to sing it. I got to control it. That's Kalen. Because Kalen came here with a hitter spirit. Because he came here, he was going to hit. He was going to belt that note.
Yeah.
But it would get kind of screamy, i.e. he would hit and miss.
Miss tackles, yeah.
So what's happened is he has really gotten to where he's going to belt that note, but he's going to sing it. He's going to make the tackle. He's going to make contact and make the tackle. So to me, and you guys talked about this early in the season. I remember Seth talking about this. Look, it's a little too much swarm.
Yeah.
But to me, when you go over the top and you start screaming the notes, that ain't swarm. That's stupidity. But all of a sudden now you sing the notes and the harmony is there. That's swarm. And I think that's what Kalen has kind of learned. Hey, you don't have to don't scream the notes. Play within your game. Play aggressive, live up to the standard, but let's sing those and have a fine harmony with everybody we got. And I think that's what they really have in the secondary is they now, as a quote-unquote music group, they kind of all feed off one another. Now Reed Blankenship comes in. Now you bring in Kamari Ramsey. You bring back MJ Stewart. Jalen Reed is going to be better in his second year as well.
Yeah.
But I think for Kalen in particular, he was a hitter out of USC, but he's a hitter.
Yeah.
He has now turned into, I think, a really good tackler. So instead of being a screamer, now he's a singer. Used to be a hitter, now he's a tackler. And I think there's a big difference, and I think that's why it's made him a Pro Bowler. On top of the fact that he's got range for years, and he's now learning, now going into his third year, he's going to be learning quarterbacks before long. He's going to know, hey, Herbert's got this tick. He's going to know Burrow likes to do this. He's going to know Daniel Jones pats the ball. He's going to start learning those things. He's going to start playing with quarterbacks like, hey, I'm going to have my eyes over here, but I know I'm going over here.
Yep.
That's the thing I think Kalen takes his game to the next level. And I know there's been all this talk about, the contracts and, Will's getting a lot of money and, you're not going to pay Kalen and Kamari. Listen, those two are as instrumental to what this defense does as anybody. Will and Daniil aren't doing what they're doing without those two in the back and vice versa. And obviously Sting and Petrie,
Stingley and Petrie and
those guys,
else,
they're not doing it. And we used to have this argument all the time. Is the rush or is the coverage or the rush? And now we just say yes.
It's the whole thing.
It's the whole
organism.
It's the whole flipping thing.
Yep.
So I got to think Steven Adegoke is very happy. Safeties coach. He gets again another guy from USC. My guy Zeke must be doing some work, man. Zeke's a USC grad. That's 4 USC guys in the last 3 years.
Who is Zeke, for those who don't know?
He is Zeke McCurtis used to play at USC.
Okay.
Played corner at USC. He is now one of our, I think he's our national scout.
Okay.
And
he's still got those connections probably to the program.
Zeke and Rich, those guys, they know what they're doing.
Yep.
They're excellent.
How many USC guys is that on the team now? That's at least 5, right?
Kalen, Jalen, Woody, and now Kamari
And Solomon
Ramsey.
Bird's still in the building too, right?
Solomon,
that's 5.
Damn.
5 USC guys.
Man, you'd think Lincoln Riley would do more than win 8 games.
You would think. Getting paid a lot of money to win 8 games.
He said the other day at a press conference, I saw the press conference, we're ready to make a playoff now. What? And you what?
It's still weird for me.
It's USC, fool.
It's still weird for me, Johnny, to see guy. And I'm not even thinking about USC with this. I'm thinking of Oregon. But when they put Kenyon Sadiq's resume on the left side of the screen the other night, you were out at the draft party, so you didn't see it. On the left side of the screen, and it's like first team All Big Ten. I'm like, God.
Yeah,
I hate this geography of college football, what it is right now.
Ridiculous.
Hate it.
I remember I was in LA the day that was annoued. The day that USC and
the realignment. Yeah.
I remember I was driving around and I was listening to music and I just got on Twitter. I was like, wait, what? USC and UCLA?
I know.
Big Ten?
Yeah.
Like, this is bizarre world. And of course, Oregon and Washington followed.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, and I hate this, but the bigger conferences, because they all have to play each other, have made weeks 3 through 12 really exciting because there's going to be a great game one of those weekends.
Oh, yeah.
And there are weekends where you have multiple great games.
Yeah.
Because you now have the heavies have to play each other.
Well, the math won't allow for scrub weekends
Absolutely.
anymore.
I mean, even at a USC Iowa game, it ended up being 2 top 20 teams.
Yep.
As opposed to USC playing no shot at Washington State, but USC playing Washington State. And Washington State can be hit or miss over the years of being a top 25 team or not. But man, that USC Iowa game was a fun game. And Mekhi Lemon was a dude.
He was a dude in that game, but that's a great story. I mean, that's I love stories like that. I'm sitting down to watch this guy. Oh my God, who's that guy?
Yeah. And I remember that like I could see it right now.
Yeah.
I could just see him understanding, hey, Fitzgerald isn't where he needs to be. I gotta go. And Weejan runs really well, even though he's gritty and runs good routes. I'm telling you, Ramsey is 10 yards behind him, Sean. And got to the football. And one of the DBs for USC kind of fell off in the coverage. He's the one that actually ended up like keeping Ramsey from making the interception. But just seeing that range, he's good size.
I just remember the Jeremiah Love play you're talking about.
Yeah,
where he caught up
I'd
to him.
forgotten about that.
Jeremiah Love is a guy that has scored multiple 90-yard plus touchdowns.
I never saw Jeremiah caught.
No.
That's why it stood out to me. That's why I put it in the report, because I had not seen Jeremiah caught from behind. I'm like, and look, sometimes running backs, safety's got the angle, et cetera. But even at that point, I'd seen Love. He had a touchdown run against Indiana in the playoff game, the very first playoff
98
game.
yards.
98, smoked it down the left sideline. Indiana guys are thinking they've got the angle, and he runs past all of them. And we saw that multiple times. Pitt guys, I saw that one spinning run he had against Pitt and then took off from like the 50.
BC.
They did not catch him, and Kamari Ramsey did.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah,
that stood out. Like,
well,
think about Jaguars. Week 4, 2024. Tank Bigsby breaks a run. They're ahead.
Yeah.
He breaks a run, and Kalen caught him inside the 5. Defense held, forced a field goal.
Yep.
We ended up winning that game.
They got it. That was where
stop.
Trevor. No. They went for it on fourth down.
And Trevor got stopped.
Trevor got stopped at the other end of the field.
No, not that one. There was another one later in the game.
Oh, okay.
There was another one.
Okay.
No, that was 2023 because Desmond King made the stop at the 1 yard line of the next play.
Oh, okay.
I remember that because 2023, Christian Kirk beat Taft Thomas and is running by me, and I think he's going to score a touchdown. And they knock him out at the 1.
Okay.
And then Trevor Lawrence gets stopped on the fourth down play, the next one by Desmond King.
Okay.
The next year, 2024, week 4, either we're ahead or it's close.
I remember the Bigsby. I remember Kalen catching up to Bigsby and being like, and that saved points.
Going into the north end zone, running, and Bigsby could fly. Kalen caught him, tackled him inside the 5.
Yep.
I want to say we held him to a field goal. But it was like, I was all mad because, like, damn, our run defense is supposed to be all that, and we gave up this run? Like, what the hell, man? What are we doing?
No.
And then you look back and you're like, that saved 4 points.
Yes.
We win the game 24-21 as, Dari caught that pass.
The Dari touchdown.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
So that matters.
And the hustle to have the speed, but the hustle and the mindset to chase the guy down.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Then that's why I wrote it in the report. I was like, I don't think any other running back would have mattered.
Yeah.
The fact that it was Jeremiah Love that he caught, I thought that was. I thought that was. And look, Kamari, I don't know what.
And that's you know what? That's something that doesn't show up in the box score. It's a footnote that you have to be watching the game to see.
Right.
But it matters.
He did run 4.47 in the 40. So he's well put together. He did 16 bench press reps. And here's the other thing, too. When I go through and I take all the combine numbers and I throw them all in. Now, Kamari didn't do every single exercise. He didn't do the short shuttle or the 3-cone. But there were 4 safeties that stuck around for the final day to do the bench.
At the combine.
At the combine.
Yeah.
4. He was one of them. I think he tied for the number. I think he tied for the top with 18. Who is that? Tiananmen had 18. Yeah, he's a stud.
So you're saying Ramsey stuck around to do the bench?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so did Bishop Fitzgerald, his teammate. But there were only 4 guys that stuck around the next day because the bench is the next day.
Yeah.
So you got to stick around. He stuck around and did the bench.
Oh, good for him, man. You like this pick a lot.
I like this pick. I think it's a good pick. Look, for a 5th-round pick, does he get on the field this year? My hope is he doesn't get on the field other than special teams.
That's right.
But
yeah, because that means something went wrong.
But if Petrie gets banged up, he's got to play the nickel. Or Reed gets banged up, and now he's got to play with his former teammate. I'm cool with that.
Yep.
I'm cool with that. And I think he's going to develop into a really good player. And, again, a lot of the guys we've talked about, look, the guys that are drafted, Keelan Rutledge, Kaden McDonald, Marlon Klein, and then you had Fabeti, and then you had Wade, and now you got Kamari.
Mm-hmm.
I trust this coaching staff.
Yeah.
I trust that this coaching staff is going to take whatever they are and turn them into something that they are now, a year or 2 from now. Like you said, what was Kalen when he came here? Steven Adegoke put the what for on him, and now he's arguably one of the 2 or 3 best safeties in the league. Kamari Lassiter. Dino Vasso works with him, and look what he has become. Even Sting, who came here with all otherworldly talent, Sting will tell you.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
When he talks.
Yeah. He'll tell you how much Dino Vasso has meant to him.
Oh, yeah. No, he's very vocal about that.
Yeah. Jalen Petrie getting better. Corey Unland, how much Corey works with the nickels. So, that secondary has 3 tremendous coaches that work with them. We talk about Rod Wright. We talk about Frank Okam all the time because we talk about that defensive line. But those secondary coaches, they've taken really good clay and turned it into this really cool ceramic.
No question. All right. We still got a lot of draft in front of us here, but this is the longest we'll probably be sitting for a little while as we are at pick 147. The Texans not slated to pick until pick 204, but you never know with Nick Caserio.
What are we going to do,
You
Sean?
never know, Johnny. I think we'll find stuff to talk about. In fact, next segment, let's take a listen to oh my God, Kaden McDonald from
Kaden
last
McDonald,
night.
let's do it.
Yep, we'll play some of the audio from his interview with Brooke Kirchhoffer from last night. So stay there. You're listening to Texans Draft Live on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
The fighting spirit is one we all share, and one that Modelo celebrates anywhere you call home.
Cheers.
Because drive, and every last drop of this rich golden Modelo is yours. So raise it up high, because you've earned it. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kaden McDonald.
All right.
Defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Okay, and that was one of the bigger stories at the beginning of last night. We're going to hear from Kaden McDonald in just a second in his interview that he did with Brooke Kirchhoffer last night here on Texans Radio. But that was one of the bigger stories because Kaden McDonald was one of two guys still left in the green room after night one. He was the only one that decided to stick around. I think Colton Hood was the other one that was still there.
Yeah.
And I don't recall when Colton Hood got drafted, him coming out to hug Roger Goodell or whatever.
He did. I remember seeing a tweet or a post on Friday that said Kaden McDonald was going to stay. They asked him if he would.
Yeah.
And McDonald told him, yeah, I will stick around. I came all this way. I'm going to be there. And thankfully the Texans, A, able to get him.
Yep.
B, he didn't have to sit long. And then just, waterworks for a guy that, goes through that. There was a video of, it was his nephew, and I can't remember if it was his mom or what, but they did one of those. They read him something. I'm having a hard time keeping it together right now because his nephews are bawling. And then you see Kaden crying, and I'm sitting there watching, and of course it's 1:30 in the morning, so I'm just a mess. And I'm just like, I love this kid already. I love him already.
Oh, this is last night.
Yeah, I'm like, I love this kid already, man. Mega, let's go.
Yeah.
So, and it, it's interesting because Kaden McDonald is one of those guys we talked a lot about. Seth's talked a lot about him.
Yep.
We talked a lot about him and felt like, hey, they needed a younger interior defensive line piece. And they went out and got a guy that understands what his role is going to be on this football team.
Mm-hmm.
He knows it. He knows what his role is. It's very defined. It's very clear. You dominate first, second down. Then we'll let our dudes do their work.
That's right.
But they don't do their work without you.
Yep.
You're hugely important to that. Keep them healthy. And hopefully we got a young DJ Reader on our hands.
Yeah, that would be. I love the analogy. I love the comp for sure. We'll hear from him in just a second. But a couple things that I want to get to before we do that. There is a bit of news here, and I think it's interesting because this involves a player that was on a lot of big boards 3 years ago, right there alongside Will Anderson Jr. at the edge rusher position. And it's Tyree Wilson, who was drafted by the Raiders that year. He's been traded to the New Orleans Saints in one of those Tyree and a 7th for a 5th-round pick kind of trades.
Right, almost a pick swap sort of.
Yeah, for a guy who was the, 5th overall pick a couple of years ago? He was picked right after him.
He was
7th overall pick.
Yeah.
7th overall pick just 3 years ago.
Remember how many people would do a mock draft and Tyree Wilson was the number 12 pick? Or they would trade up in their mock draft, and the Texans would draft Tyree Wilson.
There was flat out a lot of people that had Tyree Wilson ahead of Will Anderson Jr.
Flat out had him at ahead of Will Anderson Jr.
On their big boards or whatnot.
Here's what I heard a lot, and I disagreed with it, but here's what I heard a lot. Will Anderson Jr.'s reached his ceiling. He's not going to be able to play beyond this. He's got a high floor, but he's like, you can't win with all that power. That's all he does. Tyree Wilson is long, angular. That's the kind of guy you win with. We just gave our guy $150 million.
He's the highest paid non-QB.
And the other guy that got drafted 4 picks later is now going to his second team for basically a pick swap.
For nothing. Yeah. That's
and look,
wild.
I still think there's something there with Tyree Wilson.
Sure.
But injuries, he came out of Tech with an injury. There were people that had there were people that contacted me and just would text me about the fact that they felt like what they had been feeling and hearing from agents and people around, because the Texans weren't talking to anybody, but just the people that are going to know things, prospects and agents, were saying, yeah, we think the Texans like Tyree Wilson more than Will Anderson Jr. So it just goes to show with this whole game of phone
they were
tag.
wrong.
Yeah. Wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong. No. We're going to draft. Not only are we going to draft Will Anderson Jr., we're going to trade up. And this goes back to our conversation about
not just trade up, like trade a lot.
Yeah, trade a lot. But, okay, you're Monty Ossenfort. I got to see if I can find this trade. I got to see if I can find the whole – because the whole thing is now done years after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at it, and when I did my okay, let me see if I can find. So the Texans traded with the Cardinals. We got the 3rd pick. Houston sent the 12th pick, which Arizona then moved back up and got Paris Johnson Jr.
with the 6th pick.
The 6th pick.
Yep.
It was a good move. Good move.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Good move. 33rd pick, they ended up taking B.J. Ojulari, I think.
Okay.
Not great.
No.
A 2024 first-round pick, which they drafted. Remember, we instead of being a top 3 team,
it was going to be a top 5 pick, everybody said.
Darius Robinson. He hit the Pro Bowl lately?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Missouri kid, right?
Yeah, and then a 2024 third-round pick, and I'm not totally sure who that became. But I do believe that the Cardinals used one of the picks on Garrett Williams, their nickel, which is that's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Yeah. They ain't Will Anderson.
But, again, I said this on your show. We got Will Anderson Jr., and we also got, a 2024 throw-in 4th-round pick. And that became?
Woody Marks?
Nope, Kalen Bullock.
2024, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because we went up.
Yeah.
We went up a little bit.
That's right.
Nick went up and got Kalen Bullock. And I remember we drafted Kalen. We were doing the draft show out at Avenue East. We didn't, at 24, we didn't have a first-round pick. Yeah, we traded because of Will and Kalen. So, draft Kamari. We draft Blake. I'm excited about those two. I actually really like Blake coming out of Notre Dame. I liked him a lot. I, in fact, said I thought Blake would be better than all. It hasn't worked out that way, but I still think there's something there with Blake. Anyhow, we're getting to the 3rd round, and I had heard a couple days prior that D'Amico liked the safety from USC, and I thought, Bullock? And I was like, that dude doesn't tackle. But when you talk to D'Amico, he didn't worry about that. He was like, that dude has range you can't teach.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay. So we got Kalen on the air with us live. Now, we do the calls with them not live anymore. We do it, Zoom, and then we peek behind a curtain. We then play it a little bit later. It's easier radio. It's easier for the players. It's easier for us, all that kind of stuff. But we did the call with Kalen live. And I'll never forget when we asked him questions, he was the most confident guy I'd ever heard as a rookie talking to us. And I remember I asked him some question about, kind of football-y type question. And asked him about, when you did your 30 visit, did you go up to the board and do those kind of X's and O's things? And he's like, yeah, man, I killed it. I really showed him that I know my football. And I just thought, man, it's a confident dude, man.
That checks out.
It's a confident dude.
That checks out.
That trade ends up being, with the Cardinals. I wonder if Monty Ossenfort looks at it and goes, and look, here's the other thing, and I said this to you guys. If it played out exactly that way where Monty took Will Anderson Jr. and moved up to get Kalen, yeah, he probably doesn't do the trade. But there were a lot of people that might have traded up to number 3 and taken Tyree Wilson.
Yep.
That's how it was perceived back then.
Yeah, definitely.
That's how everybody looked at it back then. It is not that way.
And now here we are. Tyree Wilson is on his 2nd team on a pick swap, basically, and Will Anderson Jr. has generational wealth for the next 10 generations of Andersons.
And he was, 2nd for Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah. It's the fork in the road sometimes with these decisions is incredible. All right, so we heard the selection of Kaden McDonald coming into this segment. Let's play a few cuts from him right here. This was Kaden McDonald with Brooke Kirchhoffer yesterday or last night talking about the emotions he was going through having to sit there for night 1 and wait another 24 hours to get picked by the Texans.
Like I said, I'm emotional. Like I said, it's been a long wait. I said, it's a lot that goes into it. And like I said, I'm just so happy, the right team picked me. And like I said, we already got the pieces. Now I just got to add to it, and that's all it is.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I know you want to be a first-round pick, and it would have been great if he got picked, by maybe a, middle of the first round. It was about like the ceiling that he was forecasted for. If you're going to drift to the 2nd day of the draft, though, and you're a defensive tackle, getting picked by the Houston Texans is about as good as it gets. You're going to a head coach where it feels like every defensive lineman gets. It feels like D'Amico gets 100% plus another 20% out of every defensive lineman they take, whether it's edge or whether it's the interior.
Exactly.
And then you're coming and you're going to be playing in between Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, and just do your
You're
damn
going to fall.
job.
That's a great place to fall to.
Well, this is what I tell people. I was on with our buddy David Nuno at Texags, and we were talking about the Aggies, and they were asking me about Cassius Howell. And I said, Cash is a first-rounder to me. Late first round, but a first-rounder. But, look, sometimes the fit in the team don't make sense with the player. So it doesn't mean a player's not, he doesn't get drafted in the first round. Okay, he goes pick, I don't know what Cassius ended up going, but it ended up being the second round. It was kind of like Caden. He went 39, 40.
Bengals, right? He went to Cincy?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he did, yeah.
But it means you get your money earlier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No fifth-year option.
No fifth-year option, so you get your money a little bit earlier. Yep. You still, if you're a good first-rounder, you'll get your big contract after year 3. Well, if you're good as a second-rounder, you'll get your extension after year 3, but it'll kick in a year earlier.
That's right.
From that standpoint, I don't want to say I love going to the second round, especially if you're in Pittsburgh for the draft. But once you step back and you kind of take a 30,000-foot view of everything, you're like, whoa, wait a second. I play well. I'm getting my cash a year early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a silver lining.
Damn right, let's go.
Yeah, silver lining. Honestly, the only bad thing about the whole experience probably was having to sit there while everybody else is leaving the green room. The actual experience, you cure that by staying home for the draft.
Right.
That's the only, probably just the embarrassment. Embarrassment's probably a little strong word, but maybe, it's probably to be the only or one of 2 guys still sitting there. Colin, let's skip down to 3 here, since we just got done talking about what a great situation Kaden McDonald landed in on the playing between Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter in this defense.
Man, I ain't got nothing to worry about. All I gotta do is worry about how can I help them? How can I help my defense out? How can I get my defense off the field? Setting them up, to go get those sacks and just making their life easier. And that's all it is.
They gotta love hearing that. If Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter are listening to that interview, this is a kid coming in from Ohio State, a lot of accolades, right?
I love everything about that young man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's all about ball. And one of my favorite Texans of all time is DJ Reader. I love DJ. DJ had a great personality, a great spirit. He lost his dad in 2015, and really
I remember you and I interviewing him.
Yeah.
On draft day when he got picked by the Texans.
Right. And that left him. He didn't know whether he wanted to play football again. He just he lost his dad. His dad was everything. I mean, he's DJ because he's David Jr. His dad was David Sr. I mean, his dad was everything. So he had stepped away from Clemson for the first 3 or 4 games of the year, realized, I got to get back. And he does. He's sitting there in the 5th round. And I remember being at Senior Bowl, and there was some guy just every time DJ Reader did something, DJ Reader just blew his nose. Oh, man, look at that. I mean, he was dominating guys, and this guy just kept hyping him up. And it drove me crazy, but it made me really kind of, he really is. So I was thrilled that we drafted him. And to watch him develop, and that's the one thing, and Caden was asked about this. He's not a pass rusher, but he's got, I think, what DJ had, and that is, hey, I got a desire to be great. And there's enough athleticism that I think that he can develop a move or two, just a long arm over, just kind of a rip move to get under the pads. Obviously, he's going to have good power to just be a bull rusher if he needs to. Just push the center in the pocket right at the feet of Daniel Jones, at Trevor Lawrence. Make them move, and then watch those 2 hounds go get him. That's what you have to do.
That's it.
And so to be able to do that, and you know what? If you do that well enough, like we just said, you get paid a year early. They'll love you. They'll absolutely love you. So to me, Kaden McDonald, Kristen Miller were 2 guys I would have loved to have. If they didn't get them, I would have felt like, okay. But you throw now not only Kaden McDonald, but Logan Hall. I think I've gone through stretches, Sean, where I forget Logan Hall signed here and I went, damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
You can play Kaden McDonald with Logan Hall, and they will complement each other. Logan Hall, the 3 technique, let Kaden play over the nose. I mean, Rankins and Togiak come out of the game. These 2 come in like, hot damn, let's go.
It's a nice foursome.
It is it really is.
Yep.
It really is.
All right, we'll play a little bit more. I have one more I want to play from Kaden McDonald, but we'll take a break here, and we're still a while away. Barring a trade, we're on pick 157 right now. Texans' next pick is up at 204. It's a pick they picked up earlier today in a trade with the Chargers. It's a 6th-round pick. So we're still a bit away from the Texans taking another player. They've taken 3 players today so far, so we will reset what they've done in the draft, get Johnny's thoughts on that, play a little more Kaden McDonald, and we'll continue to roll on here. Day 3 of the NFL Draft on Texans Draft Live on Texans Radio.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back.
Now at 832-667-2390. That's 832-667-2390. Or visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
What's that? Hey, we're back, Johnny. Johnny and I are having so many good conversations off the air that we lose track sometimes. So we're doing day 3 of the draft coverage here on Texans Radio, here on Sports Radio 610. Sean Pendergast, John Harris with you as the 5th round continues to roll along. If big names come off the board, we'll stop things and get Johnny's assessment, or certainly if there's anybody that gets taken where there's a local interest, an A&M kid, Longhorn, Coug. Any Cougs out there, Johnny, that are sitting on your within earshot of best available right now?
Tanner Koziel, tight end.
Yeah.
You know, the Mike Gesicki clone. I say tight end. He's a receiver. I mean, he's 6'7", 240. Not going to block anybody. Played in the slot. Move guy. I think he could be a guy. Latrell McCutcheon, defensive back, special teamer. I think he's going to definitely be on the board. I like Eddie Walls. Kind of an undersized defensive tackle, but quick to penetrate, get upfield. I think that would be a guy. So a few Cougs.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody I'm missing. Amari Thomas is next year, I think.
Okay.
Wide receiver who I really like, just very dynamic, electric. I think those would be the guys off the top of my head, Cougs, at this point. Those Those would be day 3 guys to certainly look at.
To keep an eye out for. And by the way, as long as we're talking about in-state schools here, right on cue, the other number 16 goes off the board for the Texas Longhorns.
Oh, Michael Taft.
Yeah, goes to the Minnesota Vikings, who they're looking for safeties.
They're looking for safeties.
Harrison Smith calling it a career.
Michael Taft is not Harrison Smith.
No.
Michael Taft is not Dylan Tianneman. But Michael Taft will be in the league for a dozen years if he wants, because he'll play in special teams. He'll know the defense. He's smart as hell, and he hits. And he packs a wallop when he comes down and makes tackles. So it's funny. I saw Taft in high school, and I just thought he's a really good high school player. I didn't know. All right, does he have this in him as a college player? And then at Texas, damn, this guy's pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
Around the football, can play down. Can play in a deep half. He's a good football player.
Yep.
But he's going to play on special teams. He's going to do everything possible. And now we got to trade. The Steelers trade the pick to
we got to make sure it's not the Texans, to
Kansas
the Chiefs.
City.
All right.
Chiefs.
All right, gotcha. We just played some Kaden McDonald in the previous segment. I wanted to play one more from Kaden McDonald, because I have one final thought on why I'm excited about this pick. This is Kaden McDonald with Brooke Kirchhofer saying that he is a bargain for the Houston Texans.
Oh, well, you just see on film where a guy that's plays the one technique at a high rate, a high production rate. And like I said, this is still of the draft.
Okay, steal of the draft. This is the part that has me most excited about this, Johnny. And I would have said the same thing if it were Christian Miller or Peter Woods or anybody that kind of, floated around in that upper part of the draft that played defensive tackle, is that I am very excited for Rod Wright and D'Amico Ryans to get their hands into some clay that is not been passed around to 3 other teams before they got here. And this is not meant as disrespect to Sheldon Rankins or Tim Settle, who I know is not here anymore, but I think fit this profile I'm talking about. Mario Edwards, guys like that. Foley Fatakasi, guys that have been on 3 teams and, they done some good things, but then they come here and we got, I feel like, the best version of them with D'Amico Ryans and Rod Wright. I cannot wait to see them nurture and develop a kid who's he's not even 21 yet, right? And isn't Kaden McDonald he played the season at age 20? Yeah. I know that. I cannot wait to see them getting their hands in the clay with a young guy.
We haven't had a young defensive tackle since they've gotten here.
Right.
So this is the opportunity to kind of, all right, this is let's take Frankenstein in the lab and see what we got. Now, Junior Tafuna, I thought, did some good things in training camp. He was an undrafted free agent last year. He's been around here for a year. He's a guy that you're going to watch in year 2 and go, hey, whoa, hey. Junior's got some size. He's got some power and strength. Now, he's not Kaden McDonald, but I guarantee you preseason games, you're going to watch Junior Tafuna and go, I kind of like that. Hey, that's a guy you want to kind of keep around a little bit.
Tommy Togiai makes me believe anything is possible on the defensive line.
That's right. What was it Kevin Garnett said that night? Anything is possible.
Anything's possible.
Impossible is anything. Did he say it wrong?
He may have. Notre Dame guy just got drafted.
Domer.
Yeah, by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He might start
for Tampa Bay. Billy, for those wondering, Billy Schroth, the guard from Notre Dame, who I remember you were watching film on him like maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, and you sent me a Jadarian Price text.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what happens. That's how some of my favorites. That's how I have found some of my favorites.
Not like Price was a big mystery or anything like that, but I think you sat down watching this kid, and you're like, man, Price is so good.
Yeah. It's like, holy cow, draft him. And the Seahawks did. So.
It did. Yep, you were the first one I saw call that in your first football takeover mock draft.
Yeah, because what was the talk back then by all the Texans fans? I remember, in fact, I love Jonathan Alexander, but he did a mock and he had Jadarian Price fall into like 69 for the Texans, and I was like, "You crazy?"
Yeah.
That first of all, that dude didn't get into 59. Secondly, he ain't getting to 38. Yep. I don't even think he gets out of the first round. In my mock, I have him going to the Seahawks, and that was back in February.
Yep.
So it just made sense to me at that point that a guy of that caliber and
that was before Kenneth Walker had even left in free agency.
But it sounded like he was going to.
Of course, yeah.
Charbonnet hurt, Kenneth Walker gone. You got JSN. You've got the passing game the way you want it, but you got to have, with that offensive line, you got to have a running back, and they did. They went and got Jadarian Price.
Can I bounce my hot take off of you about the running backs?
Okay, so keep in mind on Texas Radio, Mark and I do it this way. We rate it with sizzle fires, 1 through 5.
Oh, okay.
So you give the hot take, and then I will rate 1 meaning, that's not hot.
Barely sizzling.
5 is
bacon grease.
Yeah, exactly. So hot take it, I will sizzle fire it.
Jadarian Price is going to put up better numbers than Jeremiah Love this coming season.
That's a 1.5.
Okay, so that's actually something you think is a decent take. It's
exactly.
I'm just not like spitballing crazy stuff here.
I mean, I think the Seahawks have got 2 established tackles. Grady Zabel's one of the better young guards in the league. Sundell, who is as good a center as we saw from North Dakota State. That offensive line is good. They're going to open holes for him. JSN's going to open opportunities for Price. Who's doing that in Arizona?
I think I love Jeremiah Love.
Carson Beck's going to scare anybody?
No, and you're right. I've forgotten about that. Oh my God. I love that Jeremiah Love is getting the bread that he's getting. He's the highest paid because of the way the draft slotting works. It's not position specific. Jeremiah Love is making more guaranteed money than any running back in the history of the league by far. Like the next closest is Saquon with like 30-something.
Right.
And then it's Jeremiah Love's getting $52 million guaranteed because he got drafted 3rd overall. He's going to an atrocious situation for a running back.
Right.
Atrocious. And to your point, Jadarian Price is going to a Super Bowl, a defending Super Bowl champ that leans on the run game. Whatever it is you were watching Kenneth Walker III do last year, plug in Jadarian Price because I think I think his running style is going to fit there perfectly. Charbonnet is still coming back from an injury too, so the opportunity is going to. They didn't draft him 32nd for him to get 8 carries a game.
Hell no.
Yeah,
hell no.
He is going to be their. He's going to be their lead back. Okay, so I only got 1.5 sizzles on that one.
Yeah, you only got 1.5 sizzle fires on that.
I love that, by the way.
That wasn't
sizzle
that
fire.
Yeah. So that's how we rate it. Like, we'll do a segment where I'll just fire hot takes. And sometimes I'll just say something, and Mark will just be like, that's a 4, Johnny. And I'll know exactly what he's talking about. It's 4 sizzle fires.
It's not even the sizzle fire segment?
Yeah,
he just says it's a 4.
I mean, it'll just be something we're talking about. And there's Emmett Johnson.
Emmett Johnson off the board to the Chiefs.
Jeez. We just talked about Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker, Emmett Johnson. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh, and by the way, Justin Fields is there. You don't think they're going to run the ball 35 times a game before Mahomes gets back?
At first I'm like, well, they got Mahomes, but I forgot he's coming back from the ACL tear.
Good
That's
Lord.
right. Yeah, Emmett Johnson to
I don't
the
know that
Kansas
they have
City
the offensive
Chiefs.
line to do that. But they've got the runners to do that.
Yep. So that is we said we'd stop if a big name got picked. That's a big name because that's somebody you wanted for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I think Emmett Johnson would have fit us really well. Look, the Penn State running backs, if you're thinking about running backs still, the Penn State running backs are still on the board. DeMont Claiborne from Wake Forest is still on the board. At some point, I mean, we ventured out of the trenches to go get Kamari Ramsey at the top of the 5th round. Maybe we venture on the other side of the ball with that. Now, I know people are like, well, Marlon Klein's a tight end. Yeah, he's going to put his hand in the dirt, and he's a move guy, so he's always in and around the line of scrimmage.
It feels a little developmental too, right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But, yeah, he's going to be, a really good seam threat, do some of the different things, run some of the different routes that maybe some other tight ends aren't going to be able to. So Manchester, England, the Ravens are. Why are the Ravens in Manchester, England? Is that Zay Flowers?
Well, it's somebody wearing a number 4 jersey. Yeah, so it's
kind of looks like Zay.
Yeah, it does a little bit. We'll get this pick in here, and then we'll hit a break here at the top of the hour. All right, that guy's been sitting at the top of the best available on ESPN for like an hour and a half.
That's
Chandler Rivers is a cornerback for Duke.
Yeah, he's a Texan. He gets after it. He's going to play their nickel at some point. Once Marlon Humphrey is done, this guy is a competitive SOB, man.
Mm-hmm.
He gets after it. Senior Bowl, it looked like he was smaller than anybody else there, and he just feisty as hell. I mean, feisty as hell. He gets after it. I like him. He's a Texan. Yeah, he's from Beaumont.
Yep.
Yeah, 4'4" in the 40, but he's under 5'10", 5'9.5". But he'll play the nickel, cover really well.
I saw him mock to the Texans a couple times in the multi-round drafts.
I actually gave that consideration with the pick with Kamari.
Yeah.
I thought we might look at Chandler Rivers.
Yep.
Texan. Yep. I would imagine because he's from Beaumont that we could get him in for a local pro day.
Yeah.
I think we probably would have had an opportunity to do that. So that's kind of what my mind was going that direction.
Okay.
Kamari Rivers from Palmdale, California, and went to USC. I don't think we got him for a local pro day. So.
Yep. All right. Am I making the hot tag to Mark Vandermeer here?
I think that's happening.
I'm making the hot tag. Johnny, this is one of my favorite days of the year.
You know it, bro.
Just sitting around with your buddies watching the draft and having a microphone in front of you.
I was a little disappointed. I thought you were going to have a hotter hot take.
I know. I thought it would.
You didn't even shock me with that.
Yeah, we'll run it by Mark during the break here and see if he gives the same amount of sizzles that you gave my hot take.
He will.
All right, good. Well, Johnny, I enjoyed it as always, my friend.
Absolutely, man. I would love you, man. I'm gonna hang up. Well, no, I can't hang up.
No, I'm hanging up and listening. I'm hanging up and walking back out to the parking lot. All right, love you too, brother. Appreciate you. Texans draft live rolls on. We've still got a rest of the 5th, a 6th, and a 7th round. We've got 2 picks right now for the Houston Texans, 204 and 243. So stay tuned throughout the rest of the afternoon. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris got you covered better than anybody else on the Texans draft here on Texans Radio. Have a great weekend, everybody.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. And it's something that defines who we are. We're also
$23.90 to learn more.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
Great spirit, a lot of energy in the building.
Okay, that's Nick, and we're back, and Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Let's ride out the draft as we are in the 5th round. Titans have a pick that is in right now. I'm just getting right back to the board here, Johnny, getting situated, did some interviews, having some fun listening to you and Sean chop it up on the NFL Draft as the Texans are deep into this thing now with Keelan Rutledge going on Thursday night. Kaden McDonald and Marlon Klein last night, defensive tackle, tight end. And then today, 3 more picks. And I didn't hear all of your reaction to Kamari Ramsey, the latest pick out of USC, a safety, but great to know that he played with J-Rock at USC, did not play with Kalen Bullock, but you know, these are all Southern California guys.
Yeah, he was at UCLA.
Yeah, he transferred from
transferred
UCLA.
over to, damn, the Titans took one of the Penn State backs, Nicholas Singleton.
Okay.
I don't like that.
So, wait a minute.
I don't like that.
They got Price and Singleton. Oh, no, they didn't take Price.
They didn't take Price.
They didn't take Price. That was Seattle taking Price.
They didn't take Jeremiah Love either. They got Nicholas Singleton.
Right.
I think Singleton's going to end up being a good player in the league. So, I'm going to have to face him twice a year, but he's also got to face his defense with Kaden McDonald twice a year, too. So, that's going to be fun. Look, the Titans they're going to get better just because they keep drafting high up in the draft. But it's a good pick for them. Borgonzi making a good pick. I didn't realize he broke his foot at the Senior Bowl. Huh. Interesting. I had not heard that about Nicholas Singleton. But he goes ahead of Katron Allen. I actually felt like Katron was probably going to fit us better. I don't know. Is running back in our midst, Mark? We're not picking until, 204? Is that right?
We're not picking until 204. Wait, let me get that right.
So how many picks away are we at this point? I can't see.
Let me get that right. I got to get my tracker. I got to get everything
165.
situated here. Okay.
We got a little ways before there is a pick for your Houston Texans.
Well, we have plenty to talk about. I have plenty to ask you about as we embark here on the end or the tail end of round 5 in this NFL draft. And let's see now. We are we mentioned Tennessee with Singleton. The Bears are up next, then the Bills. Bears pick is in, by the way. And we've got several left. We got about 10, 12 left here in the 5th round, as the Texans have 2 left in this entire draft. So I want to go back to this. We talked about Mike Washington a bunch this draft. You know, I had him in a Vandermock. We thought maybe running back, and that was going to come up in the conversation and all of that. Did the Raiders steal him? I don't think so. I think if the Texans really wanted him, they would have grabbed him earlier.
Yeah.
You're not going to mess around. They've proven in this draft they're not going to mess around. They moved up twice already in the earlier rounds just to get the guy they wanted, and they just didn't move up to get Mike Washington. So this tells me they either feel like we're going to be okay at running back, we have another plan as far as the depth goes, because they already signed David Montgomery, as we all know, or acquired him this offseason. And you still have Woody Marks on this team, who we were really excited about last draft and turned out to be a pretty promising rookie. So those 2 right there, nice. But we feel like you need some depth. I mean, Jawar Jordan would be nice. You still have British Brooks, but you still feel like you need some depth. Dare Ogunbowale is still out there as a free agent, right? Sure. He is not signed with anybody yet. You still feel like there's another one coming somehow. And maybe it's just Dare coming back. Maybe it's somebody else out there as a veteran. Maybe a trade. I don't think so. But there are plenty of opportunities left. 2 picks left, and all the undrafted free agent possibilities, because you never know about those.
Yeah, again, I go back to let's follow the tea leaves. Let's read the tea leaves.
Yep.
Keelan Rutledge drafted. Strength is in the run game. Fabeti drafted. I think he's got good pass protection, run blocking, combination skills. But he's a guy that I think could play guard center. There's a run game component to his talents. Marlon Klein, he's got run blocking ability. You sign Wyatt Teller. Why? You want to run the ball. Braden Smith, one of the best blocking tackles in the league. Ed Ingram's strength this past year was running the ball, run blocking. Everything is telling everybody, and you have the number one defense in the league, you're going to run the ball. So if you're going to run the ball with the volume for 17 games, you cannot do it with two guys. Now, you mentioned it. Jawar Jordan's. Jawar get in this mix. He had to last year and then ended up being the guy that ran for 100 yards. He was the first running back from the Texans to run for over 100 yards last year and looked really good doing it. I think we actually missed Jawar because he got his ankle hurt later in the season. But I feel like to be able to do that, and I've said all along, I'm not hypocritical when I say this. I've said all along these running backs are not of the caliber that we've seen in other drafts. Just haven't been. They're not. It's not the talent level. It's not the explosiveness. But there are still guys, and this is what you have to keep in mind, there are still guys that can fit what you want to do. And especially at this part of the draft. Once you're deep into day 3, which we are, thankfully, there are running backs. Katron Allen from Penn State, still on the board. Damon Claiborne, Wake Forest, still on the board. Jamari Taylor from Virginia, who I really like, who is a handful, still on the board. Robert Henry Jr. from UTSA, a home run hitter, still on the board. So there's still some guys that are on the board as you approach pick 204. And once you get to that part of the draft, if you find a guy that gives you 3-4 years of good, solid football, that's a home run in the 5th, 6th round.
Fabeti Weewoo, thoughts? Because I really enjoyed talking with him. High energy, likes to finish, he says, and said all the right things. Again, a lot of these guys are going to do that. But the recurring theme I find hearing from all these guys, they're all good people, it sounds like. Exactly. You know, and this is first impression stuff, but, you know, the team's done their research. That's what they want, good people who want to destroy people on a football field. Yeah. That's a theme, and I think Fabeti fits into that theme.
Mini DeMeco Ryans is. You know, we've said it a few times. It's, you know, look, the players – now, as they continue to do this, if they realize, hey, we put too much value on the person and not enough on how good a player it is, okay, we've got to come back and kind of reassess how we go about this. But when I look at the players, that are already here, you don't need to have the next, I don't know, Wyatt Teller. You don't need to have the next Danielle Hunter. What you've got to have is a young man who comes in here, understands his role. Where does he fit in? How can I play my role to the best of my ability? And then as I told Sean, and you know this, I'd love to pick a Kamari Ramsey. Steven Adegoke, look what he's done with Kalen Bullock. Yep. Look what Corey Unland's done with Jalen Petrie. Look what Dino Vasso has done with Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. Those guys were all really good players when they got here. They're all relatively high picks. But they're taking first, second, and third round picks and turn them into Pro Bowlers or near Pro Bowlers in Jalen's case. I mean, he should have made it. But this coaching staff develops guys, too. Now it's the opportunity for Rod Wright and for Frank Oakham to take a guy like Kaden McDonald and mold him into the player that he can be.
What media outlet posted the starting defensive line? Oh, that was PFF last night.
And they forgot about Tommy Togiai, who is Exhibit A for what the defensive line coaching staff can do, and obviously Matt Burke as defensive coordinator and play caller. You put Tommy Togiai out there and you say, look, this guy became one of the better defensive linemen in the entire league last year. This is the player he became. Now, Tommy's wired with the right stuff, and he's in the right system, and that does matter. But the coaching, the development, all of that was there for Tommy to really take advantage of that. So you start looking at what this defensive line has, and you see Daniil, and you see Will, and you see an interior that can go 4 deep now with Sheldon and Tommy, Logan Hall, and Kaden McDonald. I mean, good luck.
Hey, let's go to the secondary here for a moment.
Okay. So I got away from Fabeti. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, Fabeti.
Fabeti plays under control, gets up to second level pretty well. He's not a people mover in the way that Keelan is, but he is physical, and I like that. Plays with good leverage, moves around a little bit, will pull when needed on some power plays and things. I think Fabeti fits the MO of what they're looking for. And he could play center. He played all three, tackle, guard, center in college, but I think it's guard center for him.
All right, so you want to hear where our lads has everybody on the depth chart? I mean, they are up to the minute here with the Texans depth chart. Our lads, this is their perspective. It's fun.
Of course.
Ursary at left tackle, Wyatt Teller left guard. Rutledge is the center, according to our lads. Andrew's the backup. Ingram at right guard with Fabeti Weewoo backing him up. All right. And then Braden Smith, right tackle. Trent Brown, the backup right tackle. Blake Fisher, the backup left tackle. So one of those guys is the swing. And we'll see how that all sorts out. That's where we stand right now, according to our lads, which does this stuff. And, bless their hearts doing it on the fly like this. Tank Dell, by the way, listed as one of the top 3 receivers on this team on this depth chart. X, still a reserve. Okay, let's go to the defense here. And nobody they've drafted is listed as a starter.
And should not be.
Other than Rutledge on the offensive side.
Right.
But on defense, of course not. But Kaden McDonald, the backup to Rankins. All right, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Kamari Ramsey is your backup nickel. But who else is? Because they have Elijah Huzzy in there.
Yeah. Elijah plays the nickel.
As the backup nickel if there's no Kamari Ramsey. Now that there's Kamari Ramsey, that's how they see it. I'm not saying they're right. It's just fun to talk about because Ramsey, Johnny, could also be backup safety behind Bullock.
Right.
You got MJ Stewart. I get it, but maybe they do something else, or Jalen Reed, rather. And that's going to be great competition for everybody.
So how often have we seen this? So when Gardner Johnson essentially got booted out of Houston, we gotta look at this whole safety thing. What are we gonna do? Okay, well MJ's gonna play safety, but then MJ got hurt. So then you put in Jalen Reed. Well, there was a point last year where, all right, well, we're just not gonna play nickel. We're just gonna put Jalen back at safety next to Kalen, and we're gonna put EJ Speed in the lineup, and we're gonna play a true 4-3 base defense. So to me, you know how upset I get about when the depth chart comes out and the media freak out because the running back is listed 5th string when we've been watching camp and he's been 2nd string. People are going to see this and think, oh, Kamari Ramsey is the backup nickel. They may not be thinking that way at all. They might be thinking that he's safety. Now, Kamari did play the nickel this past year. He had to because USC had gotten some injuries, and so they needed to move him to the nickel and let him play there. And I thought he played pretty well. I still would like him as a safety. I think he's got range and speed. I told Sean this, and Sean would know. Jeremiah Love never got caught from behind. I saw Kamari Ramsey catch him from behind on a long run against USC.
That is good.
So he's got speed. He's got range. I was explaining it in the story. I said when he knocked away a pass against Iowa, and I thought, I haven't seen a safety run like that in this draft class. So, again, he played nickel. But our lads is showing, he's a backup nickel. And when, in fact, he might be your backup safety. He might, if something were to happen to Kalen or Reed, he might step in and become the starter before the other 2 guys because he might fit at safety better. You know how this whole thing goes with the depth chart. So it's a matter of where do the pieces fit the best. Right now, the pieces fit with 10 starters and Reed Blankenship stepping in, and that's a rock star defense. But we know guys are going to get banged up. You're going to miss them for a week or 2. In some cases, you might miss them for a whole year.
Now,
it's easier to look at the interior and the defensive line and go, okay, this is the first group, this is the second group, this is the third group. I think you look at that secondary, I'm not going to say it's in flux, but I don't think it's as easy as, well, this guy gets hurt, this guy steps in. I don't think it's that easy. I think that's going to have to play itself out because I think Kamari Ramsey is a lot better than a 5th-round player you would normally get. So I think, like last year with Jalen Reed, I think they envisioned Jalen Reed being a guy that would get on the field, but he's hurt. But as soon as he came back, what'd they do? They put him right in the lineup against Buffalo. He had 12 tackles against the Bills on Thursday night.
You are looking at a team that has depth that I'm not going to sit here and say their reserves could start on another club and they could – well, they would be competitive. They'd be competitive at the very least, right? And that's what you want to do. You want to push the veterans.
Right.
Veterans definitely get the rookies underway, get them going in their career. Can't use the word groom anymore, right? Can't do that.
I've tried to stay away from that room. That word.
Word is terrible now.
Yeah,
it's got such a negative connotation.
It does have a negative connotation.
Mentor, support, whatever. It's just not the same. But you get my drift here. The veterans are here to help the rookies. The rookies are here to push the veterans.
Yeah, no, there's no question. And that's, as they sit down with Kamari Ramsey, I mean, it's the good and the bad of coming to this team if you're a rookie. The good is you play in a defense that is just unbelievable, and they will hold you to a high standard. The bad is, when am I getting on the field?
Yeah.
But I think this organization knows the guys that wonder when I'm getting on the field, those are guys that aren't coming here. Those guys are, hey, I'm going to make an impact some way, shape, or form, like you just said. I'm going to push the starters. I'm going to make the starters better, and that's my impact on this team. And, oh, by the way, I'm in the 5th round. I got to play special teams.
Well, Wade Woodaz, that's his name, right?
Yep, Wade.
Wade
he didn't
said
say much
the same
to you,
thing.
by the way.
No, he was short answers, but it was good. It was good.
It was good.
Because Wade said, I'll play special teams, do whatever I have to do. He said the right things there. He, to me, was like Jake Hansen's little brother. He's from the same area, roughly.
Yeah.
And he reminded me of him a little bit. And he's,
Jake?
Yeah, just in his demeanor when Jake first got here. Now Jake and when we visit with Jake, we hang out. We talk about
Jake's
16
gotten
Candles
with us,
and Jake Ryan and everything.
Exactly right.
And it's a really great visit. And I think Wade is going to be that kind of guy. But this is the first time you meet him, and it's on Zoom. He just got drafted, and your head is swirling in this case.
While you were doing that interview with Wade, we took a break. I went down to the cafe, and I saw Frank Ross. And I was like, I was just talking about you on the radio. And Frank had like a 2-second, and then he went, oh, yeah. Like, we didn't have to say his name.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to say his name. And a smile on Coach Ross's face just from ear to ear. And I was like, yep, there it is.
No doubt.
There it is.
No doubt.
And I'm always curious in the draft process, so curious in the draft process, when Frank becomes involved. When does Frank walk into the room and say, okay, no to this guy, yes, this guy, yeah, this guy, let's go work him out, this guy, not this, guy, yeah. When does Frank get involved in that process?
Or in the grades, it's not just a number or a digit or whatever. It's got to be degrees of special teams ability or prowess.
Correct.
This guy checks the box. He's definitely a good special teamer.
He's a core 4 guy.
This guy is a freaking demon, possibly, on special teams. But as we all know, and you talk about this all the time in college, sometimes your star athletes don't play special teams.
Right.
And you don't get to see them in that role. But here, you're a star in college, but guess what? NFL, not for long. You're going to be not for long unless you do great things on special teams, and that's what we want to see out of these players.
Swag! I don't go to special teams meetings.
Yeah, we remember that one.
Yeah.
And
no, you go to special teams meetings.
You got to be part of it, and it impacts the game. There's no question. We've seen so many huge plays in this era, in this DeMeco Ryans era, on the third phase guys or from the third phase guys, making a big difference. All right, let's catch up with Fabeti Weewoo. Heard from him a lot earlier, but it's time to hear from him again. New Houston Texans offensive lineman out of OU. He's a Texan, went to North Texas first from the Dallas area. We'll forgive him for that, but he's got some Houston ties anyway, and he's next, and we'll reset the board for you as well as we are getting our way through round 5, and we'll let you know what is happening next as the Texans are about 20-25 picks away from their next selection. They have 2 left in this draft. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
The fighting spirit is one we all share, and one that Modelo celebrates anywhere you call home.
Cheers!
So raise it up high, because you've earned it. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Cardinals and Chargers, Chicago, Illinois.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
With the 106th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Fabeti Weewoo, guard from Oklahoma. Vamos, Texans! Yeah!
Weaving our way through round 5. Yes, Somos Texans. That pick made from Monterey, and that was in the 4th round earlier today. Now we're getting close to the end of round 5, resetting the board before we hear from Weewoo. We mentioned the pick of the Titans as they selected Nicholas Singleton, pick 165 overall here in the 5th round, a running back from Penn State. After that, the Bears linebacker from Arizona State taking Keyshawn Elliott. Jason Kilgore, safety, goes to the Bills out of South Carolina. Kendrick Law, wide receiver from Kentucky, goes to the Detroit Lions. Interesting, the receiver. Look, this is round 5, so no one is penciled in as a starter or even a team member in round 5. Riley Nowakowski, tight end from Indiana, ends up with the Steelers. And Joe Royer, tight end from Cincinnati, goes to the Cleveland Browns. Karan Prunty, defensive back from Wake, is a New England Patriot. And we have how many more here? We got a bunch left in round 5. 1, 2, 3, let's say 9. I'm not going to count it quickly. 9. That's what it is. 9 picks left in round 5. Then we go to round 6, and the Texans will be about 15 to 20 deep into round 6. They have 2 more picks in this draft. Now, as we mentioned, Fabeti Weewoo picked first today for the Houston Texans, the 4th selection in this draft. The Vander prediction of 2 of the first 4 picks in this draft for the Texans would be offensive linemen did come true, 1 and 4. When you look down the Texans list of picks, are offensive linemen, guard, and guard. Now, of course, Keelan Rutledge, you figure he's going to play center, but don't write anything in stone just yet. But here's Weewoo. I had a chance to catch up with him earlier in the day after he got selected by the Texans. Fabeti Weewoo joining us. Hey, Fabeti, welcome to the Texans. What's your reaction as you learn that you are going to be a Houston Texan?
Man, I'm just so grateful for the opportunity, man. I can't wait to go out there and just dominate and do whatever I can to help the team win.
How does it feel to be drafted by a team from Texas? Not North Texas, but Texas.
It's a blessing, man. You know, I get to stay at home. My family gets to come to all the games. You know, I can't express how much God has blessed me and how much I'm grateful that, this amazing program has chosen me.
Hey, for the fans who don't know much about your game, Fabeti, what are they getting in your game as you join the offensive line?
Man, you're getting a violent player, you're getting an extremely smart player, you're getting a physical player, and you're getting a finisher. So, I hope to display all that stuff on the field this year.
So what do you know about the Texans so far, Fabeti? I know that there are a lot of teams that could have taken you, but what about Houston? What do you know?
I mean, I don't know. I know a lot. It was one of my favorite teams growing up. My favorite player growing up used to be J.J. Watt, dominating on that edge. So, it's really a dream come true, man. It's like a full circle thing for me, so I'm extremely grateful.
Hey, so you're from the Dallas area, right? And you go to North Texas to begin your college career. And then Oklahoma, so it's kind of like you stayed pretty close to home with both of your college choices. Was that important to you, and why?
It was important to me because, my family's a big part of my career. My family has supported me through this whole thing. Even, me being a walk-on at UNT, they were the support system, pushing me, driving me, helping me, persevere through every day. And I also, really just appreciate, the way that they take care of me and the love that they give me. So, I'm forever grateful for it.
So you walked on at North Texas, so not a lot of big schools were on to you. But once you got there, what happened to you, Fabeti? What transformed in your game at North Texas?
I mean, it was the same thing, man. It was just extremely hard work. Every day you have to put it in. So that consistent hard work, grinding every single day until, you can't go anymore and always constantly trying to get better. I think that's what changed. You can see the work I was putting in. You can see the impact it was having.
What do you know about Houston as a city, Fabeti?
Oh, I got a lot of family in Houston, Okay. It's a little humid in Houston. I got a lot of traffic, but we got traffic up here too, man. So I think I'm going to acclimate extremely well.
One more for you. What was the pre-draft process like for you? All the workouts, combine, whatever you went through to get to this day?
Man, it was a lot, but, I'm extremely grateful for it. It was a lot of fun. I'm a big weight room guy, so I love to be in the weight room. I was up at 5 a.m. every morning with my coach, my trainer. It was awesome, dude. Just having to work out and not worry about anything else, trying to hit trying to maximize your numbers, maximize your potential. That's what I'm all about. So it was awesome.
All right, Fabeti. Well, you got the Texans hat on. It's a good look for you. Welcome to the team. Can't wait to see you in Houston. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys.
Big smile on his face. Texans hat on. He was out in the backyard enjoying getting selected in the NFL draft. What a pleasure it is to be a part of this for these guys who get picked, and you're so happy for them. They'll tell this story for the rest of their lives, the day they were selected in the NFL draft. And some stories are better than others, obviously. You talk to some of the old-timers, round 6 and 7, back in the day, it's Sunday, it's late. That's when the draft was on Saturday and Sunday. And they're like, I gave up on it. Or not exactly, but they just wait and they get a phone call or whatever.
You know how I remember, and because of my connection with Texags, in 2019, drafted Colin Gillespie. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, big deal.
And so I had gone down there pro day. Because I like going on pro day. I didn't go this year, but I like to go down there. So I kind of knew they had. Our guys weren't doing things because they'd done them at the combine. And all of a sudden, they get to Gillespie, who'd have been the 12th man. He was revered because of that. He runs his 40. And I remember thinking, that was pretty fast. Really fast.
Right.
Runs the second one. It's really fast. Dang, man. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he does get drafted. Lo and behold, 7th round, sitting around all day, kind of hanging out. And they get the call from Brian Gaine that he's drafted in the 7th round.
The 12th man.
Texags had been following him with a camera throughout that entire day. And so they had everything documented. It was so cool to just see the reaction. Now, Colin didn't last in the league, 2-3 years or whatever. But
he's a Texans legend ambassador now.
Yes, absolutely. And I love having him around. He's such a great spirit. And he was the epitome of the 12th man. And he was the epitome of the 12th man because he became more than just a kickoff cover guy. He became, kind of the forward-facing person for that. He's like the face of the franchise, if you will. Wherever he went, he was revered. He couldn't go anywhere at College Station and get mobbed. I mean, everybody knew him.
See, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, so it didn't work out in the NFL for him, but he's an Aggie legend forever.
But nobody even thought he walked on at A&M. Would you have ever thought that he was going to make it in the NFL? He made one of the key blocks in Texans history when we're down 19. We were down 16-0 to the Bills?
Yep, playoff game.
And he gets in front of Deshaun and makes a block near the goal line, and Deshaun then gets in. We got the 2, and now we're down 16-8. We're like, that was Gillespie.
And that's the stuff that's unsung. That doesn't show up in the stat sheet. You're a supporting cast member at that point. So, man. Wait, who's this on stage at the NFL draft? Is that...
that's Brett Michaels.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But wait, who's next to him? Is that Wiz Khalifa?
Brett Michaels from Poison.
Yeah.
Don't need nothing but a good time.
That's right.
Yep, that's it. That's my motto right there.
If you're having the NFL draft in Pittsburgh, you got to have Brett Michaels.
That is a thing.
I mean,
they had sticks last night, so they're doing a lot right.
Because of Renegade. That makes sense.
Of course.
But there was no Renegade, which that is one of my favorite stories of the entire season last year. After the game was over in Pittsburgh, and everybody's kind of leaving the field, we're all walking off the field, and I see Cole Popovich, and he doesn't great win, whatever. He just looks at me and goes, no Renegade.
No Renegade.
They knew it. They knew it. And I guarantee you going to New England, it was no Josie. We don't need Josie going on vacation far away.
So, Johnny, somebody commented to me, it's an unsexy draft. It could be a good draft, but it's unsexy as far as skill, right?
Right.
Because you have a safety, but you don't have any corner. Is corner a sexy position? Kind of.
Some people look at it that way.
Yeah, a little
Some people look at it that way.
Receiver, running back, tight end's not that sexy unless you're Kendrick Sadiq.
Right.
Then it's sexy.
Kenya Sadiq, yeah, absolutely.
All right, yeah, Kenya, sorry.
So
close enough. Okay, so drafts in Texans history that didn't have a skill player.
Ooh, okay.
Now
I want to hear this.
You got Marlon Klein, so I hesitate, but we expect him to block more than catch passes, right?
Right.
Roughly.
Right.
Okay. Just go last year. No way, because they had the two receivers. Okay.
Nope.
So it was like
2023. You got your quarterback and Tank.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You skipped 2024.
Oh, 2024. Kamari, Kalen,
Jamal Hill, Jawar
Stover.
Jordan in the top 6. So we're 6 in. That's got this one beat in that category.
Yeah.
2022, you get Mechie in the second, so never mind.
Pierce.
21. Pierce. 21. I mean, in the third round, you pick Mills and Nico, right? So you're right there.
Mm-hmm.
In 2020, they only had 5 selections.
Oh, God. You would talk about a non-sexy draft.
But the 5th was Isaiah Coulter, a receiver from Rhode Island. Didn't pan out.
Okay. Can something be sexy if you don't even know it exists?
What is that?
Like, nobody knew Isaiah Coulter even existed. Like, I did because his coach in Rhode Island was my defensive coordinator at Brown. I knew Jim Fleming. And because I knew Jim Fleming, I knew that Bill O'Brien knew him. Isaiah Coulter never panned out. I don't think he even played a game for the Texans. So,
but he's a 5th-round pick, and that's where we are right now.
Yeah.
And 2020, we're thinking, okay, you never know. You never know. And you know what? That would have been a good year to show your stuff because that year they traded you-know-who. They had receiver needs and everything like that. They signed a big –
you can't even say his name.
They signed the group.
Yeah.
I can't even say his name because it was so
can't say his
depressing.
name.
Okay.
2019.
Wearing – very sexy in the 3rd round.
Water polo tight
but
end,
not – I mean, I'm talking about the day you draft them, right, more than anything.
Yeah.
2018, Reed.
Jordan Akins.
I'll tell you, Kiki QT round 4.
Yeah.
That had some sparkle to it.
That
right?
did for
again, it's just the way it looks on draft day, not how it ultimately pans out.
Yeah.
2017, we don't need to do that. 2016, Braxton Miller, baby. That was a buzz pick.
Braxton Miller, Tyler Irvin, Will Fuller. That had all the sex appeal of Bo Derek back in the 80s.
Oh, man, that was super sexy.
That was sex appeal.
2014, Clowney, Savage, C.J. Fedorowicz, sexy. Not ultra, but had some.
It's a different kind of sexy.
It's more alluring.
I love Clowney, man. I love seeing him when we get a chance to play him. I mean, he was fun. I mean, look, he was not what everybody thought he was going to be as some people thought he was going to be the number 1 pick. You know, that microfracture surgery.
Yeah.
And by the way, I heard the words microfracture with Jermod McCoy. Who ended up going to the Raiders.
But we've seen guys bounce back.
So we've seen some, but it's changed. But I just loved Clowney's spirit. When Clowney was right, my God, he could take over a game.
On those days?
Oh, on the days he was right,
over.
my God. It was
like Chris Jones for 1 quarter against Kansas City on Sunday night.
Watching he and Watt in 18 just wreck shop on everybody.
Beautiful.
For 9 in a row.
2013, sexy Hopkins, right?
Yeah.
And then it drops off dramatically.
Oh, after that, it was non-sexy.
2012, Whitney, DeVere Posey, good. 2011, we're going over the sexiest drafts versus this draft, which doesn't look sexy, but it could be one of the most effective drafts because of what you're doing in the trenches here, or kind of like Lombardi Award candidates right there in the middle. 2011, Watt. The night of the draft, a lot of complaining. TJ in round 5, one of the top 6 picks, good. Quarterback. 2010, I know he's a quarterback, but I just point out quarterback skill is sexy. I know everybody knows that. Kareem Jackson in 2010. Let's see. Ben Tate. Good.
Oh, yeah, Ben Tate.
He's got the appeal. 2009, you get Glover Quinn, Caldwell Hill. Ooh, Casey is the 6th player selected, and that was a great draft story because you had the press conference in person. He just drove down the street and did it.
Yeah.
2008, Dwayne Steve Slayton in round 3. That's got some appeal.
So much. I remember when I remember that pick happening, and that was the Dwayne draft, right? 2008.
Yep.
And I remember being not so happy about the Dwayne pick, but I remember when Slayton came up, I was like, I like this pick. I love Steve Slayton, and it didn't work out, injuries. But I love Steve. So let me ask you this:
you also picked your assistant defensive line coach in that draft.
Oh yeah, Frank Okam.
Yep.
So let me ask you this: sexy. Take the move up for Will Anderson out.
Right.
What's the sexiest pick? In your opinion, the sexiest pick we have made since COVID?
All right, so the sexiest pick on the day of the draft, on the day he's drafted.
Day of the draft.
Not, it turned out to be this way like Watt, but the day he was drafted.
Day of the draft. Sexiest
since D'Amico
pick.
Took over.
No, since Nick started calling shots.
Oh, since Nick.
So 2021.
I'm going to say the sexiest pick, the pick that got the most wow, was Tank Dell.
That's a great. That's the answer.
Because
that's the answer.
It's it's the third round. We already took CJ and Will, so we're like having a cigarette. We're so happy. We're like,
right.
I don't know. I can't. No more tonight, man. This has been amazing.
Right.
And then they draft Tank Dell.
That's right.
In a quote normal draft, drafting Tank Dell anywhere would be whoa. You'd be falling off the table.
Right.
But we had already been through a lot that night. A lot of emotion, and that just added to it. I mean, what a great draft. And I know, terrible that Tank wasn't able to play last year, got hurt. Yet, it still has such joy to think about that and things he has done when he's been healthy for this football team, and I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, I'm ready to see more. Speaking of sexy, the Dolphins with a little bit of sexy. Garrett Nussmeier going to Miami.
Wait, are you sure? I don't know. That was third available.
Or were they just doing the best available?
Yeah, they're doing best available.
Oh, best available. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just they threw Garrett. See, this is where it gets kind of confusing.
He is dropping like a stone. Well, compared to, let's say, the day after the draft last year, he's dropped like a stone. Performance his last year.
Injury. He was injured.
And then this.
Didn't play well. He's not built.
He was at the Senior Bowl, right?
Yeah, and he had a good Senior Bowl, I thought.
Good?
I thought he had a good Senior Bowl.
Or were you grading on the curve?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right, next up, we'll finish the sexy draft stuff, but the Texans will go over their picks so far and set you up for the rest of the day because what is going on? It's 178, 177 right now. Texans got to wait till 200-plus to make their next selection. They have 2 left in this draft. It's Texans Radio.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Unbeatable mileage from Chevron with Techron unlocks all kinds of unbeatable trips.
team.com/shop to learn more and stop by for exclusive items only available at our team shop.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
And we're back. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you, hanging out for the rest of the draft as we are in round 5, winding down round 5. Texans pick 23rd in round 6. So we've got a few picks to go here before we get to your next Houston Texans selection. And let's see. Let's get you caught up here. Where did I leave off? Lorenzo Styles, the corner from Ohio State, going to the Saints.
That's
Josh
Styles, brother.
Wow. And now he's going to the Saints.
And dude runs like a 4.2 something. He can fly.
How about these brothers playing ball? So wait a minute. He played at Ohio State, so did Styles. Okay, good.
Played together.
And just like our buddy Wade Woodaz with his brother Drew at Clemson. Josh Cuevas, tight end Bama, going to the Baltimore Ravens, who picked twice in a row. Adam Randall, the running back from Clemson, goes there.
Okay.
And Hezekiah Massis.
Yep. Cal.
Cornerback from Cal going to the Raiders. Cyrus Allen, receiver from Cincinnati, going to the Chiefs. The Dolphins picking Kevin Coleman, receiver from Mizzou.
Teammate of Travis Hunter.
Cole Payton, QB from North Dakota State, going to the Eagles.
Lefty, can fire it. He's got a little Jackson Dart in his game, but probably a little less YOLO. Let's see him at the Senior Bowl. Ball comes out of his hand hot. I mean, really hot. But he can run it, physical, a big dude, big quarterback.
So they go back to North Dakota State, where they once upon a time went for Carson Wentz.
Yeah, and you know how fans
He was probably there for 10 minutes.
What are you drafting in North Dakota Bison for? Or North Dakota State, I should say.
Yep.
Fighting words, if I just said North Dakota. Yeah, we get a lot of that. You know, there's a lot of, when I would mock Chase Besantis to the Texans, you can't draft an offensive lineman from A&M. Like, what? Because Kenny Green didn't work out? Like, you can miss me with all that.
Right.
Cole Payton, going to be a backup, but he's a big guy with good tools. And he gets an opportunity to go sit behind Jalen Hurts and Tanner McKee.
If only it were so easy that a player that works out tremendously, the college he went to, you go to that college for the same position, that'd be pretty easy to draft guys. You know, that would mean every Michigan quarterback has a chance to be the greatest quarterback in the history of the game, right?
Yeah.
That
right.
would mean
there haven't been many from Michigan that have done anything at quarterback.
That would mean you're going to Mississippi Valley State for every receiver you can find. Because darn
for
it.
those people that don't know Jerry Rice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there it is. Pick is in for the 49ers. Do we have it? Yeah. No, though. Okay. It gets confusing because they're showing Peyton getting picked by the Eagles and celebrating. Big draft party over there. Boy, you got to wait till deep in round 5. But why not? I would have a party too. Might not be that big, but it would be a bit of a party. All right. All the quarterbacks selected, Johnny. They're displaying them. Mendoza, Simpson, Beck, Aller, Klubnik, and Peyton. I've got a Klubnik story in a second here.
Okay.
But do you think they got that order wrong after Simpson?
Yeah.
Okay. Who would you put instead of Beck?
Garrett Nussmeier I would have had up there.
So Nussmeier's not even drafted yet. But
nope.
I'm not saying you're wrong because
he had injury issues last year. I mean, look, his coach's kid. He's a little feisty. He did not have a good 2025, in large part because of the injuries. He had a good bounce back at the Senior Bowl. But he's not a big guy, and he doesn't have a great big arm. He doesn't have really elite tools. You know, Carson Beck, 6'4", 230. He can sling it. Cole Payton, lefty, can fire it, who's now with the Eagles. Aller's got all kinds of tools, and so you bank on those, and the Steelers did bank on those. They were showing Garrett Nussmeier's, highlight package. He just doesn't – there's nothing that screams elite trait with Garrett Nussmeier. So I'm not surprised. It was one of the reasons why I just didn't think quarterbacks were going to be desired in this particular draft because all those guys I just mentioned, you watch them play. Like I think I saw all those guys at the Senior Bowl, not Beck. Beck did not go to the Senior Bowl, which I think he should have. But then again, after a long season, I can kind of understand it. But he should have gone. He should have gone to the Senior Bowl.
But he was the third guy drafted, right?
But he ended up being the third guy drafted. But maybe he could have gone higher in the second round. Maybe.
Never know.
But then again, third round of the Cardinals, that dude's going to start.
Yep.
That dude is going to start. Then there's Taylor Green, who's not been drafted from Arkansas, who I would have taken over everybody. Now, he's inconsistent as a thrower, but he's the best athlete as a quarterback. And you know how those preseason games go.
Right.
You get a guy like that running around a little bit, making plays. Everybody gets fired up.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Taylor Green should start over such and such.
Joe Milton once upon a time?
Right. That's exactly. He'd put on a Joe Milton show in a different way, but put on a Joe Milton show. And I saw it at the Senior Bowl. I was talking to our buddy Lance Earl, and I said, watch this. Taylor Green's going to take off on this pass, on this scramble. He's going to run by us, and it's going to be really, really fast. And it exactly happened that way. It was like, whoa. But he's just hit or miss as a thrower, so you're like, all right.
Where would Trinidad Chambliss go in this draft? Quarterback from Ole Miss. Lobbied to go back to college. He won.
It's a great question. I think maybe right around where Beck was taken.
No higher than that? I love him.
I do too, but he's only 6 foot, and so that's okay. That doesn't help. I hope I'm right about that. I know he's not a big guy, but he had such a good year last year with Ole Miss, and he plays a controlled game. Yeah, he runs a little bit, but they list him at 6'1", 200, so he's 6 foot, maybe even under 6 foot.
Okay,
but very smart with the football. Made plays in the Georgia game that were just otherworldly in the playoff game. That was the Sugar Bowl. He made plays in that game where you're like, wow, he can create offense when it's not there. These guys that have been drafted in up to this point, I don't know that you could say that. They can't create offense. I think the offense has to create the openings for them, and then they make plays after that. Trinidad Chambliss could walk in and go, this line just completely broke down. He can make them all miss. He can run in a loop, run towards the line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden scramble drill, find somebody, and you picked up yards, and nobody has blocked anybody. That's what Trinidad Chambliss could do. But I think his size would have worked against him. So I think he probably would have been in there. I would have taken him well before Carson Beck. He would have been the second quarterback on my board.
The 5th round is winding down. The Dolphins pick is in. Then the Bills will select. And then the 5th round is in the books. We head for the final 2. We're going to keep it right here to let you know who Miami picks, possibly Buffalo as well, as back-to-back AFC East opponents will round out the 5th round. As far as the AFC East, Texans only play one team from that division, and that'll be the Buffalo Bills at NRG Stadium this year. Once again, the Bills come to their house of horrors. Did I say NRG? Darn it. You didn't even catch it.
I didn't catch it.
But I caught it late.
I'm a little gassed over here. I'm a little exhausted.
Yeah, a little bit, huh?
A little bit. But I will say, the best PED in the world
is sleep.
Sleep.
You got sleep last night.
Yeah. That flies in the face of what our former head coach used to tell us, but yeah, I got some sleep last night, finally.
He used to say, you get your sleep in the offseason. I don't think it works that way, Coach.
I would, if I were coaching now, I would kick my coaches out and tell them, you have to get 7, at least 7.
Yep.
At least 7.
Right. Go see your family, get 7.
Go see your family, but you get 7 hours of sleep when you come in here clear-headed in the morning.
I always wondered, do you really need that much time? I mean, I know they go over a lot of stuff, but they have a lot of guys. Right. And then they have guys upon guys.
Yeah.
Right?
Guys
to do
upon
this.
guys.
D'Amico wants these coaches to have some family time.
Mm-hmm.
Tuesdays, he has the coaches bring their families in for family dinner.
Yeah.
And then they stay late because it's Game Plan Tuesday. They're going over the game plan. They have to deliver the goods to the players on Wednesday and say, this is how we're going to beat next week's opponent.
Mm-hmm.
It goes in on Wednesday. They might hint at it on Monday, but they really put it in on Wednesday. And so that means Tuesday is the big prep day. And I think the rest of the week, they could be here late, but not as – it's not a contest to see who can be here latest.
It felt that way for a while.
I think coaches are paranoid because you're thinking if in Indianapolis they're there till 11 and I'm leaving at 9, what are they doing?
Right.
What are they doing that I'm not doing?
You just have to be yourself. But I think the whole get here at 3 o'clock in the morning, stay till 12 o'clock, and you're getting 3 hours of sleep does you absolutely zero good.
Johnny,
Nothing good.
Who's this coming out on stage?
I don't know, but he looks like he could play another couple of downs.
Was that Goodell behind him? No.
I think so. I don't know.
Wow, crazy.
Who is that? He's massive.
Can we go to the podium when you have a chance? I think we're on a little bit of a lead here.
He's picking for the Dolphins.
Picking for the Dolphins. Let's go to the podium.
Can somebody tell us who that is?
Listen, this isn't just another name on the card. This is living proof that the dream is possible. And with that, with the 180th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Seydou Traore, tight end, Mississippi State, IPP. Let's go.
From the NFL Academy.
Yeah, I bet that's somebody that represented the International Pathway Program. Seydou could play. Now, he's a little light, tight end, kind of a move guy. I thought he would have an opportunity to get drafted in this draft with the Mississippi State. He was somewhere before this that escapes me right off the top of my head. But I love the fact, is he wearing the British flag?
Yeah, that's the Union Jack.
The Union Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him.
Good for him, indeed.
Going to Miami. I mean, Britain and Miami, same place. Drank a little cup of tea. He just gave a sip of tea.
It looks like you could be inhaling from a – never mind. Okay, next up.
No, that's not what that was.
We're going to head for round 6. We'll give you the Bills pick after the break. We'll hear from more Texans who have been selected in this year's draft. We'll go over the whole board for the Houston Texans, who's been picked. Don't have the whole board in front of us of who's left, but we can diagnose the situation as they'll pick 23rd in round 6. It's all happening here on Texans Radio, Texans Draft Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Amegy Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the us in
lots of contests for prizes like autographed items, game tickets, game day experiences, gift cards, and more. What are you waiting for? Subscribe for free now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
All the picks, all the info. It's Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keelan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
That was 2 days ago when the draft got started Thursday night. We were at Avenidas Houston and enjoying ourselves. Texans draft party. Texans moved up to 26th to take Keelan Rutledge, who was in the building yesterday doing the press conference tour, doing the car wash of media stuff, and outstanding young man. It'll be fun to watch how he mixes in on the O-line. Does he play center, guard, whatever? We'll find out. A lot of people think center, and I think that Nick said it best. You put them all out there, let them mix it up, and see what happens. He didn't say it exactly that way. I'm kind of paraphrasing here a bit. We are in round 6 right now. Zane Durant went to the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. To round out the 5th round, he's a defensive tackle. You're holding out hope for him?
Little undersized.
Yep.
Strong as an ox.
Yep.
I mean, he is strong as an...
The Browns took a quarterback to begin round 6. Here we go. It's on. Shedeur went in round 5 last year. They took Gabriel in round 3. They're still on the roster, of course, with you-know-who, who's coming back from an Achilles injury. But here's Talon Green from Arkansas.
Wow.
Going to Cleveland. So, Johnny, Talon Green, Shedeur, Gabriel, Watson. The Browns are putting together another interesting quarterback room.
To say the least. I didn't think they would draft a quarterback. I mean, they drafted 2 last year. Yep. Now, as you watch his highlight package, I could see him being kind of a goal line specialist. He'll come in, shotgun down inside the fight. And then he's 6'6", but he's a legit small forward size. Jeez. Legit.
And he's thin. He looks a little thin.
Started his career at Boise State, went to Arkansas. He and Mike Washington, they didn't have a great record, in large part because Talon got hurt. But if Talon stayed healthy, that Green-Washington mix would have been great. At the Senior Bowl, he'd make a couple of plays. Oh, my God, that was awesome. Then there'd be a couple of plays like, God, Talon, what are you doing? He's got an incredible arm. He runs 4.4. That is a really interesting mix at quarterback room. I was thinking, okay, maybe they draft Garrett Nussmeier. Okay, whatever. It's just a different flavor of what you already have. Yeah. This dude is a different flavor altogether. And now they're on the ESPN stage. I'm sure Mel Kiper and Louis Riddick are going to tell them how stupid it is because of how much they love Shedeur Sanders.
They're contractually obligated to say that.
They
Absolutely.
have to. I love this. This is going to give ESPN talking, an hour of talking for the rest of the show.
All right, the draft still in progress. 6th round underway. The pick is in at number 2 in the 6th round. Arizona's got it. Texans pick 23rd in this round, so you're not going to miss a thing. But let's relive what happened Thursday night as we got the information that Keelan Rutledge was becoming a Houston Texan. Shortly after he was announced, Brooke Kirchhofer caught up with the new offensive lineman for the Texans, Keelan Rutledge.
Well, Keelan, welcome to the Houston Texans. What are you feeling right now? What are the emotions, and where are you celebrating?
I'm back home, just celebrating with some of the, close family. I'm super excited, man. I'm so blessed just to have this opportunity to come up there and get up to Houston and get to work. Man, I'm excited.
Get to work. It'll be soon before you know it. What does it mean to see that the Texans traded up to get you? They wanted to wait no longer. They did not want to wait until pick 28.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge, obviously, for all of them people over there, man. The McNair family, Coach Ryans, the GM, Nick Caserio, just all believing in me just, to make that call and to trade up, man, is big time. And obviously, I can't wait to come over there and get to work, man.
Speaking of that call, walk me through who called you and what they say on that conversation.
Honestly, I don't even – a lot of people – I was just, just so ecstatic, man. Like, you're waiting around. You're hoping your name gets called. You're waiting for the call, and then you get that call, and it just kind of, all your emotions take over, and you just – next thing you know, you see your name popping up. So it was big time, man. I was just so blessed to have that call.
We're looking forward to welcoming you. What would you say you bring? What separates you specifically at your position?
Yeah, just how I'm wired, how I'm mentally, how I finish, how I strain, just the kind of mentality I bring to offensive line. That's different than everybody, and I'm gonna give my all for the Houston Texans. So I'm excited to get up there and get to work.
Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud are gonna love hearing you say that. What do you know about this offense that you've seen and what you've seen from C.J.?
Heck yeah, he's a baller, man. Been watching that guy since he was, in college, dicing it up. So I can't wait to get there and just get to work, man, and just, do whatever the team's asked me to do and just be a good piece for them, and let's go win some games and let's get in that Super Bowl, man. So I'm excited.
Yeah, primarily at right guard in college. You went to 2 different universities, Middle Tennessee State, Georgia Tech. Talk to the fans who don't know you yet, kind of what they're getting out of you and how you envision your role to look with the Texans.
Yeah, man, you're just getting a relentless worker, someone that's just going to come in every day, be the first in, last out kind of guy. A guy that's blue-collar, gritty, wants to get after it, wants to finish dudes in the dirt. And you're getting a guy that's just a great teammate. I'm going to hold people accountable, and I'm going to push the standard for the whole team. So I'm ready to get up there and just get to work, man. And, about me, I can play all 3 interiors. Obviously, I just played right guard in college, but, I'm comfortable snapping, playing left. Anything the team needs me to do, man, I'm there, and I'm going to be the guy they can call on. So I'm ready to get to work.
What do you know about Houston? Any potential ties to Texas?
No, I went up there and trained, not in Houston, but in Texas. Went up there and trained during the pre-draft process, so I got a little taste of Texas, man. So I'm ready to get up there, man. Everything's bigger in Texas, that's what they all say. So I'm ready to get up there and just get acquainted with the culture and just, man, I'm just so ready to get after it, man.
What was that pre-draft process like? Did you talk to any Texans representatives at that time?
Heck yeah, the Texans have been one of the teams that, I knew were a favorite. I knew that this was very possible, so they've really liked me from the jump. GM over there he's a tech guy. He's if you're a tech man, once a tech man, always a tech man. So I'm just blessed for, obviously Lip over there, the assistant GM, being able to be a little police in that and calling him a tech guy. It was great.
What was that like, getting to talk to him and at least having that familiarity? Because I think it's been probably over 15 years since a Georgia Tech guy was drafted by the Texans.
Yeah, just so blessed, obviously, for him to, just be from Tech, understand what it is to be a Tech man, and for him to call on me, man, it was just a big blessing. Obviously, he's been in this whole process and, wanted me over there, and I've wanted to be over there. So that's one of the places I want to be. And just, I don't even know what to say. Just so grateful, so blessed to have this opportunity.
Well, Keelan, you see the helmets behind me. We can't wait to see you in one of those. Welcome to Houston.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, there's Keelan Rutledge with Brooke Kirchhoff, Thursday night interview after Rutledge was selected. He's referring to James Lipford, the assistant GM of the Texans, a Georgia Tech guy indeed. And you're thinking, wait, don't you have to go to John Carroll to work in the front office of the Texans? No, you do not. You do not have to go to John Carroll to get a job here. No. It might help. I don't know. But you don't have to do it. Lip is from Georgia, actually, went to Georgia Tech, and I guess they really connected because it sounds like that really worked out. That little relationship builder right there, knowing they both went to Georgia Tech.
Let's do this. When I was at the Senior Bowl, got there, went to practice on Tuesday. Right before I walked in, I checked Twitter, and the Atlanta Falcons reported that the 2 finalists for their GM job were Ian Cunningham and James Lipford.
Yeah.
And so down on the field, I see Lip, and I just tell him, I'm thinking he's going to get it. And I'm like, man, I love you to death, man. You're the best. You've done such a great job for us. I appreciate all the times we had conversations. I want you to get this thing, all that. What if Lip isn't there? What if Lip does get the Atlanta Falcons job?
Ooh.
Do we end up with Keelan Rutledge? I think that his assets are assets and everything that we saw in him and we liked in him. I think we were going to like him with Lip regardless. But the relationships, they matter. They matter a lot, especially, I think, for this team. And I think Keelan, knowing, hey, that guy's a Tech guy. You get it. Because when you go to a school like Georgia Tech, academics are a part of it. The grind you have to go through because you have to be on your P's and Q's academically. Stanford, Wake Forest, an Ivy League school, et cetera. Those guys understand it. Lip knows what he's going through, academically, all that kind of stuff, and obviously athletically on the field. But there's just a connection there. So, okay, Lip gets the Falcons job. And look, we've got great people in this organization. Chris Blanco has done a tremendous job, assistant GM. But when you got a guy that is now making a connection with a guy that could potentially be your first-round pick, holy hell, that's important.
Well,
really important.
I believe he's the first player ever selected by the Texans from Georgia Tech.
Wasn't Tony Hollings? That was a supplemental pick.
That was a supplemental pick. Very good. It's not here in the release, so let me think here.
I don't think that counts.
I don't think it counts either.
In the straight-up April draft.
Good pull, Tony Hollings.
Yeah. I was a big Tony Hollings fan until he got hurt.
We're going to burn a second-round pick here in the supplemental draft here in Tony Hollings. He's going to transform our running game. No, I'm just joking around,
Tony
Charlie.
Hollings. Hey, you want to go full circle? You know who coached Tony Hollings at Georgia Tech?
Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien.
Yep, I know this.
And it was the injury that I thought held him back.
You know who the quarterback was?
George Godsey.
Yep, George Godsey.
All full circle.
Oh, my goodness.
All full
By the way, also, when we look at Fabeti Weewoo,
yep.
I'm going to have to just pause before I say that name for a while. Weewoo. He's the first player. This is really weird.
Yeah.
Because Oklahoma is a gigantic program.
No.
He's the first player drafted from Oklahoma by the Houston Texans.
Really?
Got to confirm from PR, too. I had their list, and I didn't believe my eyes, so I texted them and said, is this true? And they said, yes. He's the first player drafted from Oklahoma.
Holy cow.
And this is not like it's not Mississippi Valley State, which I was referencing earlier or something like that.
We got more guys drafted from Rhode Island than we did Oklahoma.
I'll tell you what, schools?
That's nuts.
The following schools, one player each in the history of the franchise. Washington State, Virginia, Utah, UNLV, UCLA.
Oh, wait, go back. Read them one at a time. They have one player each. I want to see if I can get them.
Yeah. Washington State.
Alex Brink.
Very good. Virginia.
Oh, Wally Lundy.
Very good, Johnny. Utah.
Bryce McCain.
Gosh, this is good. I would have trouble with this list. I remember things differently, or different things I remember better.
Yeah.
UNLV. Ahmad Miller.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. UCLA.
Xavier Sufilo.
Yeah. We also have a very prominent undrafted free agent from UCLA. The second highest kicker in NFL history.
Yes, exactly.
Second highest paid.
Yeah,
because didn't he lose Aubrey got the number one deal?
Yeah, Aubrey took over.
Yeah, like a week later or whatever.
I think Emy's going to be okay.
How about this? Tennessee, one player.
That we drafted, Fred Weary.
Yep. But we also got a very highly regarded undrafted free agent. Yep.
Arian Foster.
South Florida.
Oh, the linebacker.
Client.
Yeah, Rashad Client.
Yep. Rhode Island, we talked about him, Coulter. Purdue.
Oh, it was the offensive tackle.
Nick Mondek.
Yep, Nick Mondek. Yeah, I knew the offensive.
Oregon. He's on the roster right now.
Oh,
Jamal Hill.
Oh, yeah, Scoob, yeah. Because we had Eddie Pleasant, but Eddie was not a draft pick.
Yeah, see, that makes it confusing, right?
Yeah, Eddie wasn't a draft pick.
Only one from Oklahoma State.
The only pick from Oklahoma State.
Running back.
Oh, it was Vernon Morency.
Yep. I thought it was Morency.
Yeah, maybe. Morency.
Northwestern. One player.
Garrick McManus.
Sherrick
McManus, yeah. Garrick.
Close enough. Northwest Missouri State.
Oh, that was
this is tough, man.
That was
this is I would be here for
Antoine Molden went to
Nope.
Antoine Molden went he went like Eastern something. Northwest Missouri State.
I'm not going to do all these. How about this? Northwestern Missouri State, that's Seth Wand.
Oh,
tackle.
that's right. Yeah.
Let's get all right, this is interesting. Big name, Miami of Ohio. Offensive lineman.
Oh, that was Brandon Brooks.
Correct. We've only drafted one player in franchise history from the University of Houston. The Texans have only picked one player.
Oh, Tank. Yeah.
Yep. Tank is it.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible?
One?
Yeah. How about Florida State? One player.
From Florida State? Trap. Trap.
Mr. Florida State.
Yeah, Trap.
Fresno State. Let's move on.
Was that one? That's one. Yeah.
That's a one as well.
The first one and the last one.
Let me get a prominent one.
Man.
Central Florida. You'll get this quick.
Central Florida?
Mm-hmm. Professional baseball player.
Oh, yeah, Jordan Akins.
And Alabama State, easy.
Titus.
Yep. Okay, that's it. Those are the ones. I missed
just one player drafted.
I left
from
out
those
Hampton
schools.
with Jerome Mathis, Pro Bowler 2005, Grambling, Kenneth Petway.
Have we drafted an Ivy Leaguer?
Have we drafted an Ivy Leaguer?
I don't think we have.
I don't see any
I don't
one
know,
and
I don't
done
know
here.
why we wouldn't. But have we drafted an Ivy Leaguer?
I know why we wouldn't. I can tell you who's not.
Don't be mean.
I'm not going to be mean.
It's late on day 3 of the draft.
I can tell you who's not going to do it. The current executive vice president and general manager is not drafting anybody from an Ivy League school.
Okay.
He might undrafted free agent somebody.
Okay, so we're coming up on pick 204.
Okay.
And I want to go there. There's a receiver who dominated the Senior Bowl, who went to John Carroll University. He's from the Woodlands. Thought he was going to play basketball. Ended up going to John Carroll.
We have to take him.
Dominated. We have to take him, do we not?
We have to take him.
We have to take Tyron Montgomery.
But Nick's going to be like, if I take him, they're never going to let me hear the end. But he does not do things for that reason.
No.
Come on, we got to take him.
I think it would be a good move. I think it would be
a good move. I mean, conversationally fun.
Sean, Sean is listening and texting. He's like, I'm screaming names on my phone. I love this game. Yeah, I guarantee there are people playing along.
Sean, we are in hour 5 on day 3, okay? It's getting a little punchy in here.
We're playing draft games. Draft games with John and Mark.
Okay, so Taylor Green, quarterback from Arkansas, went to the Browns. To open up the 6th round, Carson Sharar.
Oh, linebacker, Iowa.
Yep, went to the Cardinals. The Titans took Jackie Marshall,
Baylor.
D lineman from Baylor. The Buccaneers, Bauer Sharp from LSU.
Ooh.
They got that in a trade with the Raiders.
He had been in Oklahoma and then transferred to LSU. I thought Bauer Sharp, when he transferred to LSU, I thought they were going to blow up. I thought Nussmeier to Sharp, that was going to be a big connection, and that would get Sharp looks on day 2. But
we're flying through these pretty nice here, Johnny.
I know. What number are we on? Because
we're on right. I'll update us. Let me keep going.
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
186. We're in the 6th round. Bobby Jamison Travis,
big dude, Auburn,
goes to the Giants.
Okay, yeah,
they fortify there. They got to keep it going.
Yeah, they got
Washington. Katron Allen, running back, Penn State. Is that it for the Penn State backs? Yeah.
I got a text from our wonderful producer. I want to make sure I take at least 30 seconds to say this. Don't do it at the end. Colin Neal has been fantastic for us. He has been fantastic.
We've had some good ones, but man, Colin is putting up an MVP GOAT performance here.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been asking me about the Penn State backs, and we saw Singleton go to the Titans, and then he just texted me a little while ago. Katron Allen to Washington.
Yep.
My heart died a little bit.
All right.
I still think there are a couple of running backs out there I would like, but Tyron Montgomery, John Carroll, I mean, look, it has to. It has to.
All right, we have time. I don't think anybody's – let me ask you this. Is somebody taking him this round? Is he getting drafted?
Yes, he should.
He should get drafted.
Now, he didn't get an invite to the Combine. But Kalen Black from Indiana didn't get an invite to the Combine. He went number 80. He went in the 3rd round.
Who's the most productive Texans receiving threat to not go to the Combine?
To not go to the Combine? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I got to look this up to see if he indeed is. But Ryan Griffin did not go to the Combine. He was drafted in the 6th round in 2013.
Really?
Yeah, I'll never forget that about him. And he was, I'll never forget Rick Smith describing him. He's a big boy. Ryan Griffin had some size. He could catch the ball. He was a pretty decent tight end.
What draft was that?
2013.
I hated that draft. Hopkins, I loved. I loved Hopkins.
Right.
After that, I hated that draft. Well, other than David Quisenberry in the 6th.
And Ryan Griffin
in the 6th.
Yeah.
Those picks, I remember when those picks happened, I remember thinking, I like those 2 picks in the 6th way more than Swearinger, Sam Montgomery, Trevardo Williams, etc. You could have taken those guys in the 3rd round.
Swearinger, so Brendan Williams, Sean Pendergast, all-time favorite player. I'm just kidding, Sean.
Yeah. I hated that draft. I'm sorry.
Who else? Bonner, Alan Bonner. They had high hopes for Alan Bonner. They liked him.
For Bonner.
Chris Jones, the other Chris Jones.
And Chris Jones went to the Patriots, did some good things for a year or two. In fact, Chris Jones was on the field for the Malcolm Butler interception. Chris Jones was rushing the quarterback in that play for the Patriots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Mm-hmm. And not the Kansas City Chris Jones.
Not Kansas City Chris Jones.
Or the former Texans radio producer Chris Jones.
No. Neither one of those.
There were too many Chris Jones around for a while.
And there's too many right now. There's only one. I wish for him to go away.
You want him to retire?
Yeah, retire. Take Kelsey with you. Go.
Okay. Inez Cooper, offensive lineman from Miami, to the Jets. Bengals are next at 189. The Texans are at 204. So we got a little ways to go here. We'll keep it here for another couple of minutes, and then we'll ride it into the Texans selection.
So the Bengals end up taking Brian Parker, who is a tackle at Duke and is moving into center. That's what Graham Barton did a few years ago. Barton, really, really good athlete. He's first rounder. But Brian Parker ends up being a guy later going into center with the Bengals. I think the Bengals have done some good things with this particular draft. But, the Titans and the Colts have had some good drafts. I think so. I mean, I think the Titans adding a guy like Nicholas Singleton in round 5, kind of picking up an efficiency in the draft there because, A, running back, B, was hurt, Senior Bowl. So they're able to get him in round 5. Jackie Marshall, good player from Baylor there, will pick up as well. They got the 2 picks on night 1 with Keldrick Falk going later and then getting Carnell Tate. Thank God it's not Jeremiah Love. We danced on stage when it was not Jeremiah Love.
That was a big win.
I think Love would have been a little bit more difficult to handle than Carnell Tate will be. But I think Titans have done some good things. The Colts, they do what Ballard does. He takes a bunch of rocked-up athletes that just fly around, run. I don't know how great football players they end up being, but they're really great athletes. He drafted George Gums. Gums was a wide receiver. Gums, his combine testing numbers, like his RAS score. So there's this formula now, and it's been around for a long time. It's called RAS score, and they basically take your size, your height, your weight, and all your testing measurables, and they throw it into this formula. And
so it's like an RPI.
Yeah, it spits out like your quote-unquote RAS score. And I remember one day during this draft season, Seth sent me his. He's like, check out this RAS score. And it was actually pretty good.
Ooh.
It was actually really, really good.
Well, he was drafted.
And his vertical leap was like 33 inches.
For a big dude like that.
And he was an Ivy Leaguer.
Yep.
See? Ivy Leaguers can play and not just kicker. So that can happen.
All right, so you want to play more Texans draft by the numbers real quick here?
Yeah, go.
Okay. What is the position group they have drafted the most in their history? And yes, they've drafted another one this year. They've drafted the most of these in the history of the franchise by, a nice little margin.
It feels like tight end.
It feels like it.
It feels like tight end.
But you don't have a lot of tight ends on any given roster versus some other positions.
So are we just saying offensive line?
Yeah, that's in the category. Here are your contenders. Defensive linemen, offensive linemen, linebackers, and receivers. Those are your candidates because tight ends is too few.
I think it's defensive line. Because I think
defensive backs, 37.
Oh, yeah.
38 today.
Yeah.
And, the last 4 before today. I'll give you the last 6.
Oh, geez.
No, let's go 7.
Wait, the last 6 that have been drafted?
Let me give you that. Wait, hang on. Including today, 8.
Okay, Kamari Ramsey, Jalen Reed last year.
Mm-hmm.
Then
another Jalen Smith.
Oh, Jalen Smith, yep. Mm-hmm. Then Kamari Kalen.
Right.
Sting Petrie.
And Brandon Hill.
Oh, Brandon Hill, yeah.
7th rounder.
Yeah.
Yeah. And John Reed 2 years before
that
Stingley.
was COVID year. John Reed,
COVID year. Didn't pan out.
Yeah, I love John. He was a unique dude, but that whole COVID draft.
Have the Texans drafted more tight ends or running backs in their history?
Tight ends.
Yeah, by 2 only, though.
Really?
They've drafted 13 running backs.
13 running backs?
Yeah, now it's by 3 after today, or after this weekend. So, now, unless they draft a running back late here.
Woody's the last one, obviously.
Yeah. Jawar, year before that.
Jawar, Damian.
Mm-hmm. Now, they went 5 years without doing it because Deontay Foreman in 2017 was the last running back they drafted.
Yeah, I remember.
Hold on. They were looking for running backs. They had Lamar.
And think of the running backs after Deontay Foreman got hurt. Think about that. I mean, they had Lamar, but then it was
Lamar got hurt. They had to go hide.
Think of the COVID year. Phillip Lindsay, David Johnson, Rex Burkhead.
Mm.
And I don't even there's more, but I off the top of my head I can't think of who else. But that was enough. Mark Ingram. Remember we had Mark Ingram here for a spell.
Yeah. And, he was pretty decent looking.
I know. And then we traded him.
Okay.
2021.
They've drafted 11 quarterbacks, almost as many quarterbacks as running backs, the Houston Texans.
11 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
David Carr in the first round, C.J. Stroud in the first round. And that's it. Are those the only 2 first-rounders, though?
That is incorrect because of Watson, also a first-rounder. But, I understand this. I understand this completely.
11
Nick Caserio's drafted 3 quarterbacks, Mills, Stroud, and Graham Mertz.
And they're the 3 on the roster right now.
Yeah. How about that? See?
That's the way you do it. Unless you're the Browns, and then the Browns are drafted, as they did today, Taylor Green.
Okay, what pick are we on? We will let you know. We're going through round 6 and piping right through it here as the Giants took J.C. Davis, offensive lineman from Illinois. That was after Josh Cameron, the receiver from Baylor, went to the Jags. And Berrien Brown, a receiver from LSU, went to the Saints before that. So we're on the Giants' second pick of round 6, 193. Then the Titans are up as the Giants pick is in, but we don't have it for you yet. Texans pick 204. They have 2 selections left. We'll get to their pick. We'll get to all of it here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
The fighting spirit is one we all share, and one that Modelo celebrates anywhere you call home.
Cheers!
of this rich golden Modelo is yours. So raise it up high because you've earned it. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Cardinals and Chargers, Chicago, Illinois.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kaden McDonald.
All right.
Defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Kaden McDonald, he went second for the Texans as far as their overall number of selections. It was early last night. We started at 6 o'clock in round 2, and 4 picks in, he went to the Texans because Houston had the 6th pick in the second round, moved up a couple of spots, making sure they got McDonald. The Giants were right behind them, and the Giants, you knew they needed Dexter Lawrence replenishment with Lawrence traded to the Cincinnati Bengals, so the thinking is that they might have taken McDonald right there. Look, you never know about these things, but the Texans moved up to get their guy. You got to move up to get your guy. If you feel that strongly about it, why not? And we'll see how McDonald pans out. As we're in round 6 right now, we're going to hear from Kaden in just a second here as Pat Coogan, offensive lineman from Indiana, goes to the Tennessee Titans at 194 here in the 6th round. The Raiders are next. Their pick is in. We are 9 picks away from Houston Texans selecting in the 6th round here, and they'll have one more in the 7th. So we'll let you know what those are. But in the meantime, Kaden McDonald, Brooke Kirchhofer caught up with him shortly after he was picked last night. Let's hear that.
Kaden, welcome to the Houston Texans. We saw as soon as your name was called, the emotion on your face in the green room. Walk us through the emotions you're going through right now.
Like I said, I'm emotional. Like I said, it's been a long wait. I said, it's a lot that goes into it. And like I said, I'm just so happy, the right team picked me. And like I said, we already got the pieces. Now I just got to add to it. And that's all it is.
Why was it important for you to stay for day 2?
Just who I am as a person. Like I said, I belong here. And like I said, there's a belief system. Like I said, it was the right thing to do. Yeah, that's why.
You talk about joining a defense, the swarm defense here in Houston. How much are you looking forward to when you step on the field, seeing Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on your left and right?
Man, I ain't got nothing to worry about. All I gotta do is worry about how can I help them? How can I help my defense out? How can I get my defense off the field? Setting them up, to go get those sacks and just making their life easier. And that's all it is.
You talk about making guys' life easier. I've heard you quoted saying, you welcome double teams. Take us inside your game.
Oh, well, you just see on film where a guy that's plays the one technique at a high rate, a high production rate. And like I said, this is still of the draft.
We see a couple Ohio State players, C.J. Stroud, Tomi Togai. What is it going to be like just having some familiarity in the locker room, guys who understand what it's like to come out of Ohio State?
Oh, yeah, you can't forget about Cade Stover, too. But like I said,
yes.
Ohio State, I can't wait. I can't wait to meet the whole team. Like I said, I'm going to embrace all my teammates. I had a feeling I was coming here before this, so it's a blessing.
What were the conversations like with the Texans coaching staff, front office, and have you had a chance to talk to Matt Burke, your new DC, yet?
Oh, yeah, I talked to Coach Burke. I talked to Coach Ryans and GM Nick. Like I said, they know what they're going to get, and like I said, they trust me, and they traded up for me, so that means a lot to me.
What is that like to see a team not want to wait any longer, the fact that they traded up to get – what does that mean to you personally?
That means they believe in me, like what they see. And like I said, I'm going to back it up day one.
We can't wait to see it. What do you know about Houston and the Houston fans? What do you want fans to know about you?
I just know I'm originally from Texas, Texarkana. So I know all about the rodeo. I know about horses, tractors. I know all about Houston and Texas, but it's a little city vibe. So, it's going to be, I can't wait. And the fans, they're excited. I embrace the fans when I seen them in the stage, so it was awesome.
Sounds like a Texan through and through. They need to fix that bio of yours over there at Ohio State and put that Texarkana up there.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, we are so excited to welcome you. What do you want to leave the fans with that are going to be listening to this on the radio back in Houston?
Like I said, this is still of the draft, and I'm coming ready to compete and go win a Super Bowl. Why not?
Why not? Thanks, Kaden, and welcome to Houston.
Appreciate it.
All right, there's Brooke Kirchhoffer with Kaden McDonald, who says he's the steal of the draft, and I hope he's right. You know, if you just quoted that, Johnny, and just read the written word of that quote,
yeah,
you might say he's braggadocious, but he's really not. He's a humble guy, I think. He's just confident.
Yeah.
He's humble and confident.
Yes.
I wasn't bothered at all with the way he said it. I kind of liked it.
No, I mean, look, he's the last guy in the green room. Last guy. They invite how many other guys there? He's the last guy. He's got to come back after Thursday. So from that perspective, there is I don't want to say a stigma that goes with that. You know, it's like Mr. Irrelevant at the end.
Right.
And yet, Brock Purdy showed, hey, it's cool. Yeah. You can be the last guy coming out of the green room, and you can still be a stud. And I think the way Kaden McDonald looks at it is, man, you pop me in between these two studs. You let me play next to Sheldon Rankins, Tommy Togiai, Logan Hall. In this defense, coached by Franco Cam and Rod Wright. Hell yeah, there's an opportunity to be confident.
Right.
Because you can trust those guys. I mean, we've seen it. Every single guy that we bring in these seats, and we've talked to all of them. We've had Daniil in here. We've had Will. We Tommy, last year. And you ask them about Rod and Frank, and you see them light up. Now, Kaden hasn't had that full experience yet. He hasn't gotten that full experience with them, but he will. But here's the one other thing, and I think I'm at Ohio State. I don't think this is going to be a problem. CJ talked about it when he first got here, and it's a little different. You're the quarterback at Ohio State. As he said, it's like you and LeBron. Those are the two people in Ohio that carry the most pressure, which is true. But there's going to be pressure on Kaden McDonald to play up to this standard. Mm-hmm. And I think what we're seeing and like what we see on the offensive line with Keelan Rutledge and Fabeti Weewoo, you're seeing guys that understand the challenge and are willing to play up to that standard. What do I have to do to play up to that standard? I think Kaden McDonald's going to have to do that, especially on that defensive line. We know how that defensive line room is. We know what that room is like. They talk about it all the time. And I think that is going to be great for Kaden McDonald. And in due time, he's going to find where his personality can, come out a little bit more. But if that guy, the old comment, rookies know nothing. But Demetrius Crownover going to the Patriots. Okay, good.
Okay.
From
A&M.
Yeah, from A&M. Man, A&M's had a lot of guys picked. That's for sure.
A lot of guys picked. What an era for Texas A&M football.
Yep. A lot of guys
Gotta
picked.
be able to advance in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
I am not telling them anything they don't know.
Yeah. Oh, the Eagles got a trade. Let's make sure it's not. Oh, to the Rams. Okay, good.
It's funny because as I say that, we're in an era of college football where it's like, you lost in the first round. We have that now in college football.
Right.
Old days like, all right, we got to the championship and lost.
Right.
Or we got to our bowl and lost.
Right.
Now it's, I know that we had the Final Four for a long time. They didn't call it that, but it was the Final Four.
Yep.
The playoff, as they called it then.
It was a big deal to make the Final Four. I think now.
I got a hot take.
Now that 12. No, when I talk about Final Four, I mean basketball.
I know.
But obviously you had to eventually win a championship. A&M's gotten to a point where they got into the 12-team playoff. They got an at-large bid. They got a home game. So they were one of the top 8 teams in the country. And then they just got stuck playing a team that, from a physical standpoint, they struggled matching up with. But everybody did with Miami. That bore itself out. By the way, I think my favorite draft moment is going to end up being, outside of the Texans, is Ruben Bain.
Oh,
so at the draft, if you guys haven't seen this video, you got to see it. Ruben Bain goes 15th to the Tampa Bay Bucks. And there had been a lot of talk about Bain, his short arms and all this. And most everything you saw was he was going to go top 12. Somehow he falls out of the top 12 because Ty Simpson went and whatever else. So I get to 15. I had put it in my article, footballtakeover.com, the draft needs the Bucks. They need an edge rusher. They needed somebody on the defensive line that could wreck shop next to Cansey and Vea. Bucks take him. So he's going up, I-4, whatever it might be, to go to Tampa. He's so mad. He walks down the hallway, and you know how they pick up the hat and they look into the mirror and they do their little thing, and Ty Simpson is like, smiling and doing all that. Bain walks by, grabs the hat, doesn't stop, goes right down the hallway to the stage. And then as he turns the corner to go to Roger Goodell, he kind of does that thing with his arms where he just kind of, like it just takes his arm, kind of does that to kind of get ready, kind of not really like flexing, but just kind of I can't remember how somebody put it, like resetting his arms or something.
Yeah.
It was funny the way they said it. But he just doesn't even pause for a second to look at the logo, to look at the mirror, didn't give a damn. He was so mad, and I was like, oh, man, Tampa Bay got the right guy. That guy is going to wreck shop in Tampa Bay. He is so fun. And I remember, going back to that A&M game, before that A&M game, Trey Zune, who was drafted by the Raiders on Friday night, Trey Zune was asked about facing the Miami edge rushers, Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain. And he said, I don't think it'll be an issue. We faced some really good rushers this year.
Oh, wrong thing to say.
Bain, they were doing some Miami Hurricane did an IG Live in the locker room. And they looked over at Bain. Bain went off. He went off. He said like 2 sentences, but it was like, don't test me. And when I saw that video, I was like, I love that dude, man.
You're crazy to do it.
That dude.
Because great players always look for that extra adrenaline edge. Talk to JJ about that.
Yes.
They're looking for that. Talk to Tiger. Talk to anybody about it.
Yes.
They're looking for that little extra edge. Now, Tiger, golf, do you need more adrenaline? Maybe not, but he seems to feed off of it. Anyway, next up, Seattle Seahawks as the pick is in for the Vikings. C.J. Daniels from Miami, by the way, receiver, went to the L.A. Rams. And is this going to be one of those Rams finds?
Yes.
NFL-wise, of course.
Yes.
Daniels did things in college. You talked about Crownover, the tackle from A&M going to the Patriots. Malik Benson, the receiver from Oregon, to the Raiders before that. All right, Seahawks up, then the Dolphins, Packers, Chargers, Jags, and Texans. And it's all coming up here on Texans Draft Live.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Every Texan appreciates someone or something that'll go the extra mile.
to sanction Girls Flag. Join the She's Next movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
Back to it here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you as we are winding our way through round 6 of this draft. The Texans with 2 more picks to go tonight, and it's been today, whatever. We've been in here. It's like a stakeout when you're doing the draft.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's got these bags of food, drink. You know, we're here huddled in, hunkered down, going over these picks.
Yeah.
Day after day.
We have no windows in here either.
No windows.
So we don't
is
know
it
what's
night?
going
Is
on
it
outside.
day? I don't know what it is. Is it raining? I don't know. But it's cool, man.
Yep.
New Texans coming your way. Keelan Rutledge on Thursday. Last night, Kaden McDonald and Marlon Klein, defensive tackle and tight end, respectively. And then today, Fabeti Weewoo, offensive guard from Oklahoma, first ever player taken from Oklahoma in the history of the franchise. Wade Woodaz from Clemson, a linebacker. We've had people from Clemson. Kamari Ramsey from USC. We've had people from USC. He went in round 5, and Ramsey played with Jalen Smith, another DB from the Trojans, last year. He did not play with Kalen Bullock, but they're all, there's California familiarity there. So, pick late here in the 6th.
Danton Lynn. That just dawned on me. Danton Lynn, defensive coordinator at UCLA. Who used to be the DB coach over with the Texans. Dan Lynn, now the DB coach. The defensive coordinator at Penn State.
Wow.
So Dan Lynn was the DC at UCLA. Then he moved over to USC, and Kamari Ramsey followed him over there. That just dawned on me.
Okay, so the pick is in for the Chargers. Have they announced it yet?
I don't think they've announced it.
But after that, it's the Jags and then the Texans. We're in round 6 where the Texans historically. Look, no one's going to crush it in round 6, but there have been some good players taken. And I'll give you some of them. Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah.
You're familiar with his work.
Yes.
And Jarrett Patterson. Those are current Texans, of course, that we like. Christian Covington was a 6th-round draft choice once upon a time. Ryan Griffin, we talked about him. And David Quesenberry, who made it elsewhere more than here. Bryce McCain, who looked good here for a bit, dipped, then looked good again, and then elsewhere. Played almost a decade in the NFL. Look, Vontez Duff from Notre Dame, I'm throwing that in for Sean Pendergast's benefit, of course. And Petey Fagan's very first draft in Texans history had that iconic pick 6 in 2004 in the Battle Red game against Jacksonville, jumped up in front of the bullpen section and celebrated a big photo of that, which hung in the hallways here for a long time and probably is still up somewhere. Anyway, as we get closer to the Texans pick, we'll give you the Chargers pick in a moment. It's in, and then the Jags, who could be looking for a variety of things here. Look, they had 11 picks in this draft, but it felt like they didn't pick till 10 o'clock last night with the first one. I mean, it was so late by the time they got going.
They've drafted 2 tight ends. They drafted Nate Borkacher, and then today they drafted from the University of Houston, Cougs House, Tanner Koziel.
How about Logan Taylor, the guard from BC, going to the Chargers? Texans have the Chargers on the schedule, out in L.A. again. So we'll see when that pops up on the schedule, when it breaks in May. And the Jags are on the clock, followed by the Texans and Lions. And the Texans will have that final pick in the 7th round, unless Nick decides to trade it.
Logan Taylor, I know it's a 6th round. There's a chance Logan Taylor could play as a rookie.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, they get healthy again on the line, assuming, right, with Slater coming back, all coming back.
Yeah, at the
it's going to be very
tackle
nice for them.
positions.
Those are tackles.
But inside, they lost Zion Johnson. They lost their center. Bradley Bozeman retired. So 2 of their 3 guys are out. I can't remember who the third offensive lineman is, the other guard. I can't remember. But I remember, holy crap, they need help. They need help. And Trevor Penning is who they have penciled in at one of the guard spots. That's not great for them. So Logan Taylor's a good, solid player. Nothing elite. Gets guys blocked. Doesn't give up sacks. Not going to move a bunch of people off the ball, but he's a good player. OB did a decent job with him.
By the way, the 7th round will go a bit faster, 4 minutes in between picks instead of 5. So we'll have that. But the Texans are getting ready to pick here in the 6th round. As I don't have now I have pick is in for the Jags. That means the Texans know what it is. By the time it hits my screen here, the Texans know, so their pick could be decided on as well, and we'll have it for you very shortly here, Johnny.
Yeah. What do you think it is? Position. Give me a position. What do you think?
Could be a skill. Running back.
That's what I think.
That's
exactly what I think.
I think running back is a good bet here because it's the 6th round, 6th and 7th. Is there a guy who does something extremely well at a skilled position? I hate to say take a flyer on a guy because personally, I don't want to say that about the players, but sometimes it happens.
Pick is in. So
pick is in for the Texans, so we'll see what it is.
Texans draft Brett Thorson, punter, Georgia. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. That is not,
Johnny.
That's not it.
The Jaguars took C.J. Williams, a receiver from Stanford.
Yeah.
Okay?
They did.
So that is done, and we're scouring here. We're scouring, searching, trying to find this pick, and we'll have it for you as soon as we possibly can. And it's going to be any moment here, and I can't wait. I can't wait for it to break.
It's been so long since you got to announce a pick. I mean, you had to watch Sean and I talk about the picks, Fabeti Weewoo and Wade Woodaz and Kamari Ramsey.
Yep.
Now you finally get it's been 63 picks since Kamari's name was heard.
Really good point.
So I know you're jonesing for it right now. So
I am jonesing for it. TV's in a break, so that affects things. That affects things as far as announcing.
Yeah, I mean they're not going to announce
it. I'm going to get a
leak
here. I'm going to get the leak here soon.
There'll be a leak, but the pick is coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't freak out about these things. You're driving around, you're like, who are we going to take? Who are we going to take? Don't worry, it'll come soon enough, and we'll get it for you. After the Jags took C.J. Williams, look, like we said, you never know. We read you a bunch of 6th-rounders in the history of this franchise who have done good things for the Houston Texans over the years. You're in round 6. That is by no means a slam dunk for anything great or bad to happen. So we'll all find out together. That is what I say a lot about any question involving the Houston Texans. What do you think? We'll all find out together. Sunday is game day during the season, and in the offseason, I'm just saying let's play this thing out.
Yep.
So I love the reactions of some of these guys getting drafted. It's such a dream come true. It's a wonderful thing to see.
They showed Jonah Coleman getting drafted. I think it was the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
And so Jonah's on the couch. He's got it looks like his mom and dad next to him, and there's all kinds of people around him. And at some point, like 3 seconds in, they all go berserk. Here's the pick.
All right, here's the pick for the Texans. And we're going to have it in just a moment.
Well.
And it is Lewis Bond.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh. Wide receiver from Boston College. And you know who the head coach is there.
Yeah.
So, Johnny, Lewis Bond.
Like this. I like Lewis Bond. I have been a big – I wrote up Lewis Bond a couple of years ago because I thought there might be a chance that he might come out in a draft. I don't have it in my database, but he's kind of a slot, could play outside. He's so incredibly reliable. Runs good routes, gets himself open. I don't think he got an invite to the combine, which I thought was weird.
He has the most catches in the history of Boston College.
I mean, he is so reliable, so durable, so dependable, which are all words that went with, obviously, Bill O'Brien. But you don't think they called up Bill and said, hey, what do you think about Lewis Bond?
Who called him? Nick.
Oh, yeah, Nick called him.
They have each other's phone numbers. They're friends. I don't know if they still hang out, but I know they were friends. And, they knew each other. Bill used to talk about Nick in his press conferences.
At pick 204, Lewis Bond that's like Xavier Hutchinson to me. It's one of those things like, wait a second, Lewis Bond is still on the – now, I could see why he didn't get an invite to the combine in a sense. Hutch was 6'1", 220. He was the Big 12 Player of the Year, I believe. He was highly thought of. So he's going to go through the combine process, et cetera. Lewis Bond, there's so much that I like about him and where he's going to fit. And, oh, by the way, he knows his offense.
Oh, yeah, because there's plenty of it. Plenty of the terminology and everything like that.
Plenty of the terminology is the same. A lot of the things that they do the same. I think Lewis Bond is going to be a fantastic pick. Now, offensively, the Texans have taken some offensive linemen. They took Marlon Klein. So we're going to hear from Marlon Klein right here. Now, he doesn't know that we've taken Louis Bond.
You got me?
But we've got Colin, you have Marlon Klein ready to roll?
On the phone with him. I am sending over the link to him right now.
Okay.
I got you.
Got me and Louis Bond. We'll talk about a little bit later. Let's go ahead and take a break right here. Colin, let's go ahead and take a break right here.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting, plus 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
Great spirit, a lot of energy in the building.
That's it. Great spirit, a lot of energy in the building. John Harris, NFL Draft. We just got through pick 204. The Texans take Louis Bond, wide receiver from Boston College. Guy's been on my radar screen for a couple of years. 5'11", 190. Can play in the slot. Can do all kinds of stuff. Great hands, very reliable. Saw him at Senior Bowl. Had some really good reps in one-on-ones. They spent a lot of time watching wide receivers and DBs, thinking, wide receivers, DBs were probably okay. But if you're going to draft one in round 6, you want a guy that was as productive, as tough, as loyal as Louis Bond was to Boston College. And now he is a Houston Texan. He is the second pass catcher, the Texans drafted. Because on Friday night in the third round, the Texans drafted Marlon Klein, the German national who went to Raben Gap School in Georgia, straight from Germany. Bjorn Werner was a big part of that. Bjorn Werner, former first-rounder, played at Florida State. Got him to go on his own to Georgia to go to prep school. Ended up going to Michigan, had a great career at Michigan, and hopefully there's a great future here with the Houston Texans. Brooke Kirchhofer had a chance to catch up with the German national and now Houston Texans tight end Marlon Klein.
Marlon, congratulations and welcome to Houston. How fired up are you to be a Texan?
Oh, I'm fired up. I just want to win games. I want to do whatever it takes to win games. And the coaching staff, I was able to meet with them. And I texted the coach this morning. I said, "Bring me home. Let's work." And it worked out. So I'm super pumped up.
What were your conversations like through the draft process with the Texans front office and coaching staff?
Yeah, it was fun because those were people that stood out to me from the beginning. I think, Coach Ryan's and his philosophy of the game, I know the kind of player that he wants, and I think that's the kind of player that I am, and I'm just super pumped up that he chose me to be on his squad.
So we've heard you say, "Bring me home," and the Texans have been on your radar. You like everything that they're about. Why is that? What has stood out about the way they play, especially on offense?
Yeah, I think just the people that they have on the team. I think it starts with the leadership. I think that's where it starts. I've been on teams where we've won every single game and won a national championship in you guys' stadium, and I've won in that stadium. And I think I've seen what it takes to be at that level. I've been a part of it, and I think that whole coaching staff was the closest to the most successful people that I've been around in my life.
All right, you probably have the most unique background when it comes to introduction to American football.
Yep.
Looks like you started with soccer and then made the transition. Talk to us and take us through what your football background looks like and how you first joined the sport.
Yeah, I started playing football not too long ago. So I played soccer for about 12 years growing up in Germany. It was different. There's no Pee Wee football. There's none of that stuff. So played soccer all growing up. And 12 years later, I was finally honest with myself and looked at myself, and it was a little too tall for the sport. And, that wasn't going to be my route. And I've always felt like I had something else in me. I always felt like I was the tallest kid, the fastest kid in class, in school. So I felt like, why not do something different? And I got in touch with a local football club, the Cologne Crocodiles, and started playing there, fell in love with the sport right there and then. And the rest is kind of, just been a journey for me.
And then a journey to Georgia to get to the United States to play here and then eventually get recruited by Michigan. How does that maybe make you different in terms of the mental toughness and everything that you've gone through to go through this sport?
Yes, ma'am. I think, the stuff that I've gone through, like you just said, I think the adversity that I faced in my life with, moving over here to chase this dream of, having my name called a couple minutes ago, I think it takes a lot. And, at 15 years old to make the decision to move across the entire, ocean and to the other side of the world by yourself. Like, my family didn't come with me. It was just myself. So I think it takes a lot. I had to turn into a man. I matured right away. And but also, I didn't speak any English when I first moved here. So
oh, wow.
I think I've been through so many things, from, making sure that my laundry is done to waking up for class in high school at 15 years old, even when I didn't want to go, making sure I still did, and doing all the stuff that, that I had to do to keep myself alive. I think it just shows the kind of person that I am and what I'm going to bring to the Texans.
How'd you learn how to speak English? Was it on the practice field too, moving over here and playing football in the United States?
Yeah, it was all everything, to be honest. Like moving over here, I knew that those people weren't going to start speaking German to me, so I had to make that decision right away. And obviously, like I had to put myself in the worst possible situations where there were conversations of 13, 15 people, and I had to just join and start trying to speak English, and that's really how it worked out, and it got better and better and better. And my now fiance, we always joke about it because she's always like, the first time we met, I have no idea what you were saying. So I guess it still worked out, but yeah, it's been quite the journey.
Yeah, it worked out becoming a team captain, especially at Michigan. What did that mean to you to get that title?
Yeah, it meant everything. Being a leader of a group of young men, I think, I was one of the older guys on the team and somebody that has been through it all, through, perfect seasons to losing games over and over again. And, a lot of off the field stuff within the building, and just having the honor to lead these men, these young guys that I look at as my little brothers, being an example for those guys. And I'm not a rah-rah speech kind of guy. I'm a do all the right stuff at at the right time. And I think that's something that they really, looked at all times. They saw me doing the right stuff on and off the field, and I was somebody that they leaned on and decided to make me captain before the season, and it was the biggest honor of my life.
You're not going to be the lone Michigan man, too, in the locker room. I'm sure you are already excited to join back up with Nico Collins. What excites you about joining back up with him and just this offense as a whole? What do you bring?
Yeah. What I bring is a tough, physical athlete. I think I can do whatever's asked of me. But to be honest with you, I don't care if I have to play quarterback, receiver, defensive end, whatever it is. Like, I want to play and I want to win. I hate losing. I can't stand to lose. So whatever it takes, however I can help the Texans and the organization to bring a Super Bowl to Houston, that's what I'm gonna do.
What have you seen from C.J. Stroud, and how much are you looking forward to catching some passes from him?
Yeah. I mean, he's a baller. I think we all know that. I had the opportunity to watch him play in person because we've played that team down there quite often. And,
oh yeah.
We play him every year, but to be on one side with him now and having a stud at the quarterback position, that's obviously huge for my position. But from what I've heard, about him being a leader on the team, I think that's awesome, and I can't wait to be around him and learn from him as much as I can.
All right, from Germany to Georgia, Michigan, now to Houston, Texas. What do you want the fans that are going to be listening to this on the radio here in Houston to know about you and what you want to bring?
Yeah, I think what they should know is that I'm going to bring physicality to Houston. I think, that's the kind of play style I play with. I got the playmaking ability, but I'm going to be a locker room guy. I'm going to make sure that everybody's doing good. I'm going to make everybody feel loved. And if you see me around, I'll talk to you like, we're brothers. And I'm never too good for anybody. I love talking to people, and I just can't wait to come down there and see what it's all about.
Well, we see the goatee. It's time for a cowboy hat and cowboy boots, right?
Oh yeah. I already got those. So I'm ready to come back to Houston and win some games.
Well, thanks, Marlon. It was so good getting to know you, and welcome to Houston.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Marlon Klein joining us, tight end from Michigan. That was last night's conversation with Brooke Kirchhoffer as he was drafted. Now, Lewis Bond got picked most recently for the Texans here in round 6, played for Bill O'Brien at Boston College. And the offense, as you said, Johnny, similar. There's also one other thing. You know who took him in the Vandermock?
You did. I noticed that. I had to go over to your computer to do some things, and I saw that you had highlighted Lewis Bond in your second Vandermock.
Round 5.
What did you say about it?
You want to hear my write-up?
Right, yeah.
And my write-ups are always right on. And have really nothing to do with the player usually. He finished as BC's all-time leader in receptions. Okay, these days that's like pointing out that Crash Davis fictionally got the minor league home run record in Bull Durham. But still, he can catch, run routes well, and I've got a feeling he's going to stick somewhere. And maybe that's here. Now, the Crash Davis reference is only because guys who stick around long enough to be their school's all-time leading receiver, if you're unbelievable, you're probably leaving after 2 or 3 years, depending on the redshirt situation and how many years from your high school graduating class. But give him credit. He did that. It'll be interesting. Let it play out. Pick him up in round 6 here. See where it goes. Here is Lewis Bond. Moments ago, I stepped out to have a quick conversation with the new Texans wide receiver. Lewis Bond joining us. Lewis, congratulations on becoming a Houston Texan. What was it like when you found out? Did you get a phone call? How did you find out that you were drafted by the Texans?
Yeah, I just got a phone call about 10 minutes ago. The feelings were great. I'm ready to go to work. That's the biggest thing. Pre-draft process was long. I'm ready to just go to work, play football again.
What was it like to wait this weekend until round 6 to get picked? You're here now, so you got a great place to work, but what was it like waiting around this weekend a little bit?
It was part of the journey. It's just a part of the story that I've had my whole life. So just another step. It was fun to wait, I guess.
Absolutely. Now tell me about the offense, because there have to be some similarities here with what you ran at Boston College. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I would say Coach O'Brien did a good job of installing a pro-style offense. So anywhere I went, I would feel good because of the college I came from. So I know there's going to be some similarities, and football is football at the end of the day.
Lewis, in an era where guys transfer a lot, you've stayed at Boston College. Why and how important was that to you to be able to do that?
Yeah, that's just kind of how I was raised. My mom instilled loyalty in me. So once I got to BC, and I had to honor that commitment. That's really it. That's how my mom raised me. So,
hey, you are the all-time leading receiver in the history of Boston College. What about that achievement? What does that mean to you, Lewis?
It just proved my work that I did from the moment I stepped on BC campus to the moment I left. It just proved that the work gonna show. I've been saying that since last year. Like, whatever I do in the dark gonna come to the light. So I'm ready to do that again at the next level.
Can you tell the Texans fans what kind of receiver they're getting in Lewis Bond?
A smart, physical, tough receiver. Not too big for anything. I'll do any type of dirty work, special teams, whatever. I'm just ready to play football again.
So you're from Chicago, right? What brought you to Boston College? Why did you decide BC?
Mom was huge on academics. That's really what it was. BC is great with academics, and then it was a chance to play Power 4 football.
All right, Lewis. Hey, thanks a lot for joining us. Congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you. You have a great day.
All right, Lewis Bond from Central Casting when it comes to your Houston Texans makeup of your personality. Love football, great dude, really intense on the field. Swarm. Let's go.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is a guy that didn't go to the combine. I mean, he ran 4.58 his pro day. He doesn't, those are not numbers where everybody's like, oh, I mean, now 4.58 is, considered quote unquote slow, but smart.
What a tank
crafty.
What a tank run.
4.4.
He ran a straight 4.4. I thought it was a little bit less.
No, 4.4. I think people thought he'd be in the 4.3s. He ran 4.4.
All right.
But
4.4
again,
nice.
Bring up the Jerry Rice situation.
Jerry Rice, Anquan Bolden. There are many others.
Tough. I mean, he's from Chicago. Look, he played for OB. He's been hardened from that standpoint. Didn't get an invite to the combine, which I'm still kind of shaking my head about. I didn't understand that. He popped on my radar screen a couple years ago. He was going into his third year at Boston College. And so I was doing some work in the summer trying to figure out, okay, is this a guy that I think could play in the NFL? And so this was before OB got there. And so I get a chance to watch him a little bit. I'm like, man, this guy's good. Good hands technique, catch the ball below his knees, thumbs up, all that kind of stuff. Just does everything you want a wide receiver to do. And he's going to know the terminology in this offense. Now, does he play outside? Does he play inside? I think he'll probably do a little bit of both. And again, when you're drafted in the 6th round, if you're a linebacker, wide receiver, tight end, running back, whatever, you've got to have some special teams role. And I think he'll create one for himself if one isn't there. I hated not seeing him get a combine invite. When Bill was asked about it, he said essentially in Bill's way, that was a mistake. He should have gotten an invite to the combine. He's one of the greatest players we've ever had here at Boston College.
I mean, period.
It's big words. Yeah.
He is. And this is a school that's put out a lot of good players. All right, it's not Alabama.
Right.
But they've thrown the ball a lot, too, throughout their history. Back to Doug Flutie days when they led the NCAA in passing.
Right.
Now, it was a different kind of number inflation rate, when you compare it to today, or deflation. Matt Ryan played there, obviously. Sure. They've had some good receivers there, and he's the all-time leader in catches. Had 88 last year and over 200 in his career. Very nice. So let's see.
People talked all offseason about were they going to add a wide receiver in the draft, and I kept saying I think day 3 is that day. And obviously, when you're talking about day 3 and pick 204, I had him 222 in my Harris 100, so it's kind of there. You don't know how that choose your own adventure is going to go. You have no idea what, for the most part. But if you were going to draw it out and just say, look, we want this kind of guy, as they would say, smart, tough, dependable. That's just kind of goes with it.
Yeah.
But a guy that can do a lot. If it's a receiver, he's got to be able to catch the ball, or he's got to have such a high elite trait that maybe that trumps anything else. Like, he's just so damn fast, we could teach him to catch the ball. Whatever. Lewis Bond is that guy that will catch anything thrown his way. He is smart, tempos his routes. I just love everything about a guy that's from Chicago, played in Boston for OB, and now he's coming here to Houston. He said he was loyal. He made a commitment to Boston College. He stuck with it. Probably could have taken off and left. They had a rough year at Boston College the last couple of years. He could have taken off and left.
Yeah.
Stayed all the way through. And I think that, knowing OB, that mattered to OB. That mattered. I guarantee you that mattered to him, that Lewis Bond stuck around when things got tough.
Yeah. And they still are tough there.
Mm-hmm.
But Lewis Bond is here. He's a Houston Texan, so we figure a couple of weeks from now you'll have rookie minicamp, and then the rest of it. They'll bring in a whole bunch of undrafted free agents, or at least tryout guys for that camp, and take it from there. But Lewis Bond, the latest draft choice in the 6th round, and we are making our way through the 6th here as the Bears are up next. But since the Texans picked Lewis Bond at 204 overall, 23rd in the 6th round, Detroit took Skylar Gill-Howard, defensive lineman from Texas Tech. A lot of Red Raiders flying off the board in this draft.
Yeah.
Chargers taking interior offensive lineman Alex Harkey from Oregon. Micah Morris, O-lineman from Georgia, goes to the Eagles. And the Falcons, Ontario Thompson, defensive lineman from Washington. And Matt Gulbin, a lineman from Michigan State, goes to Washington, O-lineman.
Okay, yeah.
Pittsburgh, Gabriel Rubio, defensive lineman from Notre Dame. They get him. Baltimore, Ryan Eckley, a punter from Michigan State.
There's a reason I didn't recognize that name.
Nnamdi Obiazor, linebacker, TCU, goes to the Patriots. The Bears are on the clock, followed by the Colts, Falcons, and Seattle to conclude round 6. And then we head for home, the final round, 4 minutes apart for the picks. And Nick Caserio, after the draft, and maybe he'll join us or join the podium before the end of the 7th round. You never know how that's going to go, because they want to get a jump on the undrafted free agents that are out there to try to help this football team. All right, quick break. Back to it. More interviews with your new Texans and then some here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
The fighting spirit is one we all share, and one that Modelo celebrates anywhere you call home. Modelo is yours. So raise it up high because you've earned it. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Cardinals and Chargers, Chicago, Illinois.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
Colts have made their pick in the 6th round, 214 overall. Caden Curry, an edge player from the Buckeyes. First-team All-Big Ten player. Man, everybody's a beast in college who gets picked. I mean, you basically have to be to get picked in the NFL.
Yep.
Somebody commented on the reaction video of, I think it was Kaden McDonald. Yeah, it was Kaden McDonald. Because they said, this guy's, I'm like, he's a first-team All-American. All right?
Who's bitching about that?
I don't know.
It's ridiculous. People just steady or pissed off for whatever reason.
Yeah, and people troll or either not. They might not be trolling. They might actually believe what they're saying.
That's right. But they're just they're steady in that phase of I want to be mad. I just want to be mad.
Yeah, it's true.
I want to be mad. I want to be ticked off.
They want the adrenaline.
Texans didn't do this.
They want the adrenaline rush.
Yeah, we won a Super Bowl in 24 years. I can be mad. All right, be mad.
Okay,
let's. I don't want to be mad.
Let's recap a little bit here. As Lewis Bond is the most recent draft pick, wide receiver from Boston College. That was in round 6. Round 5 today. Kamari Ramsey, USC, played with Jalen Smith, who got hurt last year, but the Texans have high hopes for him. And Ramsey's a safety. Smith is a corner. Ramsey could play some nickel for you. We'll see what Smith does. Look, throw everybody out there, and the top layer is just the best in the league. So it's going to be fun to see the underlings develop underneath, and they might need to be called upon because you always need depth, as we know. Also, round 4, Wade Woodaz, Clemson linebacker. He got nabbed by the Texans. And earlier today, Fabeti Weewoo, guard from OU, first player drafted from Oklahoma in the history of the Houston Texans.
Wow.
And he went 4th in the 2nd round. They had the 6th pick. They moved up 2 spots to get him. We heard from him earlier. You heard from Martin Klein about 20 minutes ago, a tight end from Michigan. He was picked last night, of course, in the 2nd round. I say, of course, you should have this down, people. We are going to give you a quiz, and you need to get this right. So Klein, versatile, but blocker. We'll see how it all comes together. This was an interesting pick, and I think that's the one a lot of people are going to be watching to see. Did Nick get this one wrong? Did he get this one wrong? I am going to be hyper on this. We'll see.
Yeah,
exactly. We'll all find out together.
People want to be pissed off.
Yeah. Kaden McDonald looks like a tremendous pick. We'll see. 4th in the 2nd round, like we said, defensive tackle. You comped him to DJ Reader. Interesting guy, interesting pick. And Keelan Rutledge, Thursday night seems like 1,000 years ago. He was picked in round 1, 26. They had the 28th pick, moved up 2 spots, wanted to keep him away from anybody who was interested in trying to acquire his services. He did the big presser yesterday here at Reliant Stadium.
Good job. I was waiting for it. I could see it come. I was like, all right, did he get it? Did he get it? Did he get it?
Reliant's in my DNA. You know how long it took for me to get rid of Reliant and go to NRG full and have it not be an issue? Forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yep.
And then I'd see an old highlight, or I would, we got old radio highlights when I say Reliant Stadium has erupted.
Oh,
I think I said that the first night of team history.
Did you say that when Billy scored?
No. I said that when Corey Bradford scored in the 2nd half. Corey Bradford, that was the first rock and roll in team history. I wasn't going to say it for the first touchdown in team history. I wanted to save it because the first touchdown in team history is the first touchdown in team history.
Yeah.
And it should not be, my signature, whatever.
Sure.
It had to belong to the team and be not generic, but just be a call that we would have forever. What if I went somewhere else? What if they whacked me?
Yeah.
Never do that. But what if they did? You'd want it to be a clean call of that.
Understood. We've talked about this for a long time.
Yeah.
We got punters and kickers coming off the board. How about this?
Boy.
I just posted my scouting report for Lewis Bond.
Yeah.
I for some reason, didn't have it in my database, but I knew I had it somewhere because I wrote up Lewis Bond for a while. So when I tweeted, I put Bond, Lewis Bond.
Johnny, I like that. I like that.
What did the team account do?
They did that too?
The name's Bond, Lewis Bond.
Bond.
They're
did it
the
best?
Same exact way.
We know who did it best. We know that Connery was the best.
I just happened to post it, and I scrolled down. I was like, oh, dang, they stole. No, they didn't. I did it 30 minutes after they did, but I didn't see it. So
Okay, so cool. But what else do you have to say about that scouting report? Let's have it.
This pretty much, I've said already, a productive inside-outside threat, Probably leans more inside at the NFL level. The receiver combine invite was shocked the heck out of me. Given his smarts and production alone, he should have been given an opportunity to compete in Indy, because how many receivers did we see go to Indy and not compete? Not just receivers, but any position. A lot of them.
Not do the drills, not do the gauntlet.
This dude would have got a combine invite and done everything. He would have done everything. Slick route runner, understands how to get open spots in zone, won't destroy man coverage, but has learned nuances in route running to get himself open. Subtle receiving knowledge and little tools that he learned from Bill O'Brien at Boston College. Bill was in charge of receivers with the Patriots for a while, so he knows. You would see Bill work a lot with the receivers. Yep. Like his hands in the way he can find open space after the catch. He's not going to catch a short throw and turn it into a 90-yard TD, but he's going to be a first down machine.
All right, first down machine. Slot receiver. That's how you see him here?
I think he's a slot, yeah. I mean, like I said at the beginning, I think it leans more inside than outside, but guy understands the routes and everything within this particular offense. I think that's going to give him a little bit of a leg up. That's going to give him an advantage. So he's going to be more comfortable. Hey, I know what that means. I know what that route is. You know, when Nick Caley says, hey, you've got this choice situation. You can run this or this, and you choose. Well, he's going to have experience doing some of that, having been in the offense at Boston College. So
that's what the offense is, right? But what about the McVay influence on Caley? How does that mix in with what this offense is?
Well, I think when Nick Caley went to the Rams, I think the thought with the Rams with McVay was Nick was going to bring some of that Patriot kind of, run influence. So everybody that's ever sat in here has told. I remember Titus walked in here, and Titus was like, yeah, it's the Patriots offense. I mean, he would know. I mean, they ran it in 2019.
Okay.
Now, it's become the Texans offense. But as we know, everything evolves. And so this thing is going to evolve over time. But the basis of it, I think, is going to come from what Lewis heard at Boston College. And I think he's going to have some similarities. But again, there are always little things they tweak on the fly. The touchdown that Higgins caught, the opening touchdown against the Chargers.
Yeah.
That was a play that's been in the Patriot system for a long, long time. But CJ suggested, hey, can we do this a little differently? And Nick Caley was like, yeah, sure. And
it worked.
They made a change to it, and it worked. So there's going to probably be some things that obviously are different. But I think a play call in the huddle, when it gets to the part where once CJ has started with the formation and then the protection, and then he gets to the play call, I think Louis Bond is going to hear that and go, yeah, I know what to do. But when you're a six-round receiver, and I'll say this about Hutch too, because I remember from the day Hutch got here in 2023, Hutch knows every single wide receiver position and what that guy's doing on every down. Watch Hutch closely in a special teams practice if you go, or not in a training camp practice. He lines up everybody. He knows where everybody's supposed to be. He gets them all lined up. He's always, when he's on the side with the guy, he's like, no, you're on the ball. No, I'm on the ball. Like, he
knows.
He conducts it. And as a six-rounder, you have to be able to do that. You have to know inside and out. You may not have to know what the protection is, but you better know every route from every spot. So if you're asked, hey, go to Z, hey, go to X and do this, might have to do it. And Louis Baum might have to do that as well. Now, X has got a little bit of advantage because he's got a couple inches and a few more pounds on Louis. But Louis is one of those wide receivers that you face that you're so frustrated afterwards because you're like, this dude, he couldn't beat me in a race, but, man, he keeps beating me on this route. And I think that's just wide receiver acumen, learning under Bill. Bill's a very good wide receiver teacher, and he's been in this offense. I think that's going to help him. So excited about Lewis. This is the exact kind of receiver that I thought about on day 3. When we were sitting in there and we saw the name Louis Bond, I was like, perfect. He's the perfect wide receiver pick at this point in the draft because of what you want from a six-rounder, what you want from a day 3 guy. So I'm excited from that perspective. Love a kid from Chicago because no matter where they're from in Chicago, there's definitely toughness there. The one thing that stood out in the interview to me, though, was he stayed.
Yep.
He very easily, and I'm sure there were people that probably threw money his way. Hey, if you leave, we'll give you whatever. We'll give you X. And he said, you know what? Nope, I stay committed. Yeah. I stay committed. Wade Woodaz, Clemson, stayed committed.
Not a quitter.
Now, Keelan transferred and Fabeti transferred, but they transferred up. They went up. They took their level of competition up. Kaden McDonald, whole career at Ohio State. So
it's interesting.
Very, to me.
I don't know if that's a requisite or a result of who they are. I don't know what it is. And maybe it doesn't matter at all, but it's interesting to point out.
Exactly. I think it's however you want to spin it, you know.
So according to Wikipedia, which 70% of the time is right 100% of the time, other offers that Louis Bond got, get ready, Johnny, buckle up. Dartmouth, Harvard, Princeton. It also says
I know those schools.
It also says Tennessee and Vanderbilt. Yeah. But I asked him why BC. He said academics. Now Vanderbilt's outstanding. Sorry, people went to Tennessee. You're good too, but come on. You got Dartmouth, Harvard, and Princeton on this list, but BC's really good.
Yeah,
and it's good in football as far as it's Division I, upper echelon, Power 4, all that stuff.
Now
they haven't been good lately as
Bill
a team.
Didn't recruit him.
No,
but
he got him.
He got him, and
he kept him.
He kept him. Yep.
So there's that as well.
Exactly. So
all right, how are the AFC South foes doing? We'll get into that as we are in round 7 here. We'll update you on the board. The Texans still a bunch of picks away from their final selection of this draft, and we will get Nick Caserio on the air as well with his post-draft presser. It's all coming up on Texans Draft Live.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank.
Texans.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
All right, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you, winding down the draft. Are you kidding? We are still going strong here till the very end in round 7 right now. Marathon broadcast that began on Friday night. Of course, we've been taking the evening, not even the evenings, just taking the middle of the night off because we were done, 11 last night, and tonight it'll be 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, whatever it's going to be. Earlier Thursday, done 10:30-ish. But, hey, we're not complaining. We're talking football here. Talking ball as we are in round 7, and let's take you through it right now. As the Cardinals kicked off round 7, Jaden Williams, tackle from Ole Miss. Anthony Smith, wide receiver from ECU, goes to the Cowboys. T.J. Hall, a corner from Iowa, to the Saints. The Bills pick up Toriano Pride, a corner from Mizzou. Bengals on the clock right now. They'll say the pick is in, and it's Jack Andres.
Yeah, Jack Andres from Texas, transferred from Cal. He was Fernando Mendoza's key receiver as a tight end at Cal, and he transferred to Texas past year. He didn't have quite the year in Texas that he did at Cal, but still a really good move tight end, very good wide receiver as a tight end. So Andrews goes to the Bengals, which I think they had – do they still have Mike Gesicki? I can't remember if they still have Mike Gesicki, but that's essentially – Jack Andrews probably not going to block a whole lot of people, but he's a damn good pass receiver for sure.
Mike Gesicki for the Bengals still. There
yeah.
you go.
All
right, so there's your board. And the Texans, we gave you their picks last segment. Let's get to some of the foes here in the AFC South, Johnny. And I'm going to pull up these picks. Let's go to our friends, and they're really not our friends. No, we have friends who work there, but the Colts, come on. The bitter, hated, despised Indianapolis Colts, who had no first-round pick. They had to wait till round 2 to pick. It was C.J. Allen from Georgia, linebacker. I'm going to read them off, then you tell me your thoughts on the class. A.J. Halsey from LSU, a safety. Guard from Kentucky, Jalen Farmer in the 4th round. Halsey went in the 3rd. Bryce Betcher, close enough. Linebacker, Oregon. Edge player from Florida, George Gumbs. You talked about him earlier. Goes in the 5th round. Caden Curry, Ohio State. Edge. Wow, they're really trying to beef up the edge. 6th round pick. He's a Colt. They have 2 in this round, so they're not done yet. But thoughts on their class so far as they had no first-round pick, Johnny?
C.J. Allen, I think Allen and Betcher could play next to each other, and I think that'd be a good combination for them. I think Betcher ends up being kind of the leader of the CPU, that group, and then Allen is just kind of your run and hit, bring the funk linebacker that you have. How about Bryce Betcher, drafted by your Houston Astros?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a couple of years ago. So I like those 2 linebacker picks for them. I felt like they had to. I never really thought Zaire Franklin was that kind of guy. I just didn't. So I think with these 2 young guys, they'll take a step back because they're young and it's just natural, getting used to the NFL, et cetera. But I think in the long run, I think those 2 guys together are going to be better than Zaire Franklin or anybody else the Colts could have put out there this year. So I think it's a good start. Then they take George Gumbs, the outside linebacker. Is that right? The Colts?
Yeah.
He's a physical freakazoid. He did like a 43-inch vertical. Like his athletic RAS score has to be off the charts. I didn't see it, but he is he's incredibly athletic. And it's 6'4", 245, 34-inch arms, ran 4.66 in the 40, 41-inch vertical, 10-1 broad jump, and a 7-flat 3-cone from out of Chicago. Converted, I think he was a receiver. They converted him to outside linebacker. That is the exact Chris Ballard pick. Athletic, cut, no body fat, but he's got to learn how to play. But the Colts also drafted Caden Curry, I think.
Yeah, they did. Ohio State.
I think he's in the rotation, maybe not right away, but eventually. I thought he had a really good senior year at Ohio State. Very overshadowed by all the other talent that was there at Ohio State. So getting him late in the draft, that was a good pick by Ballard as well.
Okay, let's go to the Jaguars here, who still have 2 picks left. And let's start here hang on a second, Borkature, tight end from A&M, Nate Borkature.
That was their first pick.
That was their first pick, and that was in round 2, correct?
Yeah, I was higher on Borkature than I felt like a lot of people were. And when I watched him at A&M, I thought he was a lot bigger physically. Then I saw him at the Senior Bowl, the first practice, and I'm like, whoa, he's not as big as I thought. But then I saw him do their individual drills amongst all the other tight ends. Tanner Koziel from out of Houston who got drafted, and a bunch of other tight ends, and Matthew Hibner that got drafted. And I watched Borkature. I'm like, that dude's got better hands than all those guys. He's moving quicker than all those guys. I think Borkature is going to end up going into third, maybe early into fourth. He ended up going to second. I mean, he was a top pick. So I read others that were like, yeah, Borkature is my second tight end or whatever. So Borkature is a good player, but they went and drafted Tanner Koziel. Now you're like, wait, they drafted 2 tight ends?
Yep.
Yeah, because they're completely different.
One's an Aggie, one's a Longhorn also.
Yeah.
One's a Cougar, sorry. Jeez.
Koziel's a wide receiver. So it's like they got a big wide receiver and then they got a tight end. So they want to get big and physical. Koziel's not going to block anybody. But as a pass receiver, he's 6'7", very good hands, gets to open areas on the field. So those 2 tight ends were kind of interesting. What else is on Jacksonville's list?
A stretched out Ingram.
Yes.
Albert Regis, Texas A&M, defensive tackle in the 3rd round. Also in the 3rd, Emmanuel Pregnon. He went in the Vandermock to the Texans. So I don't like it when AFC South foes steal my Vandermock picks. Guard from Oregon. Jalen Husky from Maryland, corner, goes in the 3rd round to the Jags. Wesley Williams, an edge player from Duke, goes in the 4th. Tanner Koziel, you talked about him. Coog, tight end, 5th round. 6th round, Josh Cameron, wide receiver from Baylor. Getting all these Texas guys thinking it's going to help them beat the Texans.
Yeah.
C.J. Williams from Stanford, we talked about him. Receiver, going in the 6th round. They have 2 picks left. So let's see. In this draft, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, because they made a trade somewhere along the way, and they've made a lot of trades because out of the 10 picks, at least 6 are there because of some sort of trade.
Yep.
So the magnificent Gladstone, wheeling, dealing. Last year, he got Travis Hunter making that big deal. That cost them first-round picks. But you know what? We'll see how it all bears out for the Jags because they won the division. And they're looking for the repeat. I don't think they're going to get it, but they're going to do everything they can. It's going to be a tough out, man. It's the division. It's the Jaguars. It's on. Texans lost down there in week 3. We all know what happened here. You had the 19-point comeback, and here we go.
Our lads doesn't put any of those guys in starting positions that you just mentioned in draft picks. Now, I think Pregnon eventually beats out Makari. I've never been a big fan of Makari. I think Pregnon eventually starts for them. And with 2 tight ends, they're going to see the field, you would think, as long as they stay healthy. But I think Josh Cameron could be kind of a weapon X for them. He kind of do a lot of different things from Baylor. He looks like a running back. He plays wide receiver. He returned kicks. That's a key for Josh Cameron. So, I don't know that Jacksonville got significantly better, but they did also make a trade getting rid of Mason Smith, who I never thought was all that great. And they got Ruka Rororo, who I think is really good. And I think he is going to be a problem. So he and Albert Regis are going to help out in the interior. Wesley Williams, okay. And Husky, I never was a big fan of Husky anyway. So I feel like Pregnon starts. But after that, I think guys kind of fit roles for them. So I'm not blown away by this draft. But then again, their draft was Travis Hunter last year. And that was and they decided to keep Brian Thomas Jr., at least for now, because there was a lot of talk about them trading Brian Thomas and getting in the back end of the first round, which should have been kind of interesting. But they decided not to do that. I think this is a decent draft for Jacksonville, but okay. That's kind of the way I feel about it. It's just average, maybe a little bit below average.
I'm still stuck on a Rororo.
Yeah,
okay.
Rororo.
Let's go to the Titans here. It's Carnell Tate. That really raised a lot of eyebrows. 4th pick of the draft, Ohio State receiver. I mean, some of the jokes were not even the best receiver on his team. He's picked 4th overall. And what's going on? So you tell me, what do you think's going on here? That one, and then I'll lop a few others on top of it. Keldrick Falk also goes in the 1st round. Anthony Hill, Texas, in the 2nd round. Fernando Carmona, guard from Arkansas in the 5th round.
Ooh.
Nicholas Singleton, we talked about him earlier, running back from Penn State, goes in the 5th. 6th round, Jackie Marshall from Baylor, defensive tackle, and Pat Coogan from Indiana, their center, 6th round pick by the Tennessee Titans. They have one more left in this draft.
You know, the whole Tate situation, number 4, they take Tate or do they take, a Sonny Styles, or I think Arvell Reese is still on the board. It would have been hard for me to make a case for Tate over those guys, especially when I look in my division and I go, okay, the Texans have this rock star defense. They went the division round. Jacksonville's defense is very, very good. They're led by Foye Oluokun. We going to win this division with Cedric Gray and Cody Barton at linebacker. Our edge rushers, we did go get Jermaine Johnson. They have Femi Oladejo, who was drafted last year, but he got hurt. Now, that's a nice start on the edge, but I don't know if Jacob Martin isn't going to give him much. He's long in the tooth. Now, they drafted Keldrick Falk, and that's going to be an interesting one because Falk might be a guy that eventually moves on to the inside. But we'll see how it goes. I like, actually, the Falk pick near the end of the draft as opposed to the Carnell Tate pick at the beginning of the draft. But they went and got Nicholas Singleton. May not play right away with the 2 running backs in front of him, but it's a talented guy. Carmona could end up starting one of the guard spots. I do not like Cordell Volson. Skronsky's been a really good player, but I think Carmona goes over and fills in the Volson spot. But they signed Wan'Dale Robinson. They still have Calvin Ridley, and now they've added Tate. So they've got some weapons there, and then they've got Ayamanor and they got DK. Honestly, I think they could have gone defense, left Ayamanor, and gotten a receiver a little bit later in the draft. But look, this is the way they decided to go. So, okay. Mike Borgonzi, Brown University. We'll see if he got it right.
They're going to be better. They'll be better.
And they're on the clock right now. The pick is in for the Tennessee Titans at pick number, what is that, 235?
225.
Oh, Jared, now they go get a tight end. And Kanik is kind of Jared Kanik's the pick from out of Oklahoma. He's kind of he's a move. He's H-back, fullback type, but a good athlete. He played defense. For a while, then they moved him over and put him at tight end. He ended up being a pretty good tight end. So throw him into the mix with Gunnar Helm, Daniel Bellinger, Kylan Granson. He kind of fits in that mode. And Brian Dable will know how to do with him. They'll probably use him at fullback, I would imagine.
All right, how many trades have the Texans made in this year's draft? One in the first,
one in the
second. They stood pat with Klein. Is that it, Johnny?
2 trades?
No, because they dropped down in the 4th.
Right.
So that's 3. I think it's 3 total.
I think it's 3 total.
Ooh. Okay. Nick.
There are a lot of people with over tickets, bro.
Over 4?
Yeah. You got to go.
Last year, how many trades?
Move 243 and then move it again.
6 trades last year.
Yeah.
2024. 1, 2. These are draft day trades, not trades you make well before draft day that affect the draft. 4 trades in 2024. 2023. Wait a minute.
How many did he make in 2023? It felt like every pick in 2023 got moved.
6, 7, 8. 8 in 2023.
Jeez.
And let's see. I thought in this continues here. In 2022, 1, 2, 3. 2021, we know about the one for Nico because he traded a 4th and a 5th and a 4th from the next year to Carolina to get Nico Collins. So 2021, he made 2 trades. I have the trades from the rest of Texans history. Let's put it this way. Casario's trades fill up a whole page in the draft press release for the Houston Texans. All the rest of the draft day trades in the history of the franchise fill up about a page.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all the trades in franchise history, then Nick Casario's trades.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I'm going to total these up during the break. I want to total these up because now I'm curious like what the actual number is of draft day type trades. Not that Rick Smith wasn't willing to move. Hey, see, I made some trades too. Yeah, you did. You did. Because he made the Babin deal, and he actually dropped down. No, that was Rick with the Dwayne Brown deal.
Yeah,
Rick dropped down from 18 to 20-something, 28 maybe, to take Dwayne Brown.
Yeah, traded up to go get Sean. That was a big one.
Yeah, big one.
That was a huge one. So, yeah, it's funny because I think it's just me. But it feels like a lot of general managers or guys that run the draft, they might make a trade or two early, and then they'll just let the rest of the draft kind of play out and let their board play out.
Yeah.
But I think Nick approaches it a little differently. I mean, I think he has said as such. Their board is shorter and smaller, so they move around the board, to go find the best player available on their board. So if you're going to do that, if you're going to have a smaller, shorter board than everybody else, then, yeah, you definitely have to make some trades.
You got to make some moves. You got to move up and get your guy.
That's exactly
right. And the other thing is they got to have their board and the board that they believe everybody else has, the consensus board, because that's the one that'll determine who's filling those slots with players that you would never select.
Right.
Or most likely not select. Okay, next up, we gave you some of that stuff. I'll give you the trade count next. It's fun for me. Texans will pick soon enough here in the 7th round, and we'll have Nick Caserio on as well as we head for the final hour or so of our coverage of the Texans draft. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
All the picks, all the info. It's Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
All right, flying through round 7 here, NFL Draft. Vandermeer and Harris with you from Reliance Stadium, the Hyundai Texans radio studio. Texans All Access Monday at 6. I wonder what we're going to be talking about then. I wonder what is going to be happening then. Hey, is Nussmeier still on the board?
Yes.
Because Aiden Kalikamannis.
Yeah. Rutgers.
Quarterback.
And Minnesota.
Taken by
Before
Washington.
Nussmeier.
Before Nussmeier. So he is dropped like a rock in the middle of the ocean. I forget. Okay, so Tyree West. Is it Tyree West?
Tyree West, yeah.
Defensive lineman from Tennessee going into Detroit at pick 222. There was an old TV show, Room 222. If you got that, then you are seasoned.
Wow.
Then Kalikamannis. Is that it? Kalikamannis? Whatever. Kalikamannis.
Yeah,
223 to Washington. Robert Spears Jennings, we're in round 7. Pittsburgh takes him. He's a safety from OU. Jaron Kanak, tight end from Oklahoma, going to the Titans. Landon Robinson, defensive lineman from Navy, going to the Bengals. You liked him.
Yeah, I like Landon Robinson. I like Zane Durant, Landon Robinson. I like the shorter, undersized, yet quick and strong defensive tackles.
Right.
Those guys have had success. You know, Tommy Togiai is kind of built a little bit that way. Now, he's strong as an ox, but Tommy's a lot quicker. His feet are a lot better than people think. Like, he's really, really quick. So, yeah, I would have liked one of those guys, but didn't happen. It's okay.
Right.
I'll take the big guy, young DJ Reader, a.k.a. Kaden McDonald. I'll take that.
All right, so Jackson Kuwach, linebacker from Miami, Ohio.
Miami, Ohio, yep.
Going to Carolina. Jets taking VJ Payne, safety from Kansas State. Raiders pick is in there next, and the Texans down the line. We're at 230 right now. Texans pick 243. But we're flying through round 7 with 4 minutes max between these selections, so they're coming fast and furious. And we'll have the final Texans pick of this draft for you soon enough, unless Nick trades out.
Could happen. I'd like to see him trade twice. 243 down at 254, and then trade to get Mr. Irrelevant. That's 2 trades. That would make it 5. That would give the over. If you know what I mean.
Because we're at 3 right now, 3 trades. Not that we follow this stuff, but my gosh.
Well, I think one of the things about it, Mark, is this draft in particular, I think and I've seen kind of this, I don't know what you call it, vitriol or just discussion point or whatever on Twitter about how teams have veered away, and the Jaguars, Texans in particular have kind of veered away from what the quote-unquote consensus is. But I felt like this was a draft, and I said it before the draft, I felt like this was a draft in which there was going to be a lack of consensus because this draft really was more so than others just because of the talent level at each of the positions. I feel like it was going to be, the boards were going to be so different for each and every team. And I feel like what's happened with the Texans in particular, as I've said a couple of times this weekend, is the fact that, Steelers drafted Eli Heidenreich. I wanted him at pick 2-4.
Running back from Navy.
Oh,
and
that
he's wearing the uni.
Awesome. Yeah. This is really cool. This guy's a really good football player. He'll play for Pittsburgh. He'll play. But back to my point.
Does he have to serve? No. Since he's drafted, maybe not?
I don't know.
Is that how that works?
I don't know.
Maybe not right away.
I quit worrying about that. I just wrote guys up. For a long time, I wasn't writing up guys from Navy, Army, Air Force, just because I didn't know what the commitment was, how that went. And I stopped. But then I wrote up Landon Robinson, wrote up Heidenreich. I mean, he's a really good player. He can play anywhere. He can play a lot of different spots. I wanted him with us because he would have been kind of a nice little weapon X. Give him the ball, let him do some things. Ran a 4.4 range. He's like 6 foot, 200 pounds. Military connection, obviously played at Naval Academy would have been nice. But come back to the point about the boards. I think the Texans this year, I feel like the board narrowed even more because they were looking, again, for a specific type of person, player. And that, I think, narrowed their board down.
Yep.
And because they've got basically going into this draft 21 of 22 starting positions seemingly covered, that they could be very particular about how they went about it.
Yeah.
And so screw your consensus. This is our board, what we came up with for us.
Yep.
And I'm sure the Jags feel the same way. Hey, look, we got a really good football team. They might have had 22 starters already. Mm-hmm. So they had the same thing going in, and they didn't have a first-round pick, and they only had a mid-second-round pick. So I'm sure they were kind of the same way. Like, hey, we can be very particular and choosy with our board and how we want to populate it. And I guarantee you that's how Nick thought about it as well.
So Heidenreich is there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And the draft is in Pittsburgh.
And they're going nuts.
They're going crazy. What a way to get drafted.
I mean, how cool.
When the city you're going to is hosting the draft and you happen to be at the draft.
You know who did that?
He could be anywhere.
That was Barron Sorrell last year. Was Green Bay last year? Or 2 years ago?
Anybody could have taken him.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Anybody.
And it doesn't matter.
But it's the Steelers.
It's the Steelers, and you're a Navy guy.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. This is fantastic.
Oh, they got him for an interview. He was going off the stage, and I saw somebody waving him back on. And so he's doing an interview. This guy, I love this guy. Yeah, he is a really good football player. And it was last year when I saw him, and I was like, man, I love this guy. This guy would be a really good fit for a lot of teams because, Navy's offense is so unique. It's part running back. He takes some handoffs. They play him as a slot receiver. He's an outside receiver. But he's got really good measurables. They put his measurables up against Christian McCaffrey. I don't know why, but they did. And they matched out. I mean, his measurables, his testing, all that was right on par with Christian McCaffrey. Now, he's not quite the player Christian is, but he's got those measurables. And so now he goes to Pittsburgh.
Steeler.
Yeah, he's a Steeler.
Yeah. All right.
He's definitely a Steeler, but I wish he would have been a Texan. But what a cool moment. Military featured right there.
I bet he's on their board.
What's that?
I bet he's on Nick's board.
Oh, I would I absolutely promise he's on their board. So hopefully they're upset that they didn't get him because.
Wait, is the John Carroll receiver still in play, right?
Yeah.
What's his name again?
Tyron Montgomery from the Woodlands. He might be listening to us right now.
All right, let's do this.
It could happen.
Come on down for a live press conference.
Oh, man, that would be awesome.
Like a James Casey-style live press conference.
Oh, the first thing he would get asked about is, hey, Nick, you drafted a guy from John Carroll. I mean, it would just...
Yeah, but that's why we have to do it.
I know. It would be fantastic, and I'm sure if he does it, look, Nick's never going to do it just because the guy went to college there. I'm telling you, Tyron Montgomery right now is an absolute dude.
Tyron or Tyrone?
Tyron. Tyren.
Okay, Tyron Montgomery.
And he went to work at the Senior Bowl. Went to work. It wasn't as if he was just there. He's a Division III player. Drew Fabianch, who used to be a scout in the NFL. I think he was the Patriots for a long time. He had been a scout for a couple decades. He took over for Matt Nagy, who is at – oh, by the way, Matt Nagy, who's now the GM in Oklahoma, tweeted this. This was interesting about Fabeti Weewoo. Let me see if I can pull it up real fast. But did I say Chris Nagy? Jim Nagy. Jim Nagy, who's now the GM. He ran the Senior Bowl for a long time.
You said Matt originally, but – and I was doubling back on it. No, I know. You've been on the air for 3 days.
This is 4 hours ago. Oklahoma football tweeted out, Feb to H-Town, Houston Texans select his Twitter account at officialfeb_54. Jim Nagy, who is the GM at OU. He went from Senior Bowl to OU GM. He said, credit Houston Texans for not overthinking this one. Spoke to them this morning, and they were fully convicted about him. Former walk-on, checks tons of boxes, smart, tough, dependable, versatile experience, and leader. Great value in the 4th round. Official Fabeti will be a pillar in the Houston community as well. Another dude will miss around the Switzer Center. Nobody in college football develops O-linemen like OU Coach B, Bill Biedenbaugh, one of the best college O-line coaches there is. So that was cool to hear. But Drew Fabianch runs the Senior Bowl, and he brought on Montgomery and said, look, this is the first D3 player they've had in a long time. I remember when Quinn Miners was a Division II player, but they had from Hobart College a number of years ago. Guy ended up with, I can't remember, the Bucks, I think. Ali Marpet. Marpet was from Hobart. It was one of my first Senior Bowl. That was the last time they'd had a D3 guy.
Ooh.
So they bring in Montgomery. It's like, okay. And so John Carroll's helmets are gold with a blue face mask. Well, that's what Navy's look like. Navy's look like that. They have the gold with blue face mask. And I'd forgotten about Montgomery. And I kind of would look down there, and I'd watch a little bit. He'd make a catch in one-on-ones, like get wide open. Like, okay. Get the team. He's making a couple of catches. I'm like, damn, who's this Navy receiver? And so I look at the roster and went, oh, that's the John Carroll kid. That's Montgomery. Okay. And, Mark, he went to work for 3 days.
So he went to Woodlands High School. I mean, he's a Highlander.
Yeah, he went to the Woodlands, yep.
So, LSU, Nichols, John Carroll.
Yes.
Interesting.
And I think at some point he was a basketball player.
Yeah, LSU basketball player. Basketball in 2019.
That should tell you something. When guys are athletes of a different sport, that's like Bryce Betcher is going to the Colts. I mean, he's a baseball player. And baseball and football don't always go together, but it's just that different competitive level that you have to play a different sport. So this has been really cool watching in studio.
You want to play Texans draft by the numbers again?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. The current roster doesn't have 90 on it yet because we have the draft coming up. I mean, we have the draft guys coming up into the roster.
Right.
And you have the undrafted free agents, whatever other free agents they have. I think I have 66 here, according to Texans PR.
Does that include all the draft picks?
No.
No, okay.
But I have rounds that the current guys were drafted in, okay? So you have to guess what round is most represented on the Texans roster.
It ain't the first.
It's not the first.
I think it's the third.
It's close, but it's the second.
Yeah, I was going with second.
Second is 9.
Second was my second choice.
Now, this is all time, not just Texans picks, okay? So Braden Smith's a second rounder.
Oh, it's everybody.
It's everybody when they were drafted.
Okay, so Petrie.
Yeah,
and
Logan Hall, Petrie. Logan Hall's new this year.
Yeah, I
so
forgot
the
Logan
Texans
was
did
the
not
second.
draft him.
Yeah.
Blake Fisher, Lassiter, Jaden Higgins, Ariante Ursary, Logan Hall, MJ Stewart, Braden Smith. Okay.
MJ
9.
was second rounder back in the day, yeah.
Now you have, let's see what else. 1, 2, 3 more rounds that have 8 players each. 3rd, 4th, and 6th. Seventh is the least represented round. But guess who was really important to this football team that could not play in the final playoff game that was drafted in the 7th round? That would be one Trent Brown. Unbelievable.
7th round. I told that story to him. He was kind of amazed the other day when I told that story about the Senior Bowl. And I'll never forget it. A lot of times that's how I try and figure people out is what helmets they're wearing. And so I see this massive human being wearing a just pure white helmet. I'm like, what the hell? And I realize, oh, that's Trent.
Because?
His equipment hadn't gotten there yet.
Oh.
So how do you find a helmet for a guy with a head that big?
You make one.
They had to go to the local sporting goods store and find one, or the local high school. I can't remember what it was, but they had to go find one for him. They did. His equipment showed up on Tuesday or Wednesday, and he was able to do it for the second day. But I just remember seeing him in that big white helmet, and he just got the biggest kick out of that when we were talking to him. But, yeah, Trent Brown won the 7th round.
The only first rounders on the roster
I got this.
Okay,
CJ Will Stingley.
Mm-hmm. One
CJ
more.
Will Stingley.
One more that's not homegrown by the Texans.
Not David Montgomery. Not homegrown. Not Togiai. Sheldon Rankins.
That is correct. Gosh, you're good.
Boom.
How about
Sheldon
this?
Rankins.
You want to talk about the draft is an unknown thing, non-scientific. I mean, you try to be scientific, but what are you going to do? Danielle Hunter, once upon a time, 3rd-round draft choice from the Minnesota Vikings. And absolute beast, cyborg.
I got a game for you. You ready?
Okay, go.
Okay. This comes up. Let's see how close I got. Okay?
Okay.
So this is from the 2023 draft. I wrote this in May of 2022. Okay? Ready for this?
Ready.
Heading into the 2022 draft season, I flipped back and forth between a few prospects at number 1 before settling on safety Kyle Hamilton. I loved him as a prospect, even though he lacked the speed teams truly covet in a safety. I say all that to say that there hasn't been 1 second of waiting for 2 years who's going to be number 1 overall, my Harris 100, Will Anderson Jr. He burst on the scene as a true freshman in the weirdest season of college football imaginable, then returned to 21, taking his game to greater heights. He's the unquestioned number 1 overall prospect in the Harris 100, and I don't really care if that follows trends or not. I've said multiple times since the COVID year that he'd be number 1 in this draft class. if he declares for the draft, obviously. His twitch and hands are top-notch. His explosiveness to and through run blockers is extraordinary. His quickness on loops and stunts inside is unmatched. He's violent in all the best ways on the field. He has a knack for playing his best in the big games. He can control blockers with his speed, his strength, and power. He has burst off the edge for days. His first step is blazing fast off the snap. Bend, power, hands. He beats guards with power. He beats light, quick tackles with speed. He is the alpha in a program with dozens of them. He's a number one all day long, and barring some unforeseen disaster, he'll be number one in April, too.
Well, a guy who has lived up to it and more, because you probably have a lot of glowing, maybe not that glowing descriptions of players who are drafted high.
Yep. Oh, I do.
But they didn't pan out, ultimately. Mm-hmm. Maybe they had some good moments or whatever. You always got to get better. You got to improve. You got to get in here and work, you know? Yep. And that's why, to your point about their board being smaller than a lot of teams' boards, because they want the right psychological makeup of whoever they're drafting to know that they're going to freaking put the work in and get better, improve, make a difference. Right attitude is as important as anything coming in here into the league.
So in that same, I've said my CJ one a long, long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one.
All right.
I had him at this is May of 2022. Had him at number 52.
Ooh.
Henry To'oTo'o played his high school football at famed De La Salle High School in Northern California, then starred for defensive guru Jeremy Pruitt at Tennessee for the first 2 years of his career. When Pruitt was rightfully escorted out the door, To'oTo'o decided to leave as well and decided on Alabama for the next 2 years of his career. He's long and rangy with gap-filling, run-stuffing skills. Feet are constantly hot. It keeps him under control seemingly at all times. He is a factor in coverage, and the transition in Nick Saban's defense in 2021 didn't appear difficult at all. Most players entering Alabama's program need a quick minute to find their mental sea legs, but To'oTo'o got to Tuscaloosa and hit the ground running. He orchestrated the same defensive scheme at Tennessee and early in 2021 training camp. I had it on good authority that he was already the one calling plays, taking the lead, and communicating through the entire defense. He's fascinating to watch, but he seems to be completely in tune to what the opposing offense is running. And then I gave an example. Against Cincinnati in the 2021 CFP semifinal, the H-back was tucked in nearly behind the left tackle. To'oTo'o saw it, started gesturing with his hand to fellow linebacker Christian Harris, pointing at the H-back and letting him know the H-back was coming back across the formation on a split-flow zone play. And he was dead on correct. The two of them stuffed the play.
Wow.
That was Henry. And so
you know what rings out to me there? That's Christian Harris playing in college together. They played here together. Yep. It's still sad to me about Christian Harris that it wasn't able to pan out here.
That's right.
It looked like it was going to turn into something sensational.
Yeah.
And maybe injuries, whatever. He had weird injuries. The 2024 season largely derailed. This season kind of clunky and then inactive a bunch of times. And he's elsewhere now. But Henry's very much here going into year 4, and we'll see what happens with him. Okay. Heidenreich is talking on national television. The Colts pick is in. I'd love to stay for the Colts pick, and then we'll step aside and get ready for the Texans' final selection of this draft. And Nick Caserio, he's going to get to the podium. We're going to hear from Nick on day 3, which has seen plenty of activity by your Houston Texans, although only 3 trades in this draft. Weird.
3.
Seems
He's
low.
got to do it just to do it, right? He's got to do it just to do it.
If he does 4, at least it's a push.
Gets a push.
No, but there have to be odds on this somewhere. Not that I follow these
Kalshi,
things.
for sure.
Kalshi's got...
Do you know many people using Kalshi?
I've heard stories.
So my daughter's out in California.
You can bet on everything.
My daughter's out in California.
Will the souffle fall?
Yes.
You know, it's anything.
So apparently, my daughter's out in California. She's not using Kalshi, but she has a friend of hers who's a casting director. And he has really kind of no interest in sports. He's on Kalshi all the time, apparently.
Yeah. This is
all the time.
Highly addictive thing. You know what this is? There's gambling online and gambling on your apps and everything like that.
Yeah.
This is the social media complete sugar high of gambling. The addictive, I'm telling you, man.
Very.
Social media is so addictive. We all know that now. It's really out. But I think that Kalshi is the next level in that online gaming stuff where it's interesting. I think it's fun to know what the numbers are, but I just hope people are careful.
Yeah.
Act responsibly.
You can, quote-unquote, gamble on anything.
Seth McGowan, running back from Kentucky, goes to the Colts. That means they're trading Jonathan Taylor. No, it doesn't. But do you like McGowan? You tell me after the break as we get ready for the Texans' final selection of this draft, as they are 5-6 picks away. So let's get to it next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
The fighting spirit is one we all share, and one that Modelo celebrates anywhere you call home.
Cheers!
Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
The picks are coming fast and furious. Everybody wants to go home. 7th round. We are racing toward the end. The Texans have 1 pick left, and we're getting very close to it as the Dolphins at 238 overall. Max Llewellyn, edge player from Iowa. Tommy Doman, punter from Florida. Boy, we've seen some punters and kickers lately.
Yeah.
Goes to the Bills. The Jags pick is in. Then it's the Bills again, Seahawks, and your Texans. So
Damn picks the Bills had.
Bills pick is in too. So what's the Jags pick? Hang on a second. Let's see what's going on here.
Hey, has Mason Rieger come off the board? Wisconsin?
I don't remember. Didn't I have him in a Vandermark?
Yeah.
Like late?
I think he's a really good player. I am shocked.
Jags linebacker Parker Hughes from Middle Tennessee State.
Okay.
Rieger has not been picked up according to Colin, our producer.
Thank you, Colin.
And the Buffalo Bills pick is in, so we'll get that when we get it.
Dang, that's a mistake. So, okay, let's say that the Texans take any other position but edge.
Right.
Do you think tomorrow they're calling Derek Barnett? Or do you think they're happy with what they've got? Because they didn't take an edge rusher in this draft.
I don't know. Barnett, I love him. It's going to be interesting. I'd love to know. We don't know, so we have to guess. That's what we're doing here. What they have on their board as far as edge that they did not get to.
Right.
That they might have liked, but we couldn't do it. We couldn't make the fit. We couldn't make the trade, whatever. So I am not sure how that's going to go. But I would say if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I'd say Barnett finds his way back on the team. It's hard for me to imagine life without Barnett. It's really hard for me to imagine life without Dare Ogunbowale.
I'm right there
those
with
guys
you.
are still out there. Maybe they make this happen. So,
I don't know. I think it'll be interesting because I remember after what draft was that? Was it 22?
Mm-hmm.
Draft is over. I remember Nick came in here and we were asking him about it. Hey, there was talk about you drafting edge. You didn't draft an edge. He goes, just hold on.
Okay,
just hold on. And then the very next day, Jerry Hughes, Mario Addison, and one other edge rusher. There were 3 edge rushers that he signed the very next day.
Armand Reed
Adams.
Yeah.
Going to the Bills.
Going to the Bills. Seattle pick is in, and the Texans are on the clock officially.
Okay. Let's do it. Last pick, 2026.
Let's do it. Let's do it. It's the last one for sure, and we're going to get an inkling before we get off the air about undrafted free agents. Okay?
We'll start to get some of that, yeah.
Because stuff leaks out. They're already calling guys right now. So that Armaj Reed Adams from A&M, right? Okay.
A&M, yep.
Yeah, all right.
So A&M, Armaj Reed Adams, Trey Zune, Chase Basantis, Demetrius Crowner were 4 of 5 starters.
Johnny, I got the pick.
Give me a position.
It's a linebacker.
Okay.
And he's from Indiana.
Aiden Fischer?
Aiden Fischer.
Oh, yeah.
Aiden
Badass.
Fischer.
I like Aiden Fischer a lot.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
you
that's
tell us
awesome.
about Aiden Fischer, and we are going to get ready to hear from Aiden Fischer soon enough.
That is awesome. Very, very cool. Aiden Fischer, such a smart player. And Mark is going now to, I would imagine he's going to get Aiden Fischer. So, hey, Colin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. First of all, are we still on the air? Because Mark just took off. So, I don't know. Did we go to a break?
Oh, yeah, we're still going.
Okay, we're still going. I mean, this is awesome. All right. Aiden Fischer is the pick for the Texans. He was the starting middle linebacker for Indiana University for the last couple of years. He left with Kurt Signetti from James Madison to go be, as I like to say, the CPU, the guy, the green dot, the leader of the defense for the James Madison Dukes, and then he did it with the Indiana Hoosiers. And I remember seeing him in 2024. He's like, I like this guy. He moves around pretty well. Not the biggest guy in the world, but I put in my quick write-up on him. He's Indiana's version of Jacob Rodriguez. Now, I don't think he's as explosive to the football. I don't think he's got quite that speed. But when you're talking about 7th-round pick, 243, you're looking for a guy with smarts, a guy with some leadership, a guy that can run down on special teams. I think Aiden Fischer at this point, I love it. So that makes 2 linebackers. Yeah, Wade Woodaz, Aiden Fischer. And I think that getting those guys on, we get both those on day 3. All the days are running together. I love the fact they're ending this thing with Aiden Fischer. I'll post my scouting report of Aiden Fischer here up on Twitter in just a second. We got to take a break. Hopefully on the other side of this break, we will actually hear from Aiden Fischer the Indiana product, who also went to JMU from Virginia, because obviously in Virginia you go to James Madison, then you transfer to Indiana. Won a national championship. I'm sure Mark's got a lot to talk with him about. So we'll hear from Aiden Fischer, the 7th round and last pick, as far as we know, of Nick Caserio and the Texans in this draft. We'll hear from Aiden Fischer next right here on Texans Draft Live.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Unbeatable mileage from Chevron with Techron unlocks all kinds of unbeatable trips. Like to family dinner the next town over. Or to a family wedding the next town over. Or even to a family reunion over the river and through the woods at Grandma's house. Any drive is worth it to see Grandma. Especially when you can stop along the way for unbeatable cleaning power from Chevron with Techron. Your engine will be thanking you for making the trip. Download the Chevron app now and find unbeatable mileage near you.
The beauty of the Lone Star State is varied and expansive. Ford SUVs offer you the capability to take in the scenic views that few have ever seen. Ford Explorer Tremor with off-road power that's off the hook. Bronco and Bronco Sport.
And group tickets, season tickets, suite opportunities, and more. We'll see you at NRG Stadium.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
You're damn right it is. And the Texans have their draft in the books. Started with Keelan Rutledge on Thursday night. He went to Kaden McDonald and Marlon Klein on Friday night. And then today, hopefully I've got these in the right order. There was Wade Woodaz. Fabeti Weewoo, then Wade Woodaz, Kamari Ramsey, Lewis Bond, and now Aiden Fischer. Kind of hit a lot of different spots all the way through. Now, for a lot of people, I know this is going to be a talking point on Sean and Seth's show tomorrow. They did not draft an edge rusher. So there's that. What's that? Just say it out loud. Tomorrow's Sunday. Well, Monday. There we go. Colin, keep me on a straight and narrow. It's been a long day. Monday, they will talk about the fact they didn't draft an edge rusher. But as I asked Mark a little while ago, you can go. Do you go get Derek Barnett? If you do, okay. Then you can feel good about what you've got on the edge. You did bring in Dominique Robinson. I think you will get more reps out of Dylan Horton. I think that's going to be very important. But you bolstered the linebacking crew. I know that was a concern. Look, Aziz and Henry are on the last year of their deals. And I'm not saying that a 4th and a 7th rounder will do the trick, but Wade Woodaz and Aiden Fischer are going to come on this team and at least participate on special teams at a minimum this year. I like the smarts for Fisher for sure. I just posted my scouting report at J Harris Football on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Now, Wade Woodaz, drafted earlier. Mark had a chance to catch up with him for a few minutes because, well, it doesn't sound like Wade loves to talk, but that's okay. He does his talking, the former safety, now linebacker, with his shoulder pads. Mark caught up with linebacker Wade Woodaz earlier today.
Wade, what is your reaction? How did you find out you got picked? You get it over the phone? Were you watching the screen? How'd you find out?
I got a phone call probably 5 minutes before, so I really got to set in before I read it on the screen, but, man, I'm so excited.
How does it feel to be coming to a defense like this, number 1 in the league in yards per game last year?
I'm just so excited to learn and get better and then go play with some dogs too, just go put my hat on somebody.
Wade, this is not your actual job interview, but I believe you'll probably be asked to play some special teams. How do you feel about that?
Hey, that's how I got to get on the field. I'm down for whatever.
Wade, one thing that jumps out about you is that you spent your whole college career at Clemson. Tell us why and how that worked out for you in an era where so many guys are transferring around all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Clemson's a special place, first of all, and I'm not a quitter. I'm not just going to give up and waiver for some money, for some change, that's not really my goal, monetary status. I'm not a quitter.
Did I read correctly that your brother's also at Clemson?
He is, yes.
What is it like having a family member in college with you on the team?
It's awesome. I mean, obviously, like, we challenge each other, we get after it, but, I mean, that's my best friend, so.
So many great players have come out of the Tampa area. What drew you to Clemson? And talk about your hometown a little bit. What's special about it to you?
Well, I mean, when it's so hot, I think it brings a little something out of you that other places don't have. And I wasn't a highly recruited guy. Florida schools, they didn't recruit me. So I always kind of took that personally. And then when Clemson came in the picture, it was game over.
We got a guy on the team named Jake Hansen who's very familiar with that kind of story from the Tampa area and ended up at Illinois and with the Houston Texans. Tell us what you know about Houston, if anything. Texas, any familiarity, history? What do you got?
I've actually never been to Texas before. Other than, I guess we played against Texas at Texas, but I don't really count that. I've never, walked around in Texas, so I really don't know anything at all, honestly.
But you know about practicing in the heat, so that's going to help here.
Right, exactly. It'll be very similar to home, which I'm excited about.
All right, Wade, thanks a lot for joining us, and welcome to the Texans.
Thank you.
Wade Woodaz, linebacker, former safety at Clemson. I guess he's going to be able to wear number 17. I'm trying to think if there's anybody. I might have missed somebody who wore 17. I don't think so. But I know this. Aiden Fischer is probably not going to get number 4. I think Woody Marks has got that. So I don't think Aiden Fischer is going to get that. And hopefully we'll get Aiden Fischer on the air with us. We got we're juggling a lot of balls at this point because Mark is talking to Aiden Fischer right now, hopefully. Then we've got Nick Caserio, hopefully at some point, going up for his press conference, which I'm not sure time frame on that, but we're going to hear from Nick. I don't think it's D'Amico. I think it's just Nick with the opportunity to talk about what they've done today in the draft. I know on Monday when, over Sunday, people will obviously get a chance to kind of digest everything. But when you look at the draft for the Texans as a whole, you got a couple of guard center prospects, Keelan Rutledge, Fabeti Weewoo from out of Oklahoma, guys that exhibit a lot of the same traits, nastiness. They want to knock dudes. They want to knock dudes in the dirt, as Keelan said to everybody on Thursday and then on Friday when he got here. I think you got that in the first round. You got it in the fourth round with Fabeti Weewoo from out of Oklahoma, the first Oklahoma draft pick. You got a knockback defensive tackle who is going to be a rock star in this town, Kaden McDonald, who I liken to a young DJ Reader. Those are two needs we knew going in. Guard center, center guard, whatever. Interior offensive line, interior defensive line. When people did mock drafts, it wasn't sexy. You know, it was meat and potatoes. But it was like, yeah, get your interior offensive line, get your interior defensive lineman, whether you go 28, 38, or whatever order, but get those guys. And you did. Rutledge and then Kaden McDonald. At that point, to me, okay, what are the next set of needs? Talked about linebacker. Wade Woodaz, Aiden Fischer added. Did not add a corner. Kamari Ramsey is a safety. He can play nickel, but he is a tremendously rangy safety. So Kamari Ramsey comes, but didn't draft the third corner. I think that means they believe in J-Rock and Jalen Smith. And so I'm okay with that because I thought Jalen showed a lot of good things in training camp. So I think that says a lot about where Jalen is his rehab. So I feel okay with that. Wide receiver one got Lewis Bond. If the wide receiver core, as I've talked about many times this offseason, I think the numbers were good. I feel like Lewis Bond was the perfect type of receiver for this group. A guy that will do anything. He knows this offense. He's not going to be hindered on the first day, not knowing where to line up, where to go. He's going to know that stuff. So he can hit the ground running with a number of veterans in this particular offense and a lot of veterans at the wide receiver position. No running back. That's one that I've kind of, it wasn't a great running back class.
What about undrafted free agents?
Now, the Texans have a history with undrafted free agent running backs. So, yes, I do think there are some, but this just wasn't a deep running back class. And most of them that I would have drafted are off the board that I can think of at this point.
Okay, you would have drafted.
There are a few that I could take a look at. I'm looking at it right now. Jay Knott from out of Oklahoma was better at Cal. I don't know what happened to him at Oklahoma this past year. I think Jam Miller went off the board. So Jamari Taylor, Virginia. Le'Veon Moss. I don't think Le'Veon Moss has gone off the board. So, yeah, there are a few that you could look at from an undrafted perspective. I mean, look, British Brooks is an undrafted free agent. He's working on year 3, and I think he's going to make the roster because of everything he gives to this particular team. They said they were going to draft pretty much anything but quarterback.
Really?
Pretty much did that.
Yep. It's true.
They pretty much did that.
Linebacker with the last one, Aiden Fischer. And Johnny, I just had a chance to catch up with him as he was celebrating, so let's hear it. Aiden, congratulations on becoming a Houston Texan. What was it like when you got the call?
I don't know if anybody heard a single word from me. I was in tears. It's been a really long day with a lot of family here, but, man, I'm so blessed to be a Houston Texan.
What was it like as the 7th round arrived and you were wondering, am I an undrafted free agent? Am I going to get drafted? Now you've been drafted by the Texans.
I thought it was a prank call. So I answered the phone, and I was like, man, who is this? Not a good time. And I got to talk to Coach Billy and Coach D'Amico Ryans, and now I'm at a loss of words. I'm so blessed, and it's been a really long day, but, man, is it worth it now.
Give me something on the journey from the national championship game. You played really well in the victory to now. The whole pre-draft process is such a process. What was it like for you, Aiden?
I mean, nothing in my life has come easy. And I don't know why that would change today. So I just had such a long journey through my life and, my career. And being able to take what I learned from Indiana and that brotherhood, that camaraderie that we built, it's just something I'm going to carry on. I'm going to keep being a leader. I'm going to keep, leading, men and my teammates and try to elevate other people's games. But I think that's the biggest thing I'll take away is just soak up the moment, embrace other people, and don't be afraid to step on toes and get some leadership going. That's going to take a team a long way.
Aiden, tell the Texans fans what kind of player they're getting in you.
You're getting the hardest worker in this draft. I can promise you that. You're going to get a guy that's coming in. Day one, I'm going to put my head down, and I'm going to work my butt off. I don't care if you want to play me on special teams, defense. You want to play me at fullback, I'll put on 100 pounds. and I'm going to take that role on, and I'm going to run with it. I'm all about the team, and I'm all about winning. And that's all I want to do, and that's not going to stop when I get to Houston.
Aiden, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Boy, with Fischer and Woodaz going at it, rookies battling for whatever they can battle for, it is going to be wild. And when you consider what's in front of them, Johnny, they did a good job. They drafted underneath what they've got, and what they've got is a lot. Now, the O-line was a little more surgical, like we got to hit this right. That's why Rutledge and Weewoo are really important players in this draft, obviously, to bolster the offensive line. Everything else is to fortify, to create more depth, to create more action competition, and push the veterans, of course, but possibly take over at some point, and maybe take over as needed in case of injury.
Yeah, did you see my face light up when he said fullback?
Yeah, you did. Why? Because he's got that attitude?
I mean, seriously, if you got to play him at fullback, he's going to hit somebody. I can promise you that.
Yeah.
He's going to hit somebody. Now, look, British Brooks going to hit somebody too.
Yeah.
So,
you know what I find interesting about this? From my standpoint, from our standpoint, just selfishly, from the content creation standpoint, all the players drafted, I would love to just sit down with all of them for like an hour.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you draft guys who are a little more reserved or whatever, and they're not going to give you much, but it doesn't mean they're not great players. But these guys, I want to interview everybody. I want to spend some time with them here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. And you mentioned it, man. It's a great way to put it. Their board, you have to check certain boxes, otherwise you're not going to be able to be on the Texans board. Right. And that is clear in this draft. They waited. They did what they thought they needed to do. I would love to know who they felt they missed out on, players that they wanted to get.
I would love to know.
Yeah, I'd love to know that. And, you know, they follow everybody to see if their evaluation on each and every player was correct. And then they got to adjust the evaluation methodology or whatever as needed. But he's the last pick for the Houston Texans. And you know the unrestricted free agents, undrafted free agents, not unrestricted, are going to be flying off the shelves pretty soon.
So how many picks do we have left, Mark?
In the 7th round, there are 7 picks left. The Eagles are first among those 7, and then it's they pick twice. Then the Ravens, Colts, Seahawks, Broncos.
But we had a big one go off the board a couple picks ago.
We had Garrett Nussmeier go, quarterback, and he went to the Kansas City Chiefs. So Mahomes, Justin Fields, have a good time.
Yeah. I mean, go learn under Mahomes. Go learn under Andy Reid.
Who else do they have there,
John? Who, the Chiefs?
Yeah, I'm checking.
Oh, they have
they got Hayner.
The kid from
they've got Nussmeier's already on the Our Lads depth chart.
Oh, yeah. The Our Lads has been on it. I'll give him that. It's the kid from South Dakota whose name is just
Oladokun?
Yeah, him.
Okay, him.
Yeah, that guy.
He's on there.
I'll
so
let you say.
Right now they have 5 quarterbacks on their roster for now.
Yeah.
Till tomorrow.
Chris Oladokun, Hayner, Nussmeier, Fields, and then some cat named Mahomes.
Dang. You know, good spot? I don't know. I think you're better off if you're Nussmeier.
If you're in the 7th round, you're the son of a coach, going to Andy Reid is the best thing that could happen to you.
I guess so, because Fields won't be there forever.
No, Fields is there for a year.
And then he moves on. He gets another job somewhere
Fields
else.
Is there for a year.
And then you're the backup.
Nussmeier gets the 4th quarter in 3 preseason games at a minimum.
Yeah.
And gets to show what Graham Mertz got to show last year against the Detroit Lions.
If I'm Jake Hayner, I'm just pissed off right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, did he pick there or was he a waiver claim?
I thought he was I don't know. He's
a street free agent, so he signed there.
Yeah, he's.
But again, look, I mean, if you're any of those backups, you're like, I'm never going to start here.
Mm-hmm.
And if I do, it's a bad situation because it means Mahomes is hurt. You're never going to start there. But look, you learn on the hand of Andy Reid, and then you show it off in preseason games. Maybe you move on and become a number 2 somewhere. You never know. And now that Matt Nagy, where'd Matt Nagy go? You go to the Giants?
Washington, is that it? Or no, the Giants. You're right.
The Giants. He's calling the offense in New York. I mean, look, there's a connection there with Matt Nagy and Andy Reid. You never know. So I just think you go to a good situation with good coaching and you learn. and especially as a quarterback, and you learn offense that way. And this is really cool.
Bernard from Nigeria, another International Pathways player.
So this happened in, I think, late March, early April.
Goes to the
Bernard
Eagles.
And one other guy, and I can't remember who it is, they went and did a workout. They did like a pro day workout. And, Mark, it was the buzz of Twitter for like 2 straight days. I mean, a buzz. It was. I can't remember if I think he's the 311-pounder that has like 5% body fat. And, Mark, he's freaky. Like, it's wild, the athleticism for this guy, Bernard. But he's never played football before. So they're trying to teach him football, and he gets drafted by the Eagles. Now, if you're going, well, wait a second, he's never played football, how are they going to do it? Might I remind you of a Pro Bowl left tackle named Jordan Mailata? Mailata had never played football either. They took him for a couple of years, and they worked him out, in Jeff Stoutler's program.
You mean all I got to do is push this guy out of the way?
And
I'll
now,
do that.
Yeah, exactly. And Mailata learned how to play tackle. Now he is going to have to learn how to play defensive tackle, but he's like 311 pounds and just wildly athletic. Body looks like he's a 200-pounder.
Yeah.
I mean, when you see this dude,
but
4'6", over 300 pounds. He's from Nigeria. Grew up playing soccer.
A lot of extra cloth to make that suit.
Yes.
A lot.
He is a big individual.
7th round, it's drawing to a close. We thought we might be done by 6. We're not going to be done by 6. We're going to go a little extra here, and we'll get Nick Caserio on, and then we'll end our coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. But Bernard is the latest to go off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles, who have...
Look at this dude. He's 306 pounds.
Oh, jeez, I'm watching the workout footage.
Mark, he doesn't have an ounce of fat. Look at that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, is that dude human or he made through AI?
If he learns quick, I know he does look AI. If he learns quick,
that's right. That's exactly right.
Could be a factor.
You take a 7th rounder, you take a flyer. The Eagles had all kinds of picks, so they take a flyer on a guy that's 306 pounds, no fat, and they look at it and say, "Look, we wrote the book on how you do this with Mailata." And no offense, teaching a guy to be an offensive tackle versus being a defensive tackle,
a lot harder.
A lot easier to do a defensive tackle, a lot harder to do an offensive tackle. So
right.
It's a wild pick for the Eagles, but I love it. Growing the game internationally, I know we play games internationally, all that, but getting players from other countries that go through IPP, the International Pathway Program, we've seen some make a big impact. I mentioned Jordan Mailata.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy's one of the best tackles, not just in the league, but when his career's over, you're going to say, man, he's one of the best Eagles there's ever been. So the Eagles know how to do it. So might as well do it in the 7th round. I think they got another pick in. Maybe they'll draft the other guy.
I don't have the next one just yet. I think they do.
There was another guy that was there with him that was an edge rusher. No, they don't do it. It's Keyshawn James Newby from out of New Mexico. But there's an edge rusher, too. And the edge rusher, about 245, 250 pounds. I think he's also from Nigeria, and I forgot his name. He apparently ran like a 4.3 at like 245 pounds. Like he's even like freakier than Bernard. So I'm glad he was. I'm glad the Eagles took him.
Okay, we're going to step aside. When we get back, the rest of the 7th round and Nick Caserio. It's all happening here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
The fighting spirit is one we all share, and one that Modelo celebrates anywhere you call home.
Cheers!
Because is yours. So raise it up high, because you've earned it. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Cardinals and Chargers, Chicago, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
Great spirit, a lot of energy in the building.
And that was the voice of Nick Caserio, who's up at the podium right now with D'Amico Ryans. Let's go right there.
How are we doing? Real quick, before I have some questions about the players, I think just on behalf of both of us, we just want to thank their respective staff for the work that they put in, the coaching staff, the scouting staff, the football operations staff, people that are involved in the process. I mean, we wouldn't say it was seamless, but it's pretty seamless. And just the knowledge, the preparedness, the communication, we operate and function as a unit, and that's how we built the program, and everything we do is about the team. And there's no better example of that than the draft and the weekend and the process they went through. So, on behalf of both of us, we weren't able to do this without the staffs. So they're as big a part of this as anybody. And, they're a big reason why we're, in the position that we're in. So, if you guys want to just go ahead and just start with some questions and then kind of go through the day and go from there.
How good do you feel about being able to get a player of McDonald's caliber in the second round?
McDonald is a guy we all like, scouts, coaches, everybody, collective group. Everybody like the talent. Young player, but he's grown. He shows the strength, in the run game. He shows the ability to get off blocks and finish. So very excited to add a young defensive tackle to that room. And he only, I know he'll flourish with the guys that he'll be learning from.
Miko, both sides of the football, you always want to build in the trenches and be strong in there at the line of scrimmage. With the first two picks, how much do you feel like you'll have really competitive practices and when those guys lock up and with your vets adding to that mix?
Yeah, we've added really talented guys that are competitors. They are physical guys, so we know we've improved our team today, and that's what you want to do in the draft. You want to improve your roster with a ton of competitive guys, and that's what we did today. So I'm excited to see these guys get here, get assimilated to how we do things, and see them go out and compete. So it'll be fun.
Nico, you often talk about guys that do it the right way, really love football. There's other things outside of what you scout in terms of their physical ability. Seems like just from a little bit of interaction we had, got a group of those guys. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, they're all, as you guys probably have noticed, they're all our type of guys. They're football first guys, high character guys who just love playing football, guys, big smiles, big energy, guys. Just they're gonna fit right into our locker room, right? And not just the person, but we feel like we got really good football players as well. It always starts with the film first, and having great character, great men on top of that makes it even better. And we got that in all the guys that we've chosen.
You mentioned that last night there were guys that you all wanted to draft at 91 that you felt were going to be discussed at 106. Were you able to get those guys?
Yeah, I mean, really the first two picks of the day, Fabeti and Woodaz. With Fabeti, we kind of sat there and picked at 106. We felt that was the best thing. You started to actually see a little bit of a run on the offensive line there at the top of the round. And then Woodaz was a player where we kind of just moved back there a few spots, and we felt like just going back a few, grab a pick, we'd still be able to get him at 123 or wherever we ended up picking him. But, I mean, to D'Amico's point, talking about some of the earlier players, those were two players that we had conviction, like collectively. Coaching staff kind of had a vision and a role for them. Frank, relative to Woodaz, also had a vision and a role. So when you combine the two, that's why we talk through all these scenarios and all these situations, because we're trying to get the players here that fit what we're doing, and that the coaches and the staff have a vision for the player. We're never going to, square peg a round hole player, regardless of what somebody might think. In the end, we'll talk about it. If it makes sense, then we'll try to make it work. But I would say those two players were examples of players we were talking about yesterday that happened to be available today, and we were able to add them to the team today.
I saw the camera caught you pumping your fist when y'all drafted Fabeti. What did you like about him?
I'm pumping my fist on every the camera only got that one? Come on, Omar, we missed out on all the good stuff. Good action. No, that's the only one you saw? Well, that reaction was for each and every pick. I love them all. No, Fabeti, but like to play, a very smart player, can play multiple positions. He played guard, played some center, so having that flexibility at the interior of our offensive line is they're excited about it.
Nick, when you get a guy that had been a walk-on like him, he talked about a good line about you want to almost be like you're starving, like you're that hungry. What did you see from him just in terms of mental makeup, having had to earn it all the way out of high school to where he is now?
Yeah, really good. I mean, not necessarily transfer up, but kind of transfer up. Kind of started at one program and then elevated to another program. But his mentality, his leadership, just his overall presence. I mean, he's a great kid. He's very smart, takes coaching. And you kind of look at his story and his journey, like he's made himself into the player that he is. And then our job is to make him a better player relative to where he is right now. So, great human being, like we had him in the building, has some leadership qualities, has some toughness. I mean, he's sturdy as hell.
And having a little, maybe we're feeding it from YouTube, having a little.
Hey, Nick, I know this is just the beginning, right? You just said the draft is the beginning, but all the work that goes into it and being able to have your board or your kind of wish list getting kind of what you want. Can you talk about what that feels like to be taking the next step as you work forward?
Yeah, I mean, when you go into this, you kind of have, we both kind of have like a list of players, and then we kind of match it up and say, hey, if we have the opportunity to add these players to our team, then, it'd be great for the overall organization and what we're trying to do. And we were able to do that here today. But, this is one snapshot. So now we'll kind of pivot and kind of take inventory. All right, here's where we are today. Probably some things that'll happen here this afternoon after the draft, work through undrafted free agency, and then there's still another grouping of players that's out there, it's available. So we'll kind of evaluate our team. Where are we? Can we upgrade some spots? Even if we have a player there currently, maybe we replace them with another option. So, it's pretty fluid here. Obviously there's a lot of work and time that goes into this from everybody. But by the same token, we're in the off-season program. We're kind of in phase one. We're going to eventually transition to phase two, where the players will actually get on the field with the staff, and then we'll kind of keep track of kind of what's going on league-wide. There'll probably be some attrition from the draft. Players that were drafted probably created spots or other opportunities where players kind of get knocked out, and then we'll look to see if there's somebody out there that makes sense for us.
Coach, by the time that you, once the season is done and you get with the scouting team, how much studying do you have to put into, especially with the amount of players that there is in the draft, and also by the same time getting prepared for the next season?
Yeah, there is no off season. It turns right into draft preparation, really starting at the combine. So it was really cool. I think one of the first interviews I had at the combine was Marlon, and that was a really cool moment for us to be able to get him. Really like the tape from my initial watch of him, and to be able to get him. So it's an ongoing process. I tell my studying never stops. Like, I'm still watching guys today, trying to make sure we're correct on the guys that we're taking, and we all like the guys. So that process never ends up until we have to take the pick. So it's been a thorough process, but my process is sped up by the staff. Like our scouting department, they lay so much groundwork that I get a head start when I do begin to watch guys. I know who to watch. I know what areas to look for. So they do an outstanding job of prepping me for that.
And then you go in and you have you draft some players that come in. You already have some players at that position. How exciting is it for you as a former player and as a coach to get excited about getting ready to watch that type of competition out there?
Yeah, football is all about competition. Look, and that's what you add these young guys to. We already have a really good team, and we had the opportunity, over the past couple of days to add some really talented young men that are going to come in and compete. Man, competition only makes everyone better, and that's what we're going to see. We're going to see our football team improve once these guys get on the field, because they have to raise their level of play to go and earn a spot. And that's what we're going to love. See, we're going to have some really good battles in training camp, and I can't wait to watch them.
Nick, when it comes to Lewis Bond, what did you hear from the Boston College staff and from Bill O'Brien, just to kind of report you were hearing on him?
Yeah, really smart, very instinctive, good ball skills, kind of finds a way to get open, very productive with his opportunities. I know that was a player that Coach McDaniels spent time with in the spring on the Zoom, and he said it was one of the smartest players that he ever talked to as a part of this process. So, and you see that in his play, very dependable, is in the right spot. Good football player. I would say he has football player traits. You might look at the card and the measurables and say, well, he's a little slower, a little shorter, but he produced consecutively for multiple years. So obviously played in kind of an NFL-style offense and Coach O'Brien's system. So some of the things will carry over. Some of the things will be a little bit different. But you saw a lot of good things on tape, and that was a player, like, as we kind of worked through today on Saturday, we were talking, and, hey, what do you think? Yeah, we liked it. We both liked the player. Ben liked the player, so all right, if we have an opportunity to add him to the team, let's figure it out, which is why we made the pick we did there in the 6th round.
This is sort of like Christmas for y'all today. You got your presents under the tree, you pull them out, but now you start to, take them out and start to play with them now. When does it, you start to see how the shine comes on, how does it go move? Just talk about moving from here.
Yeah, moving forward, in 2 weeks we'll have our rookie minicamp. Most of the guys will be able to come in and participate. We'll see the guys on the field, and that's the exciting time to see guys actually out working with coaches. Because coaches, we get really fired up about that first watch, that first opportunity to get the guys in the Texans uniform, to get them on the grass. So, we're excited about it. You've watched the tape. You spent a lot of time getting to know these guys, and our coaches have already built really great relationships with these guys by Zooming them, 30 visits. So it's even more excited once we hit the grass and we can get done with this.
Just very accredited your ability to evolve as a defensive line, especially regarding Kaden McDonald pick, since he's a bigger body type than you usually have. What kind of goes into that evolution from a philosophy regarding just continue to evolve and keep up with the trends in the NFL?
And look, Caden is a great football player. And for me, we've had success with smaller defensive linemen. That doesn't necessarily mean that was what we were looking for all the time. I've worked with some really good coaches who were able to get the best out of players and the traits that they possess. Those smaller guys, explosive traits, they were able to knock back. And we've seen where you start to lose some in the run game. So you get a guy like Kaden, who's not only just a big body, but he is an explosive guy. He has the twitch, he has the explosiveness, and he's stout versus the run. Like, that's a bona fide defensive tackle that's going to impact our defense in a major way.
Right. You want to ask about the coal underneath my tree that I opened in my presence?
All right, that's it from Executive Vice President, General Manager Nick Caserio, and Head Coach D'Amico Ryans as the draft is in the books. Johnny, on the way out, are you ready for rapid fire? Come on. Sure. You got one more, and you got to pull up a microphone.
I got to pull up a mic. Do I know how to do
pull
this?
Pull up a microphone.
Pull
I need
up a microphone.
no more than 2 sentences on every player. I'm going to start here with Keelan Rutledge on Thursday night.
We called it all along. He's the toughest, nastiest SOB interior guard/center they could have found. He's the perfect fit and screams swarm.
2nd round, Kaden McDonald, Ohio State defensive tackle.
Block destructor, just goes to work one-on-one. He'll take on double teams. He will be this team's linebackers and edges best friend.
Marlon Klein, Michigan, tight end, 2nd round. That was it for Friday night.
I think we're just tapping into the potential of the German national, 6'6", 250, runs well. I think he's going to eventually hit areas in the passing game that the tight ends haven't been able to get to. I think he could be a downfield threat as a tight end, which would be really nice.
Fabeti Weewoo, Oklahoma guard. He kicked off Saturday.
He did kick off Saturday as center guard, did play tackle at Oklahoma, a program guy, everything you want in an offensive lineman, good hands, good balance. I think Weewoo's going to find a way on the field at some point.
Wade Woodaz from Clemson, linebacker, and he went in round 4.
6'3", 237, former safety. You can see that in his game. He runs really well, but I think he reads defenses, knows where to be, tackles very well. I think he's a really good athlete that will definitely be a core 4 special teamer if nothing else.
Round 5, Kamari Ramsey, another Kamari. USC safety, maybe nickel.
range, speed. He made a couple of plays in 2025 that blew me away. But he played nickel as well, and I think it's going to help his versatility. And he's going to be a special teamer, having been a day 3 guy. But he's a USC guy, and we're number 7. I mean, we got to have those guys, right? We got a collection going.
Round 6, Lewis Bond, Boston College wide receiver.
Crafty, smart, knows where the openings are, catches the ball, gets upfield, big third down receiver.
All right, and from Indiana, Aiden Fischer, linebacker in the 7th round to end the day of drafting for the Texans.
Yes, just tough, smart, ran the Indiana defense. I thought he was one of the better tacklers in this draft. I had him at 150. He went all the way at 243, so I thought it was great value for the Texans.
And that is your Texans draft. Outstanding. Johnny, thank you so much for doing all that. And thank you so much for 3 days of picks, fun, mayhem, hijinks. Well, a little bit of that anyway. Thanks so much for being on the wall for us covering the NFL draft as always.
My pleasure, man. I love doing it. I love you, Sean. It was great to see Dre and Robert again. They did a great job. Brooke did an excellent job with the interviews. It has been a blast. I think D'Amico said his team got much better with their guys. You're going to win with their guys, and I think that's the key thing. You win with Texans, our guys. That's going to be fun to watch what they do in 2026.
Absolutely. A lot of fun. Love you, Johnny. Great job. And thanks to everyone who worked on Texans Draft Live. Colin in the studio, amazing job. All hours of this draft. He worked all of them. And that's the first time this has ever happened where we've had one guy do it. And now guess what, Colin? We're never getting rid of you. You got to do it every time now.
Best. Colin was awesome. I was also getting little nuggets from him about running backs and tight ends. Colin did a hell of a job, man.
Very nice.
That's awesome. So when the show's over, we'll tell you the bad things you did. No, we're kidding. No. You did a great job, bro.
Nothing
great
bad.
Job.
All good. That's the draft, and HoustonTexans.com has much more of your coverage. All the Texans social media channels with amazing videos of all these guys. You got to check out all the content that's being put out there on Twitter, on Instagram, Facebook, all of it. Have a great night, everyone. Johnny and I back Monday, 6 o'clock with Texans All Access to talk more about this draft. Get some rest. Enjoy. Thanks for listening. Go Texans.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610.